All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Wednesday, November 5th. It is 9:02 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'm being joined this morning by Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and in a moment, Board Member Nicole Morgan. We're also joined this morning by our Executive Director, Eric Oppenheimer, our Chief Deputy, Karen Mogus, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer, our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her this morning is Margie Argel and Elizabeth Carrillo. As you can see, we have both in-person and virtual components for today's meeting. If you are joining us virtually, you should either be watching us through our customary webcast on the Cali PA website or the YouTube Live website. But if you intend on commenting on any of today's workshop, then you need to be on the Zoom platform. There is a link and instructions at the top of the agenda on how to sign up for the platform. But if you're having any challenges, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you onto the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off. You will be on mute until it's your turn to speak on the item you've indicated. For everyone in the room, good morning. Good to see you all. We're here in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few quick announcements for us as well. Please do observe the exits. If we happen to have an emergency, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further direction. Also, if you intend on commenting on today's workshop, you need to sign up, and there is a QR code at the side of the room, also a laptop. But if you're having any challenges signing up, please do just communicate with the clerk of the board, and she can help get you signed up. Once you are at the podium, please introduce yourself and any organization you are comfortable affiliating with. And then otherwise, please do silence our phones this morning so we have an uninterrupted discussion. With that, we're here this morning to move on to agenda item number 9 from yesterday's previous board meeting. It's a workshop on the draft scientific basis report supplement for consideration of potential updates to the Bay Delta Plan to incorporate the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal, also referred to as voluntary agreements, on the Tuolumne River. The purpose of this workshop is to discuss and receive public comments on the draft scientific basis report that will inform possible changes to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan and its implementation related to the Tuolumne River Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal, or HRL for short. The HRL is also referred to as a voluntary agreement, or VAs. In addition to today's workshop, there will also be other opportunities for public input on the Tuolumne River HRL proposal and possible changes to the Bay Delta Plan. The board has not approved the Tuolumne River HRL and will consider the public comments received here today and throughout the board's public process on this matter and to determine how to proceed. The board's consideration of the Tuolumne River HRL proposal is consistent with resolution number 2018-0059 that the board adopted with its approval of the 2018 updates of the Bay Delta Plan. In that resolution, the board recognized that robust voluntary agreements can help inform and expedite implementation of the Bay Delta Plan and provide durable solutions in the Bay Delta watershed, while also providing reasonable protection for fish and wildlife. The resolution identifies in evaluating the proposed voluntary agreements, the state board will, quote here, consider whether the agreements will help achieve the water quality objectives, help protect the beneficial use, and be enforceable through board action. This is one of the first steps in the board's public process, and we are looking forward to hearing from the public. It would be most helpful if commenters focus on the substantive scientific content of the draft scientific basis report supplement. There will be additional opportunities for public comment on policy and other matters as the public planning process moves forward here at the board. We appreciate everyone's participation in today's workshop. A few notes on how today's workshop will be held. The workshop is held in accordance with the public notice dated September 19th, 2025, and revised on October 13th, 2025, and is being recorded and will be made available online. As a workshop, the board will take no formal action, and there will be no sworn testimony or cross-examination of participants. After this workshop, the board may provide direction to staff regarding future tasks and actions. And so a bit of the explanation of today's workshop order. The workshop will begin with a staff presentation from the State Water Board staff on the background of the Water Quality Control Plan and Tuolumne Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal, followed by a summary of the draft scientific basis report supplement and next steps in this process. Following the staff presentation, board members will have the opportunity to ask questions. Then we will hear from any tribal or elected representatives, followed by panels who requested to make presentations in advance. After those presentations, we will take an additional board comments and end the day with any closing comments from board members. We will also take a lunch break at a logical stopping point, and I'll also make sure to take breaks as well. We ask that all speakers be succinct as possible, and that except for those that previously arranged presentations, commenters, I ask take no more than 3 minutes so that we have adequate time for questions and participation from everyone here. Just a note on timing. Excuse me. We have about 67 commenters, I think, at this point. So again, I just want to be able to make sure we hear everyone's voice. Please do state your name and an organization you represent. And excuse me. And if you haven't signed up yet, there's still an opportunity to do so. Please do just email the clerk of the board if you're having any challenges. With that, I do have a scheduling request here. I'm going to allow for David Monroy to be able to present here a comment from Assemblymember Juana Alanise's office. So I invite you up now, and you can give that statement where we head to staff presentations.
Good morning, Chair Escovel, members of the board, and everyone gathered for this important public forum and allowing me to speak for you today. My name is David Monroy, Legislative Director for Assemblymember Juan Alanise, who represents the 22nd Assembly District and for whom was unable to join in person today. He asked that I read a prepared statement regarding today's topic of discussion specific to the potential updates to the Bay Delta Plan to incorporate a proposed voluntary agreement for the Tuolumne River. The statement reads, as the elected Assembly member for the 22nd Assembly District, I wish to express strong support of the Tuolumne River Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Proposal, or HRL, and to urge you to give it your full consideration as part of a comprehensive approach to water management in our state. This HRL proposal isn't just another plan. It's a shining example of what happens when local stakeholders come together with collaboration, rigorous research, and real investment. The Modesto Irrigation District, Turlock Irrigation District, and San Francisco Public Utilities Commission have spent years developing this initiative, which truly represents how water policy should work in California. Grounded in sound science, balancing the co-equal goals of environmental restoration and reliable water supplies, and ready to hit the ground running today. Allow me to highlight what makes this proposal so effective. It ensures additional water flows to the Tuolumne River in every type of water year, delivering tangible environmental benefits. We're talking about creating new floodplain and rearing habitats, restoring spawning areas, and achieving measurable improvements in fish populations. In fact, projections show a remarkable 150% increase in juvenile salmon compared to our current conditions. These aren't just vague promises. These are science-backed outcomes that will make a real difference for our ecosystems. But just as crucially, this plan safeguards the economic stability and water affordability for the communities of the 22nd Assembly District. A one-size-fits-all 40% unimpaired flow requirement would devastate us, leading to severe water shortages, crippling local agriculture, and sending shockwaves through housing development and affordability across the region. The Tuolumne HRL offers a balanced, achievable alternative that supports ecological recovery while protecting the long-term health of our local economy. It's a win-win that recognizes we can't have healthy rivers without healthy communities. What inspires me most is the local leadership driving this forward. Our partners have already committed more than $80 million in funding. That's real dollars for real projects that can start immediately without waiting on state or federal appropriations. This isn't pie in the sky. It's actionable, proven, and poised to deliver benefits for both people and the environment right away. That's why I asked the State Water Resources Control Board to evaluate the Tuolumne HRL proposal alongside the Sacramento Delta healthy rivers, and landscapes efforts as one single integrated program. Fragmenting these initiatives would undermine the coordinated, science-based framework that's at the heart of their success. I appreciate the collaborative efforts and shared commitment to serving those I represent, including our vital water providers and the communities they support. On behalf of Assemblymember Juan Alanis, thank you to the board for your time, your dedication, and thoughtful consideration in crafting water policies that embody environmental stewardship while honoring the needs of the communities that depend on these precious resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Monroy. Appreciate your statement from Assemblymember Juan Alanis. Now we'll go to the staff presentation.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. I am Stephen Louie, a program manager in the Division of Water Rights. I will guide you through this presentation along with Tim Nelson, a senior water quality control engineer. Also joining us are Diane Riddle, Assistant Deputy Director of the Division of Water Rights, Aaron Forsman and Dan Worth, both program managers in the division, and David Koop from the Office of Chief Counsel. They will also help to assist in answering any questions you may have. Next slide. Here's our agenda today. First, our presentation. I will give a brief background for the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco and Sacramento San Joaquin Delta Estuary, also known as the Bay Delta Plan. Next, I will introduce the Tuolumne Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal and commitments, and the scientific analyses and results that are included in the scientific basis report. I will conclude the staff presentation with next steps. After the presentation, we will have a statement from a representative from the Department of Department of Water Resources, our collaborating agency, panel presentations from 4 panels, and these will be followed by public oral comments and board member discussion. Next slide. The Bay Delta Plan identifies beneficial uses of water, water quality objectives to protect those beneficial uses, a program of implementation to achieve those objectives, and monitoring and special studies to evaluate the effectiveness of the objectives and implementation measures. The Bay Delta Plan includes narrative and numeric water quality objectives for the reasonable protection of beneficial uses in the Bay Delta watershed, including the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers and their tributaries. The board last updated the Bay Delta Plan in 2018 to update the lower San Joaquin River flow objectives, including the Tuolumne, Merced, Stanislaus, and main stem San Joaquin rivers for the protection of fish and wildlife, and the Southern Delta salinity objectives for the protection of agriculture. The board has not yet implemented those updates. The board is also currently in the process of updating the Sacramento River and Delta portions of the plan not covered in the 2018 updates, including consideration of healthy rivers and landscapes proposals for the Sacramento River and Delta portions of the Delta watershed. Next slide. This map shows the lower San Joaquin River watershed, the Southern Delta, and the new or revised flow or salinity objectives. The lower San Joaquin River flows from south on the bottom to north on the top. The Stanislaus, Tuolumne, and Merced Rivers numeric flow objectives adopted as part of the 2018 updates to the Bay Delta Plan would require 40% unimpaired flow with an adaptive range of 30 to 50% unimpaired flow during February to June at the compliance points shown with green circles. The 2018 updates also include minimum flow requirements for the San Joaquin River at Vernalis of 1,000 cubic feet per second, with an adaptive range between 800 and 1,200 cubic feet per second from February through June. That location is shown with a half green and half yellow circle because Vernalis also has a salinity objective of 1.0 decisiemens per meter year-round. The 3 other yellow circles show the approximate reaches where this salinity objective also applies in the Southern Delta. The Bay Delta Plan also contains a narrative flow objective for the lower San Joaquin River, requiring the maintenance of inflow conditions from the lower San Joaquin River watershed to the Delta to support and maintain the natural protection of viable native fish populations migrating through the Delta. Next slide. The Bay Delta Plan also includes a narrative salmon protection objective, which requires that water quality conditions be maintained together with other actions in the watershed sufficient to achieve the doubling of natural protection of salmon. That salmon doubling level for the Tuolumne River is represented by the thick horizontal line in this graph, which is roughly an escapement of 17,800 spawners. The orange lines represent Tuolumne River fall-run Chinook salmon escapement estimates from 1952 to 2024, and the gray line represents the decadal average of that estimate. The long-term decline in salmon populations in the Tuolumne River and across the Central Valley watershed is in part the reason for the 2018 update to the Bay Delta Plan, as well as the current Sacramento Delta effort. Contributing to attaining this salmon doubling goal is one of the objectives of the Tuolumne Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal. Next slide. In November 2022, the board received a memorandum of understanding for the Tuolumne River HRL proposal. While the 2018 Bay Delta Plan includes provisions for voluntary agreements to implement the 2018 requirements through adaptive implementation provisions, the Tuolumne HRL does not fully fall within the adaptive provisions of the 2018 updates. So amendments would be needed to the Bay Delta Plan in order for the HRL to be implemented. In 2023, the board issued a notice of appropriation to complete environmental documentation to evaluate and consider possible updates to the Bay Delta Plan's program of implementation to allow for the Tuolumne HRL to be implemented. Next slide. This map shows the Tuolumne River watershed highlighted in green. The river drains from the Sierra Nevada mountains from the right to the left, down to its confluence with the lower San Joaquin River at the bottom left corner. The largest reservoir on the Tuolumne River is the Don Pedro Reservoir, which is dark blue. The red callout points to the approximate location of LaGrange Dam, which is the proposed compliance location of the Tuolumne HRL flow commitments, as well as the current barrier to upstream anadromous fish migration. Next slide. The Tuolumne HRL parties are the Modesto Irrigation District, Turlock Irrigation District, and the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. The proposal consists of both flow commitments over the January through June period and non-flow commitments for habitat restoration and related actions over an 8-year period with possibility of extension. Next slide. This table shows the HRL flow commitments by water year type. These are proposed to be additive to existing minimum in-stream flow requirements of the 1995 Federal Energy Regulatory Commission license for the Don Pedro project. The additive flow commitments would occur over January through June on the Tuolumne River at LaGrange. The proposed flows include base flows and spring pulse flow volumes. The volumes in parentheses are the new flows that would apply for multi-year drought relief, as defined, critical, dry, and below normal years following critical or dry years. Of these flows, the HRL parties are proposing that either one pulse or two pulses during the spring would contribute to delta outflows. A decision is pending on this issue. Next slide. This slide shows the proposed Tuolumne parties' non-flow commitments aim to work with the flow commitments to improve habitat conditions for salmonid populations. Proposed restoration activities include about 100,000 tons of gravel augmentation, 77 acres of constructed rearing habitat, large woody debris additions, and gravel cleaning. Other actions that are proposed include predator control program, actions to reduce red superimposition, and the installation and operation of infiltration galleries. Next slide. The Tuolumne parties propose to collaborate with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and federal fishery agencies to further define the non-flow actions. The Tuolumne parties propose to self-fund the non-flow actions for the 8-year term of the HRL in the amount of $64 million for the project implementation and about $17 million for operations and maintenance. Next slide. The draft scientific basis report supplement was developed with staff from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and Department of Water Resources to evaluate the scientific basis supporting some possible updates to the Bay Delta Plan to allow for the Tuolumne HRL flow and outflow commitments. The scientific basis report supplement does not reevaluate the scientific basis report finalized in 2016 that supported the 2018 Bay Delta Plan updates. After consideration of public comments on the draft report, a revised scientific basis report will be submitted for independent scientific peer review pursuant to the requirements of the Health and Safety Code. Next slide. This slide identifies various chapters of the report and their content. Chapter 1 introduces the report. Chapter 2 includes a qualitative and quantitative assessment of factors impacting salmon populations on the Tuolumne River. Chapter 3 contains a description of the Tuolumne HRL proposal. Chapters 4, 5, 6, and 7 provide various evaluations of the potential effects of the Tuolumne HRL proposal. Chapter 8 describes traditional ecological knowledge relative to consideration of the HRL proposal. And finally, Chapter 9 summarizes the report's conclusions and the limitations and uncertainty of the analyses included in the report. Next slide. Chapter 2 includes a qualitative evaluation of stressors to salmonid populations in the Tuolumne River. This slide lists the issues that were identified as the most important aquatic stressors in the Tuolumne River. Those stressors include a reduction in the quantity and quality of available habitat within the lower Tuolumne River, as well as loss of habitat caused by the construction of dams blocking migration. Predation, primarily by non-native species, warm water temperatures, flow quantities and timing, and hatchery effects. Next slide. In addition to the qualitative evaluation of limiting factors to salmon populations, the scientific basis report includes a quantitative evaluation of the environmental factors that are associated with Tuolumne River fall-run Chinook salmon populations. Specifically, consistent with recommendations from the peer reviewers for the Sacramento Delta Scientific Basis Report Supplement, staff performed stock recruitment modeling to assess potential limiting factors on fish populations. These analyses quantify how many juvenile salmon are produced per spawner and how different environmental factors impact that relationship. Stock recruitment models are nonlinear regression models that have the ability to assess density-dependent factors. Parameters used in the model include number of spawners, juvenile abundance, and environmental covariates. The environmental covariates that we evaluated were flow, water temperature, and several different habitat types. Next slide. The stock recruitment modeling provides a robust statistical comparison using environmental and salmon monitoring data collected from the Tuolumne River to understand the probability that different factors have on influencing juvenile survival and abundance. The first finding that stock recruitment modeling highlighted is that density-dependent factors show little influence on juvenile productivity, suggesting that the current population is not constrained by fish overpopulation or overcrowding. Next, spring water temperatures were found to have the strongest statistical relationship with juvenile productivity. Average spring water temperatures are strongly negatively correlated with juvenile fish abundance. So when temperatures are cooler, we also see higher numbers of juvenile salmon migrating downstream. The next factor that the stock recruitment modeling found to be statistically correlated with juvenile fish productivity, which was average spring flow rates. Years with higher average spring flows also observed higher juvenile abundance. However, flows were statistically less powerful than spring water temperatures. And finally, suitable floodplain acreage was also found to be positively correlated with juvenile productivity. though floodplain acreage was statistically less powerful than both flow and temperature. More details on the stock improvement modeling, including model development, interpretation, and other factors evaluated, are included in Chapter 2 and Appendix A of the draft scientific basis report. Next, Tim Nelson will discuss the methods used in the scientific basis report to evaluate the effects of the Tuolumne HRL proposal.
Next slide. The primary modeling scenarios that were evaluated for the SBR include existing conditions, the HRL alternative, and 30, 40, and 50% of unimpaired flow, consistent with the 2018 Bay Delta Plan. Existing conditions serves as a point of comparison for the analyses and represents the conditions as of 2023, which on the Tuolumne River would include the flow requirements defined in the 1995 FERC Settlement Agreement. The HRL alternative, also referred to as the TVA MOU in the Scientific Basis Report, includes the HRL flows during January through June and existing conditions flows for the rest of the year. Based on additional information provided by the Tuolumne HRL parties, the HRL flows are based on the required flow proposed in the 2020 FEIS for FERC relicensing of New Don Pedro, with some modifications to the floodplain inundation pulse flow described in the FEIS. Finally, the unimpaired flow scenarios include 30%, 40%, and 50% unimpaired flow, which covers the range of flows adopted in the 2018 Bay Delta Plan, with the unimpaired flow requirements applying February through June and existing conditions applying July through January. Next slide. The hydrologic evaluation of the HRL is presented in Chapter 4 of the SBR. This analysis focuses on how implementation of the HRL could change the timing and magnitude of flows on the Tuolumne and San Joaquin rivers. The modeling was performed using the Water Supply Effects WSC model, which was originally developed by the State Water Board to support the 2018 Bay Delta Plan. WSC is a spreadsheet-based water balance model that represents the lower San Joaquin River watershed, including the three east side tributaries, the Stanislaus, Tuolumne, and Merced rivers. Model output is produced on a monthly time step over 82 years from 1922 to 2003, and the primary results include river flows, reservoir storage volumes, and irrigation district diversions from each tributary. Additional information on WC is provided in Appendix B of the SBR, including how the version used here differs from the version used in the 2018 Bay Delta Plan. Next slide. In addition to WSC, the SBR also presents results from the Tuolumne HRL accounting spreadsheet, which was developed by the Tuolumne HRL parties with input from DWR to demonstrate HRL flow accounting on the Tuolumne River and through the Delta. The accounting spreadsheet is a daily operations model covering the 25-year period from 1999 to 2023 that is used to compare the daily flows under the HRL with existing conditions. Over the last year, we received multiple iterations of the accounting spreadsheet, which helped to guide some of the assumptions made in the WSC modeling. Documentation of the accounting spreadsheet is provided by the Tuolumne River parties is presented in Appendix C of the SBR. Next slide. Moving on to summary results of the hydraulic analysis. This table shows the average modeled change in January through June total flow expected on the Tuolumne River under the HRL. Results of the accounting spreadsheet are shown in the second row, and WC results are shown in the third row. The negative values that occur during above normal and wet year types result from a decrease in spills under the HRL caused by reservoir reoperations. Both models show a similar increase in flow during critical and dry year types, but inherent differences between the two models related to the time period modeled, the length of the modeling period, and the representation of reservoir operations cause values to diverge during wetter year types. Next slide. This next table shows results just from the accounting spreadsheet for the expected change in delta outflow under the HRL during January through June. The accounting spreadsheet presents two scenarios relating to how delta outflow could change, based on whether the HRL flows are protected through the delta over both HRL pulse periods, mid-March to the end of May, was in the second row, or just the outmigration pulse period. which is mid-April to the end of May, and that's in the third row. Of course, with the longer protection period, there is a greater increase in delta outflow. As mentioned before, the decision on whether one pulse or two pulses would contribute to delta outflow is still pending. Next slide. Moving on to the temperature evaluation, which is presented in Chapter 5 of the SBR. Temperature modeling was performed using the SGR HEC 5Q temperature model, which, like WSE, was previously utilized by the State Board for the 2018 Bay Delta Plan update. The temperature model simulates river and reservoir temperatures over the LSGR watershed based on historical meteorological data and the hydrologic output of WSE, so the flows and reservoir storage values, with some pre-processing to convert the monthly WSE results to daily values. Temperature results are output on a 6-hour time step from 1970 to 2003 and are then post-processed to produce the statistics used in the temperature evaluation. The modeling alternatives used here are the same as those applied for the hydrologic evaluation, so existing conditions, the HRL, and the 3 unimpaired flow scenarios. In the evaluation, modeled temperature results were assessed against specific temperature benchmarks for each salmonid life stage to determine the suitability of those temperatures, taking into account the timing and spatial distribution of salmonids during each life stage. In addition, the temperature results were used in determining habitat quality for the habitat evaluation in Chapter 7. Now I hand it back to Stephen to go over the results of the temperature and habitat evaluations.
Next slide. Temperature modeling results, like the hydrologic and habitat modeling, do not represent actual predicted conditions that will occur in the future. The modeling results are best used to make comparisons between the relative expected changes between modeling scenarios. That being said, the temperature modeling results for the existing conditions scenario are consistent with the observed temperature conditions in the Tuolumne River, because both modeled temperatures and observed temperatures in the Tuolumne River are at levels that would cause stress to salmon populations. Compared to the existing conditions, the Tuolumne HRL generally shows lower model temperatures during March through May, and this reduction in water temperature was considered significant in May in both the Tuolumne and Lower San Joaquin rivers. However, the HRL temperature benefits were considerably reduced during the HRL drought off-ramp years. The percent of unimpaired flow scenarios generally resulted in cooler temperatures than the existing conditions and the HRL scenarios during the juvenile salmon life stages. Next slide. Over the next few slides, I will discuss the habitat modeling and results for the scenarios evaluated. Suitable habitat acreages were estimated for spawning, in-channel rearing, and floodplain rearing, and combined in-channel and floodplain rearing habitat. The habitat evaluation also assessed meaningful floodplain events. To estimate the potential habitat acreages for each of the scenarios, Tuolumne River specific flow to habitat weighted usable area curves and hydrologic outputs from the WC model were used to predict the amount of suitable habitat for each habitat type. The weighted usable area curves were provided by the Tuolumne parties, and these curves are used to estimate the acres of suitable habitat in the river at a given flow rate. The weighted usable area method estimates the amount of habitat that is suitable according to physical criteria. Because the weighted usable area method does not incorporate the effect of temperature, the acres of habitat were also qualified using water temperature outputs from the temperature model. US EPA temperature benchmarks were used to qualify the suitable habitat, and suitable habitat acres that met temperature benchmarks were termed temperature filtered habitat. These results were also compared against an estimate of the habitat needed to support the salmon doubling goal. Next slide. The next few slides show the results of the different habitat modeling estimates. This slide is for spawning habitat, and it shows the suitable spawning habitat estimates in the graph and in the table. First, the graph shows the median acres of temperature-filtered spawning habitat for all the scenarios. From left to right, the scenarios are 30%, 40%, 50% unimpaired flow, existing conditions, and the Tuolumne HRL. The error bars on each estimate represents the 25th and 75th quartiles of the estimate. The solid black line represents the amount of spawning habitat needed to support a doubled population. And the shaded area represents the 95th prediction interval of that doubling goal estimate. The actual values can be seen in the table to the right, with an added column to the right that shows what percentage of the doubling goal each scenario is expected to produce. In addition, the second column shows the suitable habitat estimates without the temperature filter applied. Comparing filtered and non-filtered habitat values helps to demonstrate how water temperatures can impact the availability of suitable habitat for salmonids. For all scenarios, about 1/2 of the estimated acres of spawning habitat using weighted usable area could be considered unsuitable due to elevated temperatures. The Tuolumne HRL has the potential to increase the amount of suitable spawning habitat compared to existing conditions. And it is predicted that the HRL is likely to produce more spawning habitat than the percent unimpaired flow scenarios. Next slide. This slide shows the same type of information as the last, except for in-channel rearing habitat. And the graph's rearing habitat acres are in log scale. The Tuolumne HRL is expected to increase the amount of in-channel rearing habitat above existing conditions. However, overall, the scenarios are relatively similar, and the error bars are all overlapping. Next slide. This slide shows the estimated floodplain rearing habitat. You can now see some visual differences in the estimated amounts of floodplain habitat in the graph. And it appears that the percent of unimpaired flow scenarios produce considerably more floodplain habitat than the existing conditions or the Tuolumne HRL. However, there is considerably more uncertainty in the floodplain estimates, and the error ranges still overlap across the scenarios. One contrasting characteristic of floodplain habitat is that very small amounts of floodplain acreage are filtered out for adverse temperatures. This is because floodplain activation is associated with high flows, and high flows are also associated with lower water temperatures. Next slide. Juvenile salmon use both in-channel and floodplain habitats as they develop through their life stage. So it is useful to understand the total rearing habitat that could be available to them. This slide summarizes the combined sum of in-channel and floodplain habitat. All scenarios are projected to provide enough total rearing habitat to support the doubling goal population, even the existing conditions. However, the Tuolumne HRL is expected to increase the combined rearing habitat compared to existing conditions. Next slide. This slide's format is different because it shows the frequency of temperature-filtered meaningful floodplain events for each of the scenarios. The meaningful floodplain event approach was developed to incorporate floodplain duration, magnitude, and interannual and intraannual frequency. The meaningful floodplain event metric gives greater weight or expects greater benefits to salmonids when the floodplain events last more than 30 days, occurs multiple times a year, and occurs at least 2 out of 3 years. The x-axis is the frequency of years that are expected to meet this criteria. And the y-axis shows the number of acres to support 25, 50, 75, or 100% of the doubling goal population. The scenarios are grouped in order from top to bottom: existing conditions, HRL, 50%, 40%, and 30% unimpaired flow. The table shows the numeric values. None of the scenarios are expected to provide enough floodplains for long enough duration and with the interannual or intraannual frequency to support 100% of the doubling population. However, the scenarios are expected to support the doubling goal acreage for about 50% of the time. Tuolumne HRL is expected to result in frequencies similar to existing conditions. Next slide. Now we'll go over the overall findings and conclusions of the scientific basis report. Native and indigenous salmon fish populations have greatly declined over the last 5 to 6 decades in the Tuolumne River. The Tuolumne Healthy Rivers and Landscapes flow commitments are predicted to provide between 2 and 12,000 acre-feet of new flow on the Tuolumne River and between 7 and 17,000 acre-feet of new delta outflow per year. The HRL is expected to generally improve temperature conditions during the Chinook salmon's rearing months, March through May. Next slide. The Tuolumne HRL non-flow commitments include in-channel and floodplain habitat restoration to improve rearing and spawning habitat, together with other actions like predator control. The HRL's combination of flow and non-flow actions are predicted to increase the temperature-filtered spawning habitat, temperature-filtered suitable habitat above existing conditions. The HRL is expected to increase spawning habitat by 14%, in-channel rearing habitat by 8%, and floodplain habitat by 17%. The analyses were based on retrospective comparative modeling with observed large uncertainties. A robust monitoring and assessment program would be necessary to assess the actual effects of the Tuolumne Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal. That concludes my summary of the scientific basis report. Now I will discuss the next steps. Next slide. Public written comments are due by noon on Friday, November 7th. Public comments will inform any changes needed for the report, and a revised scientific basis report will be submitted for independent scientific peer review in 2026. We will finalize the scientific basis report after the peer review and then complete the process to consider amendments to the Bay Delta plan to incorporate the Tuolumne HRL proposal. Next slide. More information on the Bay Delta plan, Lower San Joaquin River, Southern Delta Salinity, and voluntary agreements are available on the State Board's website at these links. If the public would like to be notified when we have new activities, then they can also sign up for automatic email notices on the State Board's website. Next slide. That concludes the staff's presentation. Does the board have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Louie. Really appreciate that presentation. I don't have any questions at this moment, but looking to my fellow board colleagues in case they have a question or comment at this time, and then seeing none, I appreciate that. And next we have a statement from Department of Water Resources. Eric Lobachevsky is here joining us, and glad to call you up. I believe you have a nameplate over here on the side if you'd like to as well.
Over
here. Yeah. Given the number of times you've been here now, it's like, well, may as well have a nameplate, Eric. Good to see you. Thank you.
Yes, good to see you too. Thank you. I appreciate the time again today. I'm here today on behalf of my director, Director Namath, just to give some remarks to our process and where we're going. So good morning, board chair, board members. My name is Eric Lobachevsky. I'm a program manager with the Department of Water Resources, primarily working on healthy rivers and landscapes and a lot of close connection to you all and your staff. Again, greatly appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all here today. And also express my big thanks to the board and board staff for both hosting this workshop, as well as all the rigorous and collaborative work that went into producing the draft scientific basis report we're talking about today. Since around 2018, and actually probably before that, there have been focused conversations in this room between board members, my department's director, Director Namath, Director Bonham of the Fish and Wildlife, Department of Fish and Wildlife, excuse me, about consideration for and support of a voluntary agreement solution for the Tuolumne River. Much has transpired over those 7 years in the world of California water, as you all well know. Floods, droughts, general weather whiplash, maybe a little sprinkle of some regulatory whiplash mixed in there as well. So more specifically focused on the Tuolumne River, those last several years have led us to a term sheet with a proposed voluntary agreement in front of us. And in front of us today is that draft scientific basis report, evaluating the environmental and species benefits of that HRL proposal. The department is here today to support both the board and the Tuolumne River with advancing or supporting the draft scientific basis report, and in moving forward with the next steps of implementing an updated water quality control plan, with consideration, hopefully, for a proposed HRL VA pathway. My department, we feel this HRL proposal on the Tuolumne River does provide a good and scientifically validated approach, as demonstrated in the draft science basis report, for improving conditions on the Tuolumne River for native salmonids and other native fish species, while also balancing the water supplies in this region, as well as for the greater San Francisco area. We further feel that the Tuolumne HRL would allow for broad incorporation of improved data collection, science, monitoring on the Tuolumne River that would be a valuable addition to similar levels of improved data science and monitoring enterprises proposed as part of the HRL program writ large on the other major river systems up north. Again, I just wanted to thank you for your time, energies, collaboration, and this public discourse on this critical topic. I continue to look forward to both this effort as we move forward on the Tuolumne here, as well as further progressing towards a broader and timely updated water quality control plan for the Bay Delta region as a whole. So thank you again.
Thank you as well, Mr. Lobachevsky. Appreciate your time this morning for joining us. Next, we will go to elected officials and tribal and or elected officials. I'm seeing about 6 elected officials here on my list. I believe most of them are virtual. I'm not sure if they were all on the platform at this moment, but I'll go ahead and call a tranche. First, we have Councilmember David Cohen from the City of San Jose. Then we'll have Tom Chambers from the Bay Area Supply and Conservation Energy Agency, and then Karen Hardy from Santa Clara.
Sir? Yes.
Good morning, Mr.
Sorry, I
Cohen.
gotta step out for 1 minute. Would they ask me if you're unmuted? I'm unmuted. Hello. Sorry, just getting my notes. My name is David Cohen. I'm City Council member from the City of San Jose, and I wanted to make a few comments about the policy. I represent District 4, which is the north part of San Jose, which gets its water from the Hetch Regional Water System. It's one of California's most dynamic economic engines. It's a growth area where innovation, advanced manufacturing, and housing intersect. Stable and permanent water supplies in North San Jose is crucial to realizing the area's full potential, supporting statewide goals for economic competitiveness. It's the city's largest employment center, featuring over 100 million square feet of office, R&D, and manufacturing space, home to more than 115,000 jobs. Also projected to grow its population by 40%, with 64,000 new residents coming into that part of the city. San Jose's development capacity citywide exceeds 200 million square feet, positioning it as a key hub for the state's innovation economy. In particular, this district anchors California's semiconductor, clean energy, and hardware clusters, industries that drive national leadership in AI innovation and advanced manufacturing. So expanding water capacity will unlock billions in private investment and sustain the state's edge in global markets, ensuring that high-value industries continue to grow in California rather than elsewhere. North San Jose is also the city's largest planned residential growth area, entitled for tens of thousands of new homes integrated with major employers, retail, and transit. As a city reliant on the Hetch system, we see the high risk the 2018 plan places on our water supplies. My city has implemented recycled water projects, developed alternative water supplies, has a low per capita use at 55 gallons per person per day, and wisely uses all water supplied to us. We agree water suppliers need to be part of the solution. However, we need a balanced approach that will move us to water quality improvements while protecting vital water supplied to us. The Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Agreement is the solution that moves us forward while addressing both environmental and water supply concerns. The scientific basis report supports the Tuolumne River's Healthy Rivers and Landscape proposal as a reasonable alternative that balances the beneficial use on the Tuolumne River. The State Board now has the environmental basis it needs to move the Tuolumne River's Healthy Rivers and Landscape proposal forward expeditiously so that this proposal can begin to be implemented as soon as possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Cohen. Next, I'd like to call up Tom Chambers followed by Karen Hardy, then Webster Lincoln.
Okay. Oh, shoot.
Good morning, Mr. Chambers. We can hear you.
Okay, I'm glad you can hear me because I can't see what's going on. But good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Tom Chambers. I'm a board member of Westboro Water District and serve on the board as board chair of the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency, or BOSCA. I'm here today to express my appreciation for the work of the state board in preparation of the draft scientific basis report and my interest in seeing the state board continue to move the Tuolumne Rivers Healthy Rivers and Landscape proposal forward. BOSCA represents the interests of 24 cities and water districts and 2 private utilities in Alameda, Santa Clara, and San Mateo counties that purchase water on a wholesale basis from the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. The Hetch Hetchy Regional Water System is critical to the health and safety and economic well-being of 1.8 million residents and 40,000 businesses and community organizations that rely on those 26 water agencies. More than half of the BOSCA member agencies, including Westboro, rely on the SFPUC for 100% of the potable water delivered to our customers. Westboro serves a mostly residential community of nearly 14,000 people located in northern San Mateo County. Our customers are leaders in water use efficiencies with an average residential usage of about 40 gallons per person per day, which is about half of what the state average is. In spite of an increasing population, total water use for Westboro has decreased by 19% since 2010. We have and will continue to stress conservation in our agency. Because the BOSCA member agency's reliance on Hetch Hetchy Regional Water System, I am concerned about the water shortages that will be caused by 40% unimpaired flows if the 40% unimpaired flow is implemented during times of drought. Analysis performed as part of the preparation of our urban water management plans have indicated such a shortage would have a stark impact on regional, including but not limited to harming our dynamic economy. The draft scientific basis report supports the Tuolumne Rivers Healthy Agreement and Landscape proposal as a reasonable alternative to requiring 40% unimpaired flows. In part by using revenues from water sales to improve habitat, the proposal allows a balance among all beneficial users of the water on the Tuolumne River. The state board now has an environmental basis it needs to move the Tuolumne Rivers Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal forward expeditiously so that this proposal can begin to can be implemented as soon as possible. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chambers. Appreciate your comments. Next, I'd like to call up Karen Hardy, be followed by Webster Lincoln, then Leslie Martin Ragsdale.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and our State Water Board members. My name is Karen Hardy, and I serve on the City Council for the City of Santa Clara, and I also serve on the Bay Area Water and Supply and Conservation Board. I love water. I'm here today to express my appreciation for the work of the State Water Board in the preparation of the draft scientific basic report, and my interest in seeing the State Board continue to move this Tuolumne Rivers Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal forward. For some background, Santa Clara has a population of 130,000. We have over 12,000 businesses in town. And those businesses employ more than 140,000 people daily. My city doubles every day. every workday. Our city relies on water that it receives from the Hetch Hetchy up to about 20% of our total supply needs. The city has invested in recycled water to improve water supply reliability. Reclaimed water is up to 20% of our total water usage now in the city. We are now evaluating an advanced water purification project in partnership with other local water suppliers. We've also made significant strides to improve water efficiency and reduce water waste. Our residents use less than 53 gallons per person per day. That is a 31% reduction from 2010. Santa Clara is a growing community. Our population is expected to increase by nearly 30% and jobs by nearly 20% over the next 20 to 25 years. The area of growth in our city is where we rely on the Hetch Hetchy regional water system. Our location in the heart of Silicon Valley makes the city a crucial contributor to the entire California economy. We host the headquarters and major offices of global technology giants, including prominent semiconductor and high-tech companies, which are vital engines of innovation, employment, and wealth creation for the entire region. The 40% unimpaired flow objective adopted by the State Board in 2018 creates severe water shortages that would seriously impact the residents and our entire economy in my city. Water suppliers have a distinct voice in determining what must be considered when developing plans for improving the health of the Bay Delta. Successful approaches are those that consider the need for improving water quality while protecting the vitality of the water supply role of these same resources. The draft scientific basic report supports the Tuolumne River Healthy Rivers and Landscape proposal as a reasonable alternative that balances the beneficial use of water on the Tuolumne River. The State Board now has the environmental basis it needs to move this Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal forward without delay so that this proposal can be implemented as soon as possible. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Councilmember Hardy. Appreciate your comments this morning and for joining this. Next, I'd like to call up Webster Lincoln and be followed by Leslie Martin Ragsdale. Morning.
Good afternoon, or good morning, Chair Escobar and board members. My name is Webster Lincoln. I'm a council member in the city of East Palo Alto, and I serve on the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency Board. And I'm here to express my appreciation for the work of the State Board in preparation of the draft scientific basis report, and my interest in seeing the State Board continue to move the Tuolumne River Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal forward. For some background, East Palo Alto has a population of approximately 28,000 residents. We are the leaders in water use efficiency, as our customers on average use about 40 gallons per day of water, which is around half of the state's average use. East Palo Alto is a vibrant community, and we expect to grow by nearly 30% in population over the next 25 years. Yet we are also designated as a disadvantaged community, since a proportion of our residents live below the state-defined poverty levels. The Hetch Hetchy regional water system provides a majority of the potable water that East Palo Alto's residents use, and 100% of the city's water system. Our water retailers, the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, has indicated that the 40% unimpaired flow objective adopted by the State Board in 2018 will in turn reduce the quantity of water made available to its wholesale customers during future droughts. If the SFPUC must develop a supplemental water supplies to help mitigate drought shortfalls, it can be reasonably assumed that those projects would be expensive to build and maintain, and those costs would be passed on to the customers. Water supply affordability, particularly for East Palo Alto residents, must be considered by the State Board when evaluating the merits of alternatives to the adopted Bay Delta plan. The Tuolumne River Healthy Rivers and Landscape proposal allows for new housing to move forward in our community without the drastic impact on affordability. Water suppliers have a distinct voice in determining what must be considered when developing plans for improving the health of the Bay Delta. Successful approaches are those that consider the need for improving water quality while protecting the vitality of the water supply role for those same resources. The draft scientific basis report supports the Tuolumne River's Healthy River and Landscape proposal as a reasonable alternative to requiring 40% unimpaired stream flow. It balances beneficial uses of water of the Tuolumne River. Given that finding, I believe it's important that the State Board continue to advance the Tuolumne Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal as a potential alternative to the 40% unimpaired flow scenario. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you, Councilmember Lincoln. Really appreciate you joining us here this morning and for your comments. Last, I'll call up Leslie Magden Ragsdale. And if there are any other elected officials, either in the room or on the platform, please do just pop up here or raise your hand on the platform. I want to be sure and get to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Escoval and honorable board members. My name is Leslie Ragsdale. I'm the vice member for the town of Hillsborough in San Mateo County and serve on the board and the board policy committee of the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency, known as BOSCA. I'm very appreciative of the work of the State Board in preparation of the draft scientific basis report and would love to see the State Board continue to move the Tuolumne Rivers, Healthy Rivers, and Landscapes proposal forward. For some background, Hillsborough is a residential community with no downtown. The town has some geographic constraints that prevent it from access to alternative water supplies. The SFPUC provides the town with treated water, and they are our sole water source. We are 100% reliant on the SFPUC, which in turn relies on the Tuolumne River. Hillsborough has invested heavily in reducing water use and improving water use efficiency. Over the last 15 years, the town's population has grown by about 10%, but total water use has declined by nearly 40%. Because of Hillsborough's complete reliance on the Hetch Hetchy Regional Water System, I'm concerned about the water shortages that will be caused if a 40% unimpaired flow requirement is implemented on the Tuolumne River during times of drought. Analysis performed as part of our most recent urban water management plan indicated that such a shortage would have a stark impact on the town, including but not limited to harming its economy, as well as trees and landscaping, which have managed to survive the recent drought and reductions. Some of the trees in our town are older than our town's 1910 incorporation, and they are an important part of not just our town's ambiance, but also our healthy environment. Although we are a town with perhaps more greenery than some others, we are not alone in wanting to safeguard the health of our environment. In particular, our hilly community could not afford dried out vegetation in this scary wildfire era. Like other cities and towns in the state, we are planning for more housing. Our small community of approximately 4,000 households has been mandated by the state to plan for the addition of 554 units of housing in the current housing cycle. While we welcome new residents, we don't want their addition to further constrain our available water resources. The State Board now has the environmental basis which balances beneficial uses it needs to move the Tuolumne Rivers, Healthy Rivers, and Landscape proposal forward, and it's time to begin implementation. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you as well. Appreciate your time this morning. On the platform, I'd like to now call up Aziz Akbari from the Alameda.
Thank you. And good morning, Chair Escoval and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to comment during this important workshop. My name is Aziz Akbari, and I'm the Vice President of the Board of Directors at the Alameda County Water District, or ACWD. Today, I'm sharing comments as an individual. ACWD is a retail water provider serving over 348,000 people and the many businesses and industries in the cities of Fremont, Newark, and Union City in the southern region of the San Francisco Bay Area. The Tuolumne River Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal, developed by SFPUC together with Turlock and Modesto irrigation districts, is a result of years of collaboration and represents a balanced, science-based approach to restoring the Tuolumne River while protecting water supplies for 2.7 million Bay Area residents and businesses. The draft scientific basis report released by your staff shows that this proposal would provide more water, more habitat, and more fish through targeted flow improvements and nearly $80 million in self-funded habitat projects. Supplies from the SFPUC system typically make up about 20% of ACWD's water portfolio, making it a critical supply that supports our region. The alternative 40% unimpaired flow requirement would cause concerning water shortages for the Bay Area, which could significantly affect the water supply reliability for the communities that ACWD serves, despite the region's substantial and ongoing investments in water use efficiency and conservation to drive down local water demands. ACWD's service area is also reliant on the State Water Project for about 40% of our portfolio. So the effects of unimpaired flows implementation on both the SFPUC and State Water Project systems would have a compounding impact on 60% of ACWD supplies and put additional pressure on the Niles Cone groundwater basin, which makes up the balance of ACWD's water portfolio and must be carefully managed to prevent saltwater intrusion into the local aquifer system from the San Francisco Bay. The Tuolumne River proposal provides an alternative, reasonable, and implementable pathway and demonstrates what can be achieved when local, state, and federal partners come together around shared goals for the benefit of protecting the environment, local economies, and water reliability for the future. With the release of the scientific basis report, the State Water Board now has the information needed to move this proposal forward. In closing, I applaud the board's critical attention to the health of the Delta and its tributaries and the water resources in the state, and I respectfully urge the board to act quickly so that work can begin to move the Tuolumne River proposal forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Akbari. Appreciate your time. And again, thank you to all the electeds that are here, putting in their personal time and addressing the board on this very critical issue. Your voice in this discussion is really appreciated. With that, we will now move on to our presentations. And again, these are folks who have requested to provide a panel presentation. First, we'll hear from the Tuolumne River Party's general managers, followed by the Tuolumne River Party's technical staff. After that, we'll hear from San Francisco Baykeeper and Friends of the River. And the last panel will include Yosemite Rivers Alliance, California Sports Fishing Protection Alliance, and the Golden State Salmon Association. With that, I'd like to call up our first panel. We'll give a few moments here for folks to swap out. Why don't we go ahead and take just a 5-minute break as we do so, just to give folks a moment. So we'll start the next panel here at 10:15. All right, everyone. We're here at 10:16. I think we bring ourselves back. Appreciate it. And hand things over to the panel. Good to see you this morning, Mr. Herrera. Do just make sure your mic is on. Thank you. No problem. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Brad Cohen, and I have the honor of serving as Turlock Irrigation District's General Manager. A little bit about TID. We were founded in 1887. We are the oldest irrigation district in California. We serve irrigation water to approximately 150,000 acres of some of the most productive farmland in California. We are also an electric utility, and we provide power to 240,000 customers in the Central Valley, and we are very proud to do so at the lowest rates in the state. And affordability is so key to TID and our customers, as we serve 8 of our 13 communities are disadvantaged in nature. In addition to providing electric service and irrigation water, we also provide drinking water to 120,000 customers in Stanislaus County. And moving into sustainability. Sustainability is in TID's DNA. We have a long legacy of environmental stewardship on the Tuolumne River, and we feel that that's a foundational element in the Tuolumne River Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal that we're speaking of today, which delivers more water, more habitat, and more fish for the river and those that depend on it. And I'm excited to dig into this a little bit further as we move through our speakers this morning. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Netness.
Thank you, Brad. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, board. Jimmy Netness, really excited to be here before you today. Thank you for the opportunity. We've been looking forward to this day. I'm the General Manager of Modesto Irrigation District. I think most of you know about MID, established in 1887. We've been at the heart of the community, serving as a foundation for so much of the foundation and the wealth of what's in and around Modesto. We were built on a vision of local self-resilience and environmental stewardship. And now, more than 135 years later, we continue to honor our legacy of serving our customers, sustaining our resources, and powering the future of our region. MID's water supply off the Tuolumne River has allowed us the opportunity over the last 100+ years to provide 3 essential services. First, serving the delivery of irrigation water to some of the most productive farmland in the entire nation. Second, the treatment and delivery of drinking water to roughly half the city of Modesto, supplying half the city of Modesto with that high quality, reliable water. Thank you, Chair Esquivel and Vice Chair Diadamo. You were at our facilities earlier this year and got to see firsthand some of that really important work done to provide the residents with fresh, reliable drinking water. And then lastly, as a function of our diversions for both ag and urban purposes, we generate clean, renewable energy at Don Pedro that powers over 130,000 homes across Stanislaus, San Joaquin, and Alameda counties. Advancing the Tuolumne River's HRL is extremely important to the district. As you know, we've been engaged on this front for over a decade, dating back to Secretary Babbitt and later Dan Dooley, leading to an eventual inclusion of a pathway for the Tuolumne River HRL when you took action back in December of 2018. Chair Esquivel, you may recall, in December of 2018, we had reached a deal, so much so that the Director of Department of Water Resources and the Director of California Fish and Wildlife stood before you, extolled the virtues of this agreement that had been reached. And in fact, you'll hear soon that our commitment since then hasn't wavered. In the years that have passed, and consistent with your direction, we've continued to meet actively and engage with the Sacramento Valley parties, culminating in execution of the MOU and term sheet that was signed in 2023. Our commitment to this process has been predicated on the need to ensure a reliable, sustainable water supply for our customers, ag, urban, and the environment. Working alongside you and other agencies and partners who share our vision for a healthy rivers and fish population, we're excited to keep this momentum going to implement the Tuolumne HRL proposal. You're going to hear more about this from my colleagues, but the Tuolumne Rivers is focused on more water, more habitat, more fish. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dennis.
Thank you, Jimmy. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning as the General Manager of the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. As you know, the PUC operates a regional water system that provides drinking water to 2.7 million people and thousands of businesses in the Bay Area. This includes not just San Francisco and Silicon Valley, but at least 7 state-designated disadvantaged communities. We provide wholesale water to 26 water agencies in Alameda, Santa Clara, and San Mateo counties. For some, like East Palo Alto, Millbrae, and others, we supply 100% of the water these communities rely on. The Hetch Hetchy Regional Water System is the lifeblood of the Bay Area. It's not an exaggeration to say that the Bay Area as we know it today would not exist without this remarkable water system. We also operate 2 clean power programs, Hetch Hetchy Power and Clean Power SF, that combined meet 75% of the electricity demand in San Francisco. Additionally, as you know, we provide wastewater services to San Francisco that protect public health and the environment. And Chair Esquivel, it was great to welcome you to the one of our ribbon-cutting ceremonies just a couple of weeks ago. It was our pleasure to have you there, and thank you, board members, for your support of that project. We're excited to be before you today. It's been nearly 7 years since we were last in front of the State Board. And at that time, you adopted a pathway to a Tuolumne voluntary agreement as part of the Water Quality Control Plan. We've been ready since 2018 to be in front of you again, and we thank the board for its efforts in moving forward the Tuolumne River Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal. California is at a crossroads in water management, and the choices we make today will shape the future of our rivers, our communities, and our ability to thrive through drought, flood, and changing climate. Fortunately, one of those choices is clear and ready to be implemented now, the Tuolumne Rivers Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Agreement. The Tuolumne Agreement delivers exactly what Californians expect from water policy in 2025. Real environmental benefits grounded in site-specific science, funded by local partners, and ready to begin today. The Tuolumne proposal is a crucial component to the governor's Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program, and we need to make sure that Tuolumne is considered alongside the board's consideration of the Phase 2 Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposals. The Tuolumne can also stand on its own. It is funded by our customers and can be implemented right away. I would suggest that the best outcome here for everyone is balance, balancing the very real and sometimes competing interests on the river. The Tuolumne Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Agreement does just that. It strikes the right balance. The heart of the Tuolumne River Agreement can be summed up in 6 words: more water, more habitat, more fish. Each one represents a measurable, meaningful improvement to the river. We can achieve this with a balanced approach that combines targeted flows, even in very dry years, with strategic habitat improvements. The board's scientific basis report affirms that the Tuolumne Rivers and Landscapes proposal meets the board's desired biological outcomes. We're excited to share with the board and all in attendance about what has been occurring on the Tuolumne River in the last few years and the benefits of the Tuolumne HRL. Following this panel, we'll have a panel of technical staff that will discuss more technical aspects of the HRL and the scientific basis report. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Jimmy to have a little bit more discussion.
Thank you, Dennis. If we can move on to slide 3, please. 2 slides forward. Thank you. You saw a similar slide up earlier. So just get a feel of where the Tuolumne River is located. You see here the northern San Joaquin Valley, the Stanislaus, the Merced, and of course the Delta. In addition to an awareness of where the Tuolumne River is, I want to note that New Don Pedro is the 6th largest reservoir in the state and the 10th largest dam in the nation. And if you keep looking up to the upper right, you see Hetch Hetchy Reservoir, where our partners divert the water. Unlike most tributaries in the Sacramento and San Joaquin Valley, the New Don Pedro is not a federal or state project. Don Pedro was built and paid for by Turlock Irrigation District, Modesto Irrigation District, and the City and County of San Francisco. It is wholly owned by Turlock and Modesto irrigation districts. Despite public perception, and although the city and county in San Francisco is and will remain an integral partner in water management activities on the Tuolumne, the city and county of San Francisco have no ability to divert water from Don Pedro. Next slide, please. Now that we've got an understanding of the Tuolumne River at a regional level, let's zoom in on just the Tuolumne River. From an operational perspective, it's the water stored in Don Pedro, released downstream, commensurate with our ag and urban demands, and subsequently diverted to MID and TID service areas at the LaGrange Diversion Dam. As the map indicates, the LaGrange Diversion Dam is at River Mile 52, meaning the Tuolumne's ultimate intersection to the lower San Joaquin River is 52 miles downstream. For comparison purposes, the city of Modesto is approximately 37 miles downstream of LaGrange Diversion Dam. Over the Tuolumne River's 52-mile journey to the San Joaquin, it maintains a narrow, incised river channel. The incised nature of the lower Tuolumne is an important distinguishing characteristic within the context of available floodplain in comparison to the likes of the Sacramento River and many of its tributaries. The incised nature of the lower Tuolumne River also has a bearing on and requires active management from a flood perspective to ensure the safety of our communities. So much so that we're unable to pass more than 11,000 cubic feet per second without flooding communities around Modesto. The next slide. Now that we've spent a couple of slides covering the Tuolumne at a regional and local level, in addition to a high-level review of our operations, let's shift gears to the geomorphology of the lower Tuolumne River as it relates to the salmon life cycle. For simplicity purposes, you can think about the Tuolumne River in two halves. The downstream, 32 miles of the lower Tuolumne River, from its confluence with the lower San Joaquin River to approximately the community of Waterford. The conditions are devoid of rocky substrate, shallow in depth, and have a relatively flat gradient. In contrast, the upper 20 miles from the community of Waterford to LaGrange Diversion Dam is gravelly and steep. Importantly, it is these 20 miles where all the spawning occurs. That is the point I want to make sure is clear as we look at the scientific basis report and what river miles the scientific basis report highlights. The HRL was developed based on science specific to the Tuolumne, in which actions, including flow and non-flow measures, would show the largest improvements. Next slide, please. Lastly, for me today, I want to spend a few minutes talking about our current conditions on the lower Tuolumne River. By all practical means, the lower Tuolumne River is thriving, and we're seeing significant return on early implementation investments in restoration. Too often when we look at plans or models, we're talking about theoretical concepts, about moving a set of data from one column into another and concluding with some certainty what the needs of the river are. In a previous life, I spent most of my day developing and running models. I sort of miss those days. And models are good, but real life examples and verifiable data is even better. As a fishery biologist recently said, if conditions are right, the fish will tell you. And the fish are telling us the conditions are right. The single largest return of spring run salmon showed up on the lower Tuolumne River this spring. They oversummoned in the lower Tuolumne River and are actively spawning, something that models indicated would not be possible. Investment in new spawning habitat is being used by the spring and fall runs. Our early implementation has been a success, but we're not done. We're investing in planning and design right now so that the day the HRL is approved, we've done all the groundwork to have the habitat projects under construction. So the fish are telling us the conditions are right, but we are poised to double down on our efforts and make them even better than they are today. That is our commitment. More water, more habitat, more fish. Thank you.
Next slide, please. So I'm going to dig in a little bit deeper into the Tuolumne River HRL. And just like Dennis said, we've been at this for years working with state and federal agencies, fishery experts, and conservation partners to develop a comprehensive HRL tailored specifically to the Tuolumne River. The Tuolumne HRL is backed by hundreds of scientific reports, studies, using real data on salmon migration, water temperature, and habitat trends. And again, just to repeat what's already been said, it can be summed up in 6 words: more water, more habitat, and more fish. Next slide, please. So what do we mean by these 6 words? More water is increased required flows in every water year type, from 46% on average to over 100% depending on the water year type. More habitat. Our agencies are dedicated to investing significantly in the restoration and enhancement of spawning and floodplain habitat on the Tuolumne. And finally, more fish. These actions, along with the other features of the Tuolumne HRL, will lead to conditions in the river that are conducive to a thriving fish population. Next slide. So these 3 components here are super important and have been mentioned several times, but I'm going to hit on starting from the right. The value of the Tuolumne HRL is based on science. We have spent $10 million plus on hundreds of studies, temperature, predation, migration, and more, specific to the Tuolumne River. Moving to the left hand of the slide, self-funded. This is super important especially in an era of volatile state and federal funding. The agencies stand ready to spend $80 million of our own money, and which leads directly to the center, which is we are ready to implement and can do so immediately on projects and operational changes as soon as the HRL is approved. Next slide. So a little bit deeper into the more water component. As this slide shows, the blue bars are the HRL flows and the green bars are existing conditions. And as you can see, significant increases in flow in every water year type, including the critical years. We have, I believe, the only HRL proposal that has this level of committed flow, including that critical year where it's most important. And yes, the HRL emphasizes flow between January and June, but we've went further and we have offered flow enhancements from July to December as well, supporting this year-round ecological and fishery benefits. Next slide. And more habitat, a little bit more into the quantification of what we mean by more habitat. We mean 77 acres of new floodplain and rearing habitat in the river. We mean 100,000 tons of new spawning gravel, including the restoration of key side channels to improve fish survival. And beyond just planning for these projects, in 2023, we worked with river partners to look at site-specific siting, including land acquisition, so that we can be ready to implement as soon as approval is given. And beyond these plans and designs, we also moved forward with early action and just finished a spawning habitat project in the Tuolumne, and we have another designed and planned for next summer. We are excited to kick off a decade of river restoration and enhancements for the Tuolumne River. Next slide, please. And the culmination of those 6 words is more fish. And our science-based HRL projects that an increase of over 150% over current conditions of juvenile salmon in the river, which is a 93% increase compared to the unimpaired flow alternative. And just to finish off for me, just back to those 3 points of the center point being we are ready to implement and can do so immediately. And I'll turn it over to Dennis.
Thank you, Brad. And members of the commission, the release of the draft scientific basis report for the Tuolumne is an important step in moving our HRL forward. And our agencies look forward to the opportunity to present our comments and corrections on the SBR, some of which will occur today from our technical panel. and others in our more comprehensive written comments. Regardless of our technical comments on the scientific basis report, we can't lose focus on the fact that the Tuolumne HRL can be implemented today. And the scientific basis report confirms that it will bring about significant enhancements to our communities and to native fish populations. The Tuolumne HRL is a balanced approach that meets the state's goals. We're proud of what this plan represents. It's not just more water or more fish. It's a better way to manage our rivers, a way rooted in collaboration, not confrontation, in science, not speculation, and in action, not delay. We're ready, the Tuolumne River is ready, and we look forward to working with you to move this forward. Thanks very much.
Thank you all. Really appreciate your time here, presenting here before the board. Look to see if there's questions from other board members. Knowing that we have a technical panel afterwards, I'll try to keep, somewhat high level thematic with my questions here. But my first is, I know, and first, thank you for all the effort and work that has gone into the proposal. I know we'll hear from a lot of folks today, and there may be concern around maybe it not being enough wet water for a proposal. So I guess thematically would like to understand, as you view your agreement here, the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal for the Tuolumne River, do you view the commitments that you're making here as a floor or a ceiling to what you're looking to put into the system? How do you view, I guess, your project?
Well, thank you, Chair Escobar. I'll take that. I think it's a full commitment as laid out in our memorandum of understanding. The joy of the Tuolumne HRL has blocks of water that could be implemented flexibly. So as we work with the resource agencies and seeing the conditions on a year-by-year basis, what the fish need, that water will be released in a flexible manner. So it's a flexible program. But our commitments are our commitments as laid out in our MOU.
Sure. Okay. Anything else from the panel on the question? All right. Secondly, when it comes to the fish numbers that we saw, are we talking mainly about winter run here, or is it fall run as well, projections that you're looking at? And that may be something for your technical folks, but
These are all fall run projections.
Okay, thank you. All right. Looking to other board colleagues if they have any questions or comments. Vice Chair.
Well, thank you all for being here today. And I know there's a lot of excitement that you're finally here. And I share in that excitement. This is in my backyard. I've been on the river many, many times. And I'm just really interested in a program that accounts for the unique circumstances with some of the damage that's been done historically on that river and targeted actions where, we can see improvements. And so I'm really trying to tie together Mr. Netzit's comment about modeling that, sometimes the modeling doesn't necessarily play out with what you see on the river, and would like to get your thoughts on tying this all together on the slide that you have for the habitat improvements is really focused on Waterford up to the River Mile 52. But you did make some comments about the lower portion of the river and what you're seeing in that portion. And so just want to hear a little bit more about the lower portion, where it fits in with some of these other projects in the upper part. And then also on the modeling and your targeted actions, could you comment on some of those special run pools and the challenges that you have there and what you're doing, either in those reaches or to mitigate on the impacts by targeting areas outside those special run pools?
Thank you, Vice Chair Diadamo. I'll start, but I'll look over to our technical committee on who wants to chime in. I think the slides represent, the data represent, we've seen improvement already, and we've seen those fish, the numbers increase. And so as has been mentioned, one of the words that came up many times is science specific to the Tuolumne. So it's very intentional where these projects are going in. And again, we've seen early success with more to come. As far as the specific modeling, I'll refer to our technical assistance team on whoever wants to chime in and provide Vice Chair with some additional information.
As the saying goes, all models are wrong, some models are useful. Right? And again, I think as we've mentioned before, what we're seeing on the Tuolumne versus what models may say may be slightly different, but a lot of that will be covered in depth of our technical team. So we have fisheries experts who will delve more into that. In terms of the Lower River, Board Member Didamo, most of our floodplain efforts are in that Lower River. So Upper River habitat, cold water, and as they move downstream, opportunities for growth and development. So again, looking at the Lower River, and if you've seen probably the Dos Rios project at the confluence of the Tuolumne and the San Joaquin, so things are happening in the Lower River too. But the main focus is the Upper River, where we feel we can make the biggest difference.
Okay, and not necessarily for you to answer now because maybe your technical team is going to go through this, but I note that our staff presentation, there's slide 9, that goes through the proposed flow commitments in different year types, and you have a similar slide, but the numbers are different. And so if you could, whether it's now or as part of your technical team, comment on your understanding of why there might be a difference in descriptions.
Again, Vice Chair, the technical team will get into that very deeply, but it's a difference between required flows under our current licenses and what's called resultant flows. There are additional flows in the system, like flood releases, pre-flood releases, that add to the difference. So the question is, what are your required minimums versus what is the new water in the system? And it's complicated and it's modeled. And again, our tech team have worked very hard to put something together for you on that.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have any comment. Board Member McGuire.
Thank you for being here. Really appreciate the presentation and all the work that it's taken to get to this point. I very, very distinctly remember sitting here in December 2018 and voting on phase 1 of the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, including the resolution, which included consideration of the Tuolumne voluntary agreement proposal at that time. And so I can't believe it's been almost 7 years. It's been far too long because there's so much work that needs to happen as quickly as possible. So what I'm hearing today is a commitment to invest in that work, to continue to work on the river regardless, and try to bring those fishery numbers up, which is really what we all want to see. And it's so encouraging to hear the report out that you have spring run salmon using your river and taking up residence there. And I think some of that must be attributed to the fortuitous water years we've had the last couple of years. You know, there's quite a lot of water in the system. I've got to think that there's a connection there. And, you know, this is a focus on the science basis for the proposal. And so I'm really trying to understand that. We have a lot of different analyses that have happened. I think our staff did a really thorough job analyzing all aspects of the proposal that we have to consider when we're deciding whether or not to approve an amendment to the basin plan. So I have a couple questions, and it's a little unclear to me if they're technical panel questions or policy questions. But one of them, so one's on fish and one's on habitat and a couple on flow. So when it comes to fish, you know, I have an open mind about how we get to where we need to go, and which is why I've always been interested in voluntary adaptive approaches that leverage both habitat and flow. And maybe at the end of the day, it comes down to the bottom line. And you have a slide here that talks about the number of fish, and Chair Esquivel asked about it as well. But I was just wondering if you have information about how those numbers were developed. One of the statements that was made was that this proposal will far surpass what unimpaired flow might be able to achieve in terms of fish production. So I was just wondering if you could comment on the basis for that chart.
So the HRL is more flow, more habitat, more fish, but it also includes things like predation management and some other management measures like red superimposition and some other things. So those factors all combined make that significant improvement into the fish numbers. And again, our technical panel will go into that.
Okay, great. We can come back to that then. That sounds good. So the next on habitat, I was really excited to hear that you've got some projects done, it sounds like, some early implementation actions, and that maybe the rest are in the works and will be ready to hit the ground running, so to speak. So I was wondering, and maybe again, it's a technical question, I don't know, but how much of the work has already been completed in terms of the restoration projects, habitat restoration projects, and how much should we expect once if the HRL is approved? Where are we at in the process?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good question, Board Member McGuire. I want to take one step back from that and answering the question, though, and say that, this group here before you and our teams, we don't do habitat every day, right? And so we recognize that we have a lot to get done. So we've entered into a relationship with River Partners and Applied River Sciences, who are managing that effort. And you guys know River Partners. They're a big brand store. They're a name that everybody knows and understands. They do fantastic work, and so they're managing that effort for us, right? And that's the way that we see getting this done in the most expeditious manner, and certainly within the time frame before us. So the first project that we did last year actually was born out of an agreement with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and some of that work was funded by CDFW. And it was, the first of many projects. The answer to your question specifically is we're with River Partners. We are engaged in sort of the implementation package of the VA as a whole. And the first project that was completed was really outside of the, sort of that window, if you will. So we wanted to get started. We wanted to get, the ball rolling and build some momentum. We did that. So we have a lot of the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes work yet to do. And again, we've been working cooperatively with River Partners for, about 2 years now. And I think we have a lot of momentum and inertia behind us, and we're ready to hit the ground running.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate that. So transitioning just for a minute to flow. I also appreciate the charts. Sorry, I don't have slide numbers, but the bar chart that shows the January through June required flows, I think was also asked about. And I think just maybe for all of us here, because the water component is so important to everything, that's why we're here. And I think it's really important that I understand what it means. And again, maybe it's a technical panel question. But when we're looking at this chart and I see the green bar and then the blue part of the bar, could you just kind of refresh my memory on what exactly that means for the river in terms of flows that it will see? Are these they look like required flows, so my presumption is these are just what the minimum requirements would be, but the river would actually see this or something greater. But can you just help me make sure I'm tracking this chart?
Yeah, sure. Ellen Levin with San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. We know that the conversation around more water needs to be dissected, and we're going to do that in the technical panel and really bring it down into building blocks for you. But to answer your question, these are minimum required flows. So yes, if there is spill happening at the reservoir, you'll see more water on top of this. If you're further downstream, you may see some accretions that will increase these flows. But this is the green plus the blue is what would be required at LaGrange. Regardless of how wet that wet year is or how wet that above normal year is, obviously the dry and critical years, those are, there is no spill happening. And so all you're seeing is the green and blue together. But hopefully that helps you understand, and maybe that goes to your question too a little bit, Board Member Esquivel. Yeah. So this is what we like to say, regardless of what is happening, you are going to at least see this at a minimum.
Thanks, and thanks for circling back to my question and answering it.
Sure. And like I said, our technical panel will break it down into more exhaustive detail.
That will be helpful. And for me, so it helps to understand sort of the blocks of water that you're envisioning. What else? And I just want to let you know that what's also important, I think, when we're thinking about the science, is thinking about the river, but also thinking about the watershed. So you've mentioned specifically that these are flows that we would expect to see at LaGrange. And maybe, again, technical panel question, I don't know. But what about the rest of the river? And then also, how does that translate to the lower San Joaquin River and the Delta ultimately, right? I know our staff in the scientific basis report took a look at expected Delta outflows and components therein. And I think when we're in the water quality control planning space, part of our unenviable position is to have to look at the whole and not necessarily just the parts. So I don't know if you have any comments on that, but I'm
Yeah.
open to that.
Again, I mean, the flows that you see in that chart are the minimum required flows. And to the extent that there are accretions below LaGrange, you'll see additional flow added to those, as well as spill out of the reservoirs. As you get further downstream and you get to the San Joaquin, we don't have control over flows. In fact, we don't have control over anything past LaGrange. That's the last point of control. I think there's an expectation, and we included this in our MOU, that we would work with the board to protect all that water on the Tuolumne to make sure that it's preserved and it's not diverted by others. We don't have significant diverters below LaGrange, so I think that won't be a challenging task. But then you get to the San Joaquin, and I think your question is very valid, and protecting that water is something that we're all going to need to work together to do. To get it to Vernalis. And then, as your staff presented, we are in discussions about the protection of those flows past the pumps for the projects and having that water become delta outflow. So in the scientific basis report, I think it showed two alternatives. One is protecting both pulse flows. So we haven't talked about this yet in very much detail, but the HRL is centered around base flows, so flows that happen all year round, and then pulse flows. And there's a floodplain pulse, which is intentional to activate the floodplain, and then an outmigration pulse. So when the fish are large and ready to go, we send another big pulse of water down. And those volumes are what we've proposed to be protected. And I think your analysis showed two alternatives, one protecting one of those pulses and the other protecting both pulses. And we are still in conversation with DWR about operationally how we protect those and what we can do operationally. So I think there's more conversations to be had, but we've made a lot of progress in those conversations. It's not just a matter of want, it's also a matter of operation and how you can operate to those additional flows. So obviously more detail to come on that as the conversations continue, but the intent there is to figure out a way to get as much water through the delta as possible. Honestly, we're also very, very much about growing fish on our river. I mean, we see ourselves as the nursery, and so we want to have an appropriate balance on the Tuolumne to grow fish and get them big and strong so they can make their way through the delta and out to the ocean.
I appreciate that. We all certainly share that goal. So thank you. I appreciate the answer to my questions.
Yeah, thank you for the answers, and thank you, board member. Any other comments from the dais? Seeing none, thank you to the panel again. Really appreciate your time. I know how valuable and important it is. Next, we'll go ahead and now hear from the technical side from the parties and give a few moments for folks to swap out. Morning to you all. Thank you for being here with us.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Olivia Kramer. I'm the Chief Hydrologist for the Turlock Irrigation District, and we will be presenting the technical components of the Tuolumne River Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Agreement. Before we jump in, I'll go ahead and allow my other colleagues to introduce themselves.
Hi, good morning, Chair Esquivel and Board. I'm Matt Moses, Water Resources Engineer for San Francisco Public Utilities Commission.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. I'm Bill Sears. I'm a Science and Policy Analyst with the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission.
Biologist here on behalf of San Francisco Public.
Apologies. Was your mic on? Was your mic on? Okay, I think so.
Excellent. Next slide, please. Great. So looking at the Tuolumne River Healthy Rivers and Landscapes offer and what you would have seen within our MOU that was signed in 2023, we offered a required flow increase. So currently we operate to the 1995 settlement agreement, which is a schedule-based operation. And then for our offer, we're offering another scheduled-based operation with the HRL that increases those requirements. Now, as was asked by Joaquina Esquivel, Chair Esquivel, these do represent floors for those water year types. So these are minimums that would occur in the system in those year types. It acts as a backstop within the system in any of those years that you can guarantee you will see these flows and you can verify our compliance with those schedules as we move through the water year. One of the things I really want to highlight is those years that we have the note of the off-ramp. Those years are those below normal, critical, and dry years that follow a first critical and dry year in a drought sequence. So this is when you're getting into years 2, 3, 4 of a drought where you do need to have some relief. And rather than going the route of doing a TUCP, we went the route of providing you a guaranteed flow with these off-ramp schedules. And I think the misconception when people hear the term off-ramp is that we're providing less or we're not providing any new additional flow to the system. But even in the critical off-ramp years, there's an increase of 17,000 acre feet in that year type. And then on the dry years, you're looking at almost a 40,000 acre foot increase to those year types. Next slide, please. So what are the components of the HRL schedule? It is somewhat similar to our current schedule where there is an overall base flow that maintains a minimum within the river through the whole period. With that, we do have some years in which we actually increase that base flow requirement from about 20 to 100 CFS, depending on the year type. And then currently we do have a spring out migration pulse. So with this offer, we are increasing volumes on those spring out migration pulses that exist currently under our 1995 settlement agreement. And then finally, there is the floodplain pulse. This is a new component that was added into our schedule. So it's not something that we have within the 1995 settlement agreement. And this was born out of the science-based research that was done on the Tuolumne and looking for ways that we could improve our releases and have that targeted flow within the system. And so that floodplain pulse is something that we would, similarly to what we do with our spring pulse, is based on the year type and the forecasting of that time, we would know what volume we have to work with, and we can get concurrence with the fishery agencies of what is the best way to put down that water to create the greatest environmental benefit. Next slide. And I think the important thing is what are those maximums we might see in the system? So required flows are great to look at as you know what at the minimum is going to be in there, but overall, what are you going to see when you consider what we actually put down in the system? You don't want us taking credit for water that we already would be putting down. We want to look at what is that new water contribution to the system. So resultant flow essentially for us would be required flow plus any flood control releases or flood control releases in the system. That's what that volume represents. So that's the only additive flow that we add in the system is for flood control purposes. And so with this, we wanted to focus on those years that are below normal to critical. The reason to not right now look at the above normal and wet is those are years where we're making significant flood control operations. Those resultant flows are getting into almost 2 million acre feet of resultant flows already existing in the system. We will address those flows in later slides, but for now, we really want to focus on the years that matter and that we've noticed by our science is important to increase flows for the purpose of fish. So with this, in those off-ramp years, you see increases of almost 30,000 acre feet when you actually operationalize these flows and you look at what's resulting into the system. And then the most significant would be in that first dry year where you're seeing an increase of almost 89,000 acre feet within the system. So significant increases in resultant flow that would benefit the environmental components of the river. Next slide, please.
Yeah, of course. Board Member Firestone.
Absolutely.
Sorry, and if you're gonna, the next few slides explain it, before we get too far down, I thought I'd just make sure I understood this. So I'm confused because it seems like I'm trying to follow,
Absolutely.
but the required flows for some things are higher than some of the resultant flows, and that seems counterintuitive because I thought that we just said that that was the floor and these would be additional. Can you explain that?
Yes, so you'll notice, especially in the existing requirements, that those numbers are lower. The reason is because this goes into the modeling space where there's the incorporation of our forecasting processes that occur even under existing flows. So we aren't just in a single year type in the January to June period. Oftentimes we see year types changing even under existing. So as we're switching between, this incorporates what happens in real time for operations of what's required at any moment, rather than the previous required slide was just based on assuming you're in the same schedule, January to June, what is that comparison? But if we were to look at when we model through the values and that you are switching year types throughout the year, you need to consider what the requirement would be under that. So under modeling, you would see that the required flow would be closer to 64,000 acre feet in those year types because of the switching.
Okay, so for and I just want to make sure I'm understanding that. So like for dry, for the HRL, it has the resultant at 190, but the required for HRL at 230. So why is that higher as the required than what we're seeing, or what the resultant would be?
Yes, so it's possible. So for example, this year would have been a great example of you can go from, we started out the year as a critical year type, and so you're operating to the critical year schedule. Then into the next month, we shifted to a dry year type, and so you start operating to the dry year schedule. And then by the end, it shifted into a below normal year type. And so that's where you can have this changing of year types through a season that can create reductions in overall flow. But when we're talking about the compliance, it would be where you would have a schedule of what we are planning for that month based on what the condition is that month. So if we know that we're in critical conditions, you would see that flow schedule and that we would meet or exceed that requirement in that month. And as you move through the period, we would continue to ensure that we're always compliant with whatever the minimum of that schedule is at that date. So it would be month by month depending on those water type conditions.
That was helpful. I'll have more questions, but want to let you keep going.
No problem. And that's where it can get deep really fast as we incorporate how do you operationalize these components. So the required slide, I think, is useful for that quick overview of what are we offering as far as just schedules alone. But I think really it is better to hone in on these resultant flow where you're actually seeing what is the new water in the system, how does it look when you add in the fact that we do have so much volatility month to month in these systems, and how does it actually play out once you're responding to it and operating with your reservoir.
So since we've opened up this slide and a line of questions, I'll just add a little bit to my confusion as well. And maybe we've got different analysis tools happening, or I'm not quite sure. So help me understand. So if I'm to look at the, let's say, dry year on this spreadsheet, HRL is at 190, existing is 101, resultant flow. So the difference is 89,000 acre feet.
Yes.
If I'm doing the math right, of new
Of new
additional flow that we would expect the river to see in a dry year type.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And then, though, when we just heard our staff presentation and they presented a table that had hydrologic evaluation results and it had a dry year, new flow contributions at Lagrange, 50,000 acre feet.
So that is
Is that
because-
the difference that you're talking about, or?
No, that's actually because that one incorporates all dry years, so including the off-ramp. So the off-ramp years, there is less contribution. So you're looking at only an increase of about 40,000 acre feet. So when you take that 40,000 in those off-ramp years and then the 89,000 and with the number of the off-ramp years versus those first dry years, you get to that smaller number. But when you break it out, it helps to where you don't see the reduction or the biasing of those off-ramp years, and you can focus in on those initial dry years.
Thank you for walking me through that.
Yeah, no
Appreciate
problem.
it.
Unless there's any other questions, I'll go ahead and move forward in our flow.
I have a minor question, but it may be answered later on, but just really wanting to understand, which are the blocks of water that the parties are interested in ensuring remain as outflow amongst all these numbers? Like,
So,
yeah.
I think it would be useful to go back to slide 3 just to focus in on those. So one more. There we go. Perfect. So the 2 pulses that have been discussed for potential protection would be that floodplain pulse and the spring out migration pulse. And it would be the protection of the new flow components on that pulse.
Okay, but just the pulse flows then?
Yes, just the
not
pulse flows.
the increase in base flow as well then?
But no matter which are protected, we still are committing to release that water. Whether they're protected or not, we will be making our contributions on the Tuolumne. It is for us to hear back from those in the Delta as far as what their comfortability is for protection to ensure outflow.
Yeah, and I'll just say, policy preference for me for sure is ensuring that this all does contribute to outflow so that the system as a whole is getting the benefit ultimately of these additional flows. But I know that there's still a lot of discussion amongst that. So thank you. Appreciate that.
No problem. All right, we'll go to slide 5. I think the best way, so charts are useful and there's a lot of summarizing that has to go into charts. I think it's useful to see a specific year. And I think this year is a great example of how does this look when we actually implement it. So for 2025, all of the HRL parties went through the process of doing a dry run exercise to see what does this look like? How are you going to account for this water? And this represents the results of that for the Tuolumne. This year, we did not have any flood control releases on the system, so our required and resultant flows are equivalent to one another. So in the case of green, that is our required under existing, and then that green area was what we had also the resultant of our existing conditions. And then those big blue blocks sitting above it are the representation of those new flow contributions. So that first larger block that you see in the March period would represent that floodplain pulse that we discussed. And this year, that contribution was 52,000 acre feet of new flow that is sitting within that blue area in that March period. Then as we move forward, the current existing resultant flow, we had about 35,000 acre feet of required spring pulse flow. With the addition of the HRL, you would have seen an extra 54,000 acre feet on top of that 35,000 acre foot pulse flow. So significant amount of water added to the system. So overall, had the HRL been implemented this year, there would have been an extra 110,000 acre feet put down of new water from the Tuolumne from January to June. Next slide.
Apologies.
Yes.
Just going back and just trying to understand, and this is ultimately resultant flow from this last water year, right?
Yes.
And so it seems incredibly static is all in some of these numbers. That'd just be my comment around it.
Yes, so this year we didn't have any flood control operations. So this would be that we were operating strictly to our minimum flow requirements in the system.
Yeah, and consistently so. So appreciate that.
And if I can add to that, Olivia, the March floodplain pulse is specifically designed to be at a constant flow rate to activate certain land area for floodplain habitat. You can see the sort of jagged and maybe more natural shape of the green pulse in April and May. That's what we actually put in the river, and that's coordinated with fish agencies to shape the pulse into a kind of natural-looking hydrograph. We didn't do that shaping in the blue water that we added on top of the outmigration pulse, but we would expect to during implementation. We just didn't do it for this exercise.
Very helpful to understand. Thank you for that.
No, that's a great example of the importance of having that discussion with the fishery agencies, that we aren't just throwing down a block of water, that it is shaped and timed appropriately. And that if this were implemented, you would see that component of the shaping. But for the new water part, that you would see about 110,000 acre feet of new water for this year type.
Going back to an earlier question, it might also be useful to point out that this year, like many years we see in the real world's hydrology, evolved through the course of the spring in terms of what water year type we understood the year to be. So when the March pulse was released in mid-March, we were calling it a critical water year type on the Tuolumne in the San Joaquin Basin. That grew into a dry water year type mid-April. And you can see the jump in the blue around mid-May. That was when the water year type was determined to be a below normal year. And so we adjusted the volume that was being released accordingly. That represents how we expect to operate the Tuolumne HRL based on the current forecast that's available to us each spring.
Yeah, appreciate that. Does highlight somewhat the complication oftentimes of water year types, and in fact, we have challenges these days.
We work really hard to try to make things simple and presentable in terms of use of averages. You're digging in and asking good questions about how those are developed.
Well, we really appreciate the space and opportunity, so thank you.
Sorry, if I could, there's a lot we could dig into. I think we could spend a lot of time on this, but I did want to ask, because a lot of the focus has been resultant flow at LaGrange. And again, to my earlier statement about interested to better understand what was happening in the entire river. I've heard quite a bit about the infiltration gallery project. And so I was just wondering if you could, if you're going to present on that or talk about that, the impact of that facility on flows and even, habitat and what you'd expect to see as a benefit or a challenge.
Yes, so there is within our new FEIS license, a discussion of infiltration galleries that are lower down in the system that would allow us to make greater releases at LaGrange, and then you would pull off that increase from the system. Now that operation would be from June to October, so not really overlapping with the period in which we're discussing for the HRL. And then even with the June operations, when we bring those online, we do not plan to change what would go past those IGs. So what is required at LaGrange today, we would be additive to that of whatever would be pulled off the IGs. So as far as what's continued to go past IGs would be the same, no matter current without them, and then even after them as far as our contribution. We want to ensure that we're not taking anything that we're promising under the HRL when those come online.
Thank you, board member. And thank you again for the responses here.
Yes, great. Next slide. So we don't want to ignore the elephant in the room of what happens in wet and above normal years. And this is really the culprit of some of the numbers that we saw presented by staff, where there's only increases of 3,000 acre feet coming from the Tuolumne River. And a lot of that's because once you average all the year types over time, yes, it looks like there's only 3,000 acre feet of new water contribution. The main culprit of that is there are reductions that do occur in wet and above normal years, because as we are making those bigger releases in those critical to below normal years, there is more empty space within the reservoir. So when you get into these above normal and wet years, you do see a delay in when you would go into flood control operations, because there is more empty space in the reservoir that has to be filled before you would respond. So if you were to take those wet and above normal years out of that averaging, you see that on average, we're adding 39,000 acre feet per year into the system. So that's not removing the off-ramp years, that's including the whole bucket of critical to below normal years. What's being additive is that 39,000 acre feet. When you add in these wet and above normal, that's where you see the average drops to that 3,000 acre feet of contribution from the Tuolumne. But overall, what we want to highlight is that in those year types, you're seeing significant amount of flow within the river already. And our science has shown that the 3% reduction that would be created from the HRL does not create environmental concerns. It's really about focusing on those critical to below normal years. And then also just highlighting that most of these flow proposals that are being put forward do have to shift water from take water from a wet and above normal years, similar to the 2018 BDP amendment, that you would see only 41% of full natural flow in the system, while the HRL still maintains 53% of the full natural flow.
I appreciate that. And if I can just make a quick comment, I know that, as a policy direction that we're all, myself is interested in, I think we as a board generally is getting those protections in those drier years where we know they're most critical, and shifting ourselves a bit to those wetter cycles, really taking advantage when there is a lot of water in the system to be able to refill, to be able to both aquifers and our systems, so that we can last through those drier times longer while being protective and not needing to call upon TUCPs and everything else. So do appreciate that, and think it's an appropriate policy trade-off here in how it is that we should view our system and when we should be taking out of it versus being protective for the ecosystems.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That is an area of alignment between our viewpoints and what our science supports, as well as what you just stated. For the next slide, it does just show an example of a recent year. A recent wet year that I think is still within a lot of people's memory of 2023, where we saw some of the largest snowpack values on record. And for the Tuolumne, we were in flood control operations for a majority of that year. And this gives you the example of the difference between what can happen with those required flow elements and the resultant flow elements. So the required flow of the existing and HRL are those two dashed lines. You can see that floodplain pulse and the spring pulse, but those are just completely overrun by the flood control operations that we were having to do. And for reference, the resultant HRL would have been 2.1 million acre feet going down the river in that year versus the existing, where it was 2.2. So only a difference about 125,000 acre feet of reduction to the system in those 2 year types from that operation. And that was coming off of the 2020 to 2022 drought, where you were already seeing some space in those reservoirs that had to be filled. We'll go ahead and go to the next slide. And this is the final component for the flow area before we hand it off to the biology component of our offer. And what we just want to highlight is the fact that we are offering up a schedule-based compliance. So this is where we would be updating by forecast. So we are being responsive to the changing conditions month by month of what are we seeing? Are we in critical conditions? Have we not seen a lot of rainfall? We would respond accordingly, but we wouldn't just stick ourselves of February it's dry, we're going to stick with that dry forecast if it does shift to wetter conditions. We want to be responsive, and we would respond by changing our schedules in order to do that. And it would allow for there to be a verification where we could publish, here's what our minimums are going to be, and you could track our compliance with those minimums throughout the period. And then the other component of, we are offering up not just blocks of water, but blocks of water that are responsive to fish. So this is where we want to collaborate with the resource agencies, and we already do collaborate with the resource agencies with our spring pulse to try and shape it and time it to have the greatest benefit for the fish. And then, I think the biggest component is this operational reliability. We have always met our minimum flow requirements within the Tuolumne. We do not ask for TUCPs, and this plan, our goal is that we would not ask for TUCPs because we have these built-in off-ramps in the system. So you have a guarantee in those year types, those multi-year droughts, of what you're going to see coming out of the Tuolumne system, rather than wondering, are they going to ask for a TUCP and what are we actually going to see from them? Instead, there can be that forethought. And for us, the operational reliability of being able to have early communication of what we're doing. We do not operate the system just on a month-to-month basis. These are facilities that are meant to sustain and serve customers for many years. And so when we're looking at our reliability and what we're going to expect to have to release and being able to ensure that we can meet our environmental flows in those multi-year droughts, that is all a component of the way that we plan, and that we, even currently today, the first indication that we're heading into a drought series, we start making reductions to our irrigation demands as well as San Francisco for municipal purposes. So we already take conservation efforts today, and so in order to ensure that we can continue to meet our environmental flow requirements.
Can I ask, are the off-ramps automatic off-ramps, or is it is there a scenario where you could qualify for the off-ramp, but, amongst all the collaborative discussion and the fish agencies and ultimately the water agencies saying, we don't need it for supply purposes, is there that potential to just not take advantage of the off-ramp? Or is it just an automatic off-ramp based off of hydrology?
It would be an automatic off-ramp based on if we are getting into that second year of dry conditions, because of the fact that we know the next year can continue to be dry. So trying to maintain as much storage and conservation of supplies for that kind of potential continuation of those drought conditions is important, and a part of what allows us to be confident that we wouldn't need a TUCP.
Appreciate that. Vice Chair.
So similarly, on the question of the two pulse flows, could there be a situation in which you're working with the fish agencies and maybe it's determined that a pulse flow needs to be delayed, or it would be, more appropriate to delay? Is there an opportunity to carry over that water? What would you do if you ended up not needing all of it for the fish? Is there sort of an environmental storage account available?
For the Tuolumne HRL, we are not putting forth an environmental storage account, so that it is, if we have that water available, we would offer it, and that ideally it would we would put down all of it that we're offering, that we aren't going to conserve any of it. That what of, if we're saying 50,000 acre feet available for a floodplain pulse, they can plan to that and ensure that that's put down.
Would you be able to adjust it if you didn't have a carryover component? Could you adjust the timing? You've got those bar charts.
Yes, timing can be adjusted based on as we're talking with fisher agencies, if they feel like there is a greater benefit by shifting some of it, maybe even to January, we can do that. But it would be discussions, and more of those components will be discussed in the biology section of our technical panel.
Yeah, and I might just add that but every year there's a need, right? We've always got fish heading out that were juveniles from, the prior spawning season. And so there's always something to move down the river to provide habitat for both the floodplain pulse and the spring pulse. So I don't envision a scenario in which we would be talking to the fisheries agencies and agreeing that we didn't need one of those pulses. I think we'll always agree that those pulses are needed.
Thank you. Apologies, Board Member Firestone.
Just before we move off flow, so one of the things trying to wrap my head around with these different graphs, there's it's hard to nail down like how much water we're expecting to see, because it sounds like we're looking over different time frames and there's different tools that you're looking at. in terms of, even just the year changing month to month. But the idea here is, as some of these diagrams represent, is that is timing during the year. And I'm wondering if it seems like I'm assuming that there's I guess I'd like to understand more about what we're seeing here are averages, and there's pulses. And so are there times where we would be going below existing flows? Or can you speak more to understanding how timing works in terms of added flow, not just average, but over the course of the year, month to month?
Absolutely. So we would continue to always be above the required existing minimum. So whatever the flow schedule under 1995, those will always be met and exceeded under this. But there is potential, like in those above normal and wet years, where the resultant flow of the HRL program is less than the 1995 existing because of that reduction of pre-flood releases. But as far as the requirement on that date, the current existing that we operate to would be met or exceeded by doing the HRL operation.
Sorry. Maybe this is somewhere, but I mean, just big picture in terms of flow, it's a big deal to have to update the whole water, Bay Delta plan. And there's a lot of work going into this to update the plan. And so I wasn't here when it was adopted, but my understanding was there was the intent to have flexibility to be able to allow for voluntary agreements, but it's within a range. And so I think it would be helpful to understand, why we couldn't get within the range of unimpaired flow. I know there's timing, but if there's a way to get within the range that was already adopted and not have to do a full basin plan update, that's, I just think that would help reduce a lot of time on everyone's part. I think it sounds like there is a lot of, I know there's some discussions going on around this, but that there's, what I'm having trouble understanding from this, and there'll be continued conversations around this, but is, where are we falling short of that very bottom bar that was adopted, and is there a way to address that so that we can fall within that range? And that sounds like, by what's proposed, that's not fitting within the range, but it's hard to see from what's being presented, and so it'd be helpful to understand that as things move forward.
No, and the major component is those off-ramp years, is because they aren't meeting those requirements. For us, those are necessary for us to ensure our water supply reliability. So without those, it's difficult for us to move forward within the constraints of the current proposed plan.
If I can add to that, what we didn't bring to show you today is a comparison of water supply impacts on each of our service areas that would, we've done that work and shared it with you on the phase one effort. Speaking from San Francisco's point of view, we do see a big difference in terms of dry year water supply reliability, specifically during drought periods, multi-year droughts. Between the amount of water we can count on for our service area year to year under the HRL proposal versus what we focused on was the 40% unimpaired flow objective. And we looked at 30 as well when we put those comments in 2017, 2018. We do see a difference there. between the two plans. And what we've tried to do with our targeted flows in the HRL program, and this might be a good transition to the rest of our panel, is to retain the benefit of increasing flows at the most important times of each spring without creating the magnitude of water supply impact on each of our systems.
Yeah, I mean, that's the goal, right? Is to reduce water supply impacts and on customers and have more reliability. And I think addressing also the challenge that we have with continued drought years. I think just it seems like there's a lot of shaping and flexibility that could be built in. So I think if there is a way of working through this, that would be obviously ideal because it's hard to see. And I think I'm just having a hard time seeing what the differences are in real comparisons of why we couldn't get to at least 30 in these times. So anyway, we'll keep going, and I know there'll be more discussion to come.
Yeah, thank you, board member. I do appreciate the line of questioning, and here listening, it sounds like it's really the off ramps that are kind of creating some of the challenges with being able to say fit within that previously adopted range, and so it really is a matter of these extended drought years and how we view that and how we manage that. And so just maybe for pure clarification, absent those off-ramps, if, it was just the commitments as they are, at that point, are you within the range, or do we not necessarily know?
When we look at, this is where you look at all years averaged out, we are hitting the range. The difficulty is when you go into those year by
Just
year
individual dry years. Okay, it's helpful to kind of be shaping and understand. Yes, Vice Chair.
Yeah, and it seems to me, just having been here in 2018, the concern that I had, when I opposed the plan is I did not feel that there was flexibility, that there were some, provisions within the plan that were just hardwired in. Did you look at any options that are within the plan for flexibility, just following up on Board Member Firestone's question, not just flexibility within what you're doing, but flexibility within the plan, so that you could show compliance with the plan?
We are working through a conversation on that very topic with your staff right now. So we're looking for a way to do that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, because I think that if you're in that dry year, that's the year that you have to have compliance. But if there's flexibility to average and other things, and I just don't recall the details of the plan, maybe there would be some flexibility within the plan. I just don't know.
And just a final note, generally, I know when folks hear percentage of unimpaired flow, they think of like a completely different proposal, or we're kind of talking apples or oranges. But it is, helpful to translate between the two, just so that we are kind of understanding in, percentage of impaired flow terms, what's being kept in the system, along with then the proposal that sticks to water year types and blocks of amount. But I think, the benefit of where we are in our discussion now here 7 years later is that, we can, I think, see them a little less as two different proposals, the board's regulatory approach, a voluntary agreement, and actually more of a holistic discussion of how we're viewing the system. And so to the extent that, in future presentations and additional discussion, having that comparison, just like what does it mean as a percentage, can help us understand, how close we are to meeting those standards, where some of those gaps are, and just continue to enrich this discussion. So just thank you. I know we've spent some time here on the technical side. Board Member McGuire.
I really appreciate those questions and have many of the same myself. So I'm really interested to hear your report out on that. And I think 3 of the 5 of us were here in 2018 as well. And one of the issues that did come up were critical year constraints and the tough trade-offs that would have to be made in that decision. And I think there was direction then to consider off-ramps and to staff in terms of what those might mean as it relates to the water quality control plan. So to me, that's front of mind. Drought is always something that I'm thinking about, and wondering how those kinds of provisions could be incorporated into any approach. So just thank you and look forward to more discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you, board member.
With that, Bill, if you want to take over
Sure.
on the
You
bylaw.
bet. Well, thanks for all the questions. So I'm here to just give an overview of our review of the SBR and some thoughts we had on the biology side of things and some of these habitat analyses that were done by your staff. Overall, I just want to say, these comments are meant to support staff in improving the SBR so that in places that it can be improved, in our eyes, to further support staff and the effort that's happening here. Just real quickly, I know a lot, the earlier panel touched on, what the HRL is, but just as a quick reminder and overview, it really is grounded in these decades upon, one after another. We need a slide too, I think. In decades of Tuolumne specific data. The main feature, I believe, of the HRL is that it aligns existing and new habitat, flow, and temperature with the actual biological needs that we see through the work that's been done over decades on the Tuolumne River. It applies habitat and flow to limiting factors that we know about. They're also within our control. And I'll give you one example of one that's not within the Tuolumne's control, and that is offsite releases of hatchery fish, for example, throughout the Central Valley that stray to all of the rivers in the Central Valley, and the impacts that those have had to native fall run, for example, on the Tuolumne. Other than that, we're trying to apply flow in places where it's necessary to support fall run and omicus in the river, and now spring run. The whole idea is to adaptively manage, especially these pulse flows, to address uncertainties. Any new understandings that we have that come during the HRL period, during monitoring, and to provide as much flexibility as possible, given our water supply constraints and interests. And really, from, I think, the Tuolumne's view, trying to balance as best we can the beneficial uses that we see on the Tuolumne, which includes fisheries. So that's kind of the big picture from my view, kind of a reiteration, I think, of some of what you've heard before today. So we're not going to get into any deep technical depth here. I'm happy to take questions, and we can certainly go there if we need to. But I'll just start by saying that modeling really is, next slide, please. Sorry, I'll try to keep up on the slides. Modeling really is hard, and it's never perfect, right? And we're looking at these things as if they exist in the real world, and I think it can be really challenging. Habitat analyses, fisheries modeling, it's all in a spectrum of wrongness, right? And this goes to the GM comments earlier. So we often, even our own modeling, have to look at it critically. So just as an overview of our comments today on the technical side, the HRL, the Tuolumne HRL, flow and habitat address the high-ranking predictors that come out of the stock recruitment analysis that was done by staff. The habitat modeling indicates that the HRL is comparable relatively to the unimpaired flow scenarios for habitat area. And the HRL the rearing meets the doubling goal target. So that's kind of the big picture. Next slide, please. Moving on to stock recruit, just some top level comments. The predictors, as Stephen walked through earlier, spring temperature, spring flow, and floodplain habitat. The HRL addresses those predictors directly. It addresses floodplain through our 77 acres of floodplain habitat. It includes both floodplain and pulse flow that purposefully inundate the floodplain habitat that will build, and therefore improves flow and temperature as well. So these aspects of the HRL really address what we found, what the staff have found in the stock recruit modeling, and or just a reminder that the stock recruitment modeling really only can look at historical conditions, right? It's not a predictive tool. So what we're trying to do in the HRL is address these historical limiting factors to improve the fishery for fall run in particular. Just quick comments on the stock recruit. I have David here who's looked carefully at the stock recruit modeling. I am not a modeler. But one comment would be that it may be useful to explore indexed year as a covariate, because that might help us look at more temporal trends instead of rounding everything up and averaging. And the other one is that we may look, it may be useful for staff to take a look at other locations upstream of Modesto for looking at temperature covariates and predictions out of that. So those are our two comments on the stock recruit. Next slide, please.
Can I jump in?
Please, of course, Vice Chair.
I'm just not understanding the chart. You walk through the chart, or is it?
That was more just to have something on the slide to look at.
I'm
not,
really getting
it's
upset with myself over here that I don't understand these colors.
It's unfortunate. It's funny because we ran through these slides and people are like, "What's that?" And your staff, I'm sure, would be happy to explain it. So yeah, apologies for including non sequitur content.
You could have gone with a color photo of the river.
I could have, yeah. I wanted to look technical. So it's a good question. Moving on to temperature. So just big picture from my view, all the scenarios improve spring temperatures compared to existing. And I think that's a somewhat obvious outcome of adding more water to the river, right? All of these scenarios result also in temperature exceedances in the summer. So none of these are perfect, right? We're always going to have challenges in the summer because not only is the climate warming, but it's just always been hot in the Central Valley. This is a large river that's wide down in the very bottom near Dos Rios, and it takes on a lot of heat. And so I think even under unimpaired pre-dam conditions, and the districts have done modeling on this, you will see very warm temperatures in the lower river naturally. And so just bringing it back to the HRL and how we address some of these temperature issues. The spring flow management is meant to provide higher flows at times when the fish need it, and it'll be informed by monitoring, as we were talking about earlier. And that in itself will lower temperatures during those periods when fish are in the river moving out. So that's the purpose of those. In these sequential and dry years, there are still pulse flows available for these purposes, for improving flow and temperature and conditions in the river for fish. And back on the IG operations, this whole purpose is really to try to improve summer and fall temperatures for Omicus and for fall run Chinook, right? Chinook are generally out of the river fall run in that summertime period after they've out migrated. There may be some yearling life histories that are happening, but it's a very small fraction of the juvenile population that's going out. And so really it's about Omicus, keeping Omicus, rearing in cool temperatures that are suitable in that roughly upper half of the river. And I think the IGs are a win, I think, for the HRL because it's really an innovative operation that's being done here on the river. It's not done very many places where you put more water in and you take it back out and you provide this really specific area of habitat that's beneficial. So just some quick comments on the temperature analysis. You've seen comments from the districts in San Francisco in the past on EPA 2003. We've talked a lot about it internally. Looking back at the guidance document that EPA put out back then, it really is not intended to be a regulatory standard. It's it's framed as guidance to be used as a base to then go forward to be used to create temperature criteria. We understand it's being used as a base and a protective strategy for temperature. One thing that staff pointed out in the SPR, and it's appropriate, is that it is a binary approach to temperature tolerance in the habitat analysis. Kind of on or off. Fish don't really work like that, right? It gets warmer and warmer and warmer, and if it's for long enough and there's not enough food around, the fish will die or they'll decline. And so, that might be something to look at as well if there's, an addition to be done in the temperature analysis. And then finally, just, further talking about the EPA 2003, there are newer studies available since 2003, several. Verheul and Paletto are two of them that are local, the Central Valley. But another one is Zillig, which was, I think, actually commissioned by the board. And that study, Zillig et al. In 2021, basically outlined a process by which anyone could go through and create criteria building on the EPA 2003. And it laid out some questions about what would you ask, what kinds of scientific questions would you ask to be able to establish criteria that are based on recent information as well as EPA 2003. So temperature, I think in the temperature analysis, we look at EPA 2003 as very much a protective standard, but also something that could be improved with more recent information. On the habitat analysis, next slide, please. So in general, considering the results of the habitat analysis, what we've seen is that it looks like the scenarios for habitat outcomes are mostly comparable. If you look at the range of error bars, which is how they're talked about in the SBR, the medians that are plotted here at the top of the bars are roughly all within that range. And this holds generally for these rolled up results for the other habitat as well, for spawning and for the rearing habitats. So one other thing to think about is that all of these scenarios meet the doubling goal. And so essentially, the HRL produces similar temperature filtered habitat to many of the other scenarios. Some comments we have on this analysis is, it's just a question I think for staff technically is, we believe that they use these river-wide flow habitat relationships for reach-specific analysis, and we weren't clear how that was done. So that might be just a point of additional information. And then just a statistical comment is this idea of, it may be worthwhile to do some kind of pairwise test for significance between these scenarios so that there's a little bit more understanding about how significantly different are they or are they not. So that's just another thought. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so this is a map, the Tuolumne River. It should be familiar by now. We've shown enough of them. The kind of pink shaded areas, the blobs, I will call them, indicate more dense or less dense areas. We call them sparse to dense, with the red being denser and the white being the most dense in this map. For red density, so these are the salmon egg nests, essentially, that are in the river. This is a 2012 to 2024 red survey data. And generally what it shows, this is similar to what Jimmy was talking about earlier, it shows basically that all the spawning happens mostly in the upper half of the river, roughly. And that corresponds to a couple of different things. You'll see this orange dotted line showing where gravel predominates as a substrate and where sand predominates as a substrate. And again, roughly the river can be divided in half in terms of the geomorphology, sand in the lower half and gravel in the upper half. And that has to do with the shape of the river primarily and supply. One comment is that it appears, and this is a question, that the spawning habitat analysis may have looked at a reach of the river that's not predominantly gravel, and therefore actual spawning habitat may not be available in that reach. So just is a question for staff to answer later around whether or not that is the case in the habitat analysis, just a point of clarification. Okay, next slide, please. So just rounding this all up again, the SBR appears to support the HRL as a reasonable alternative for balancing these beneficial uses. Again, the HRL addresses the results of the stock recruit modeling. The habitat modeling is also comparable, or creates this comparable outcome between unimpaired flow and the HRL. And then, combined rearing habitat, all scenarios really meet or exceed the doubling goal target, which I think is an important goal for the board. So again, the HRL provides a significant doubling goal support while balancing beneficial uses. Okay, next slide. So another map, real quick. I just wanted to outline that there's a lot of investment in Tuolumne River restoration, and it's not just the districts in San Francisco. The Tuolumne River Trust, the Tuolumne River Conservancy, and others are all engaged in habitat restoration on the river. River Partners, of course, and the Tuolumne River Trust, well-known restoration down at Dos Rios. San Francisco contributed to the purchase of that land many years ago. But to point out that really everybody is trying to put habitat now, for the most part, in the upper part of the river where the fish are most of the time, where they're rearing, where they're spawning. The recent habitat restoration that San Francisco and the districts finished in late 2024 was a spawning habitat project. It was really quickly used by spawning fall run chinook, and then just a few months ago, was used by spring run. So just to outline that everybody's doing restoration on the river, I think that just supports this overall idea that the Tuolumne is a place to invest in, to put flows down in, and that San Francisco and the districts are invested in that as well. Okay, next slide. So, by the way, this is it's a little clip from a video that CDFW took of the spring run in one of the pools upstream in the Tuolumne. These are spring run. Swimming around is a really interesting video. It's a good visual for the density of fish that were up there this past spring. To wrap it up, we believe implementation of the HRL is supported by the SBR. It's a balanced pathway. The flow assets and habitat assets will expand the availability of habitat on the Tuolumne. And on delta outflow, which you have asked about, it will increase outflow in those drier years when it's needed most. The HRL is flexible and it's accountable. It's robust monitoring. It will really help us understand what's actually happening on the ground, in the water, in the real world. It's adaptive and it is flexible. Those pulse flows will be moved around depending on fishery agency input and our own monitoring on the river. And then we'll have some robust accounting for these assets that are being deployed, and that will be built into the larger HRL program as well. And just a note on partnership and readiness. There will be, if the HRL is adopted, program-wide coordination with the State Water Board staff and other HRL parties. So we won't be standing alone on the Tuolumne, just implementing a rote program. This will be an adaptive, coordinated effort. We've already got, as we spoke about earlier, planning, design, and early implementation of habitat projects. They're already underway. We're doing all this work ahead of time to be ready to go, because we know 8 years really in salmon years is not a long time. So we want to hit the ground running. And then again, just to reiterate that we're ready to implement the HRL upon adoption. Next slide, and that'll be the last. Again, just wanted to talk about the spring run because it really is interesting for us. it was May 2025. There was over 1,000 adults that came into the Tuolumne River. And the thing I want to highlight about that is that spring run were able to successfully migrate, hold, and spawn on the Tuolumne River during the spring and summer. And granted, this is 2025, so we had, relatively favorable conditions, but it still was a drier year, wasn't a wet year. And I think that just speaks to the Tuolumne's existing suitability and some interesting futures for the Tuolumne in terms of supporting spring run potentially, as well as fall run and Omicus. We'll have 3 salmonids potentially managed on the Tuolumne River. And just a note on how HRL assets might provide support for all salmonids, but specifically spring run and Omicus. The IGs will provide improved temperature support for both spring run and Omicus. Habitat restoration is already being designed that will incorporate spring run and the other salmonids. And all of the habitat restoration and the spring pulse flow timing will support spring run adult migration into the system as well as fall run out migration. So that's another interesting aspect of managing these 3 salmonids on the river. And with that, I will stop and happy to hear any comments or questions.
Much appreciation again. I know we had a good amount of discussion here through the course of the panel, and just really appreciate the openness and responsiveness. As you can tell, we're all very engaged and interested in really unpacking, and appreciate your technical expertise across it. I don't have any further questions at this point, but looking to the Vice Chair.
So I know we'll be looking at your comments, but could you highlight if there are any areas that you believe need to be corrected in the scientific basis report in the draft? I know you called out, a concern maybe of river-wide temperatures being targeted in an analysis to certain areas, but would it go as far as to saying that you think there should be corrections?
I think what needs to be carefully looked at and discussed is just making sure that the habitat analyses are analyzing areas in the river where there actually is habitat. For example, the example that I provided, which was the spawning habitat area where there perhaps is no gravel. And again, this is just something to confirm with staff, but that would be a potential correction. Yeah, that kind of thing, mainly on the habitat analyses.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate that, Vice Chair, and thank you. Board Member Firestone.
Thanks. All right, I have some questions just to dig in and understand more. One is, I'm a little confused because as you said, it looks like at a high level, the combined rearing habitat, even under existing conditions, meets salmon doubling goals. But we know that we are far from meeting salmon doubling goals. Can you just speak to why, that makes that less, it doesn't make me want to put a lot of hope in that given, and so I guess I'd just like to understand how we should interpret that, or that if we do nothing, we'll still have enough rearing habitat for salmon doubling, even though we're seeing declines, or can you just speak to, obviously there's more issues that impact salmon, but can you speak more to how to understand that chart and what's going on?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, it's a really great observation and accurate observation as far as this modeling goes. I spoke earlier about, the Tuolumne working to address the limiting factors that we have control over, right? Which is flow in the river and to some extent, relatedly, temperature, and then habitat. So we have those 3 things, but we can't control for fall run in particular is this example that I gave earlier, which is that we have primarily hatchery fish coming in now. There's several reasons for that. The main reason is that, these fish, due to the needs of the commercial fishery, they are releasing them off-site so that they survive in higher numbers and can be caught in the ocean. So, I think that is a major factor in why the Tuolumne is not achieving the doubling goal today, for example. It's really challenging to keep a natural run of any salmonid in a river in the face of an onslaught of a hatchery fishery. And Iraqi et al., there's a few papers out there that talk about really significant declines in productivity that happen once you introgress, you mix a hatchery population with a natural population. So that could be one factor that's at this, the core of why the doubling goal isn't being met right now. Obviously, you've seen this emphasis in the HRL on critical dry years, especially sequential dry years, right? Because that's really where the fishery impact begins. Wet years, normal years, I think we're working within the framework of, healthy salmon populations at times, healthy recruitment. In those drier years, especially when they're back to back, and we've seen this in the record that your staff had put up earlier of Tuolumne River, fall run over time. Every time a drought happens and you have a weakened natural run that's been intergressed with a hatchery run, you're going to lose the natural run first, right? Because those juveniles are not going to make it, and they're not going to be replaced by natural fish. They're going to be replaced by hatchery fish because the hatcheries are still operating and pumping fish out. So that's one component. Certainly flow is a major factor. You cannot have a river without flow, right? And so that's the whole point of the HRL, is to put flow where we need it and do the best we can in the years where it's hard for fish. And so we're trying to add flow as best we can in those years. And that's why you see the shift from wet water years to drier water years, is to move that water to places where it's needed. The wet water years take care of themselves, honestly. There's really not much we should be doing in those wet years. They're almost all water all the time. You saw that the earlier plot we had up was 10,000 CFS for months, right? So hopefully that addresses
Yeah,
your question.
I'm sure that's helpful. Okay, two other questions, just drilling in maybe a little more. And this was maybe in the staff's slides. They broke out from our draft scientific basis report some of the types of habitat. And floodplain obviously is a big focus. It seemed like for floodplain rearing habitat that there might be there is a really huge kind of, uncertainty error bar in that one. And if we need to, I can tell you this. I could try and pull up the other slide. Yeah. But that for HRL, it was a much bigger range. And it looked like even some years that actually the floodplain habitat would go below existing, which doesn't seem, again, intuitive to me. It seems like there's a lot of, you're trying to develop whole floodplain pulse flows. And so I'm just wondering if you could help me understand how could we, there's uncertainty, these are models, all of that. But is there a way that the HRL plans to maybe through adaptive management or monitoring, reporting, just to ensure that it is resulting in improved rearing floodplain, especially floodplain rearing habitat over existing conditions?
Yeah, in fact, a big part of the HRL that we've been working with in the HRL Science Committee is looking at how we have these hypotheses that are proposed in the overall program science plan, and just making sure that when habitat is built, that it performs better than the habitat that exists there before the habitat was built. And that over time, as part of the accounting procedures that we're actually using, for example, the pulse flow that's specific for floodplain inundation to actually create habitat that's usable by fish and is being used. So there's this usability analysis as well. So I think with all the monitoring and the accounting procedures that are built into the larger HRL and that the Tuolumne will be part of, will be we'll easily be able to answer questions about whether there's more floodplain habitat on the Tuolumne and whether it's performing the way we expect it to perform. And by the way, we're using criteria, and this is like depth and velocity and cover that have been collaboratively developed with staff and across the VA and the HRL. So, we all expect that habitat to be really functional and work, and we wouldn't be doing it if it wasn't going to work, frankly. So hopefully that's helpful.
Yeah. Yeah. And that just kind of brings up for me, we're at different timelines with the San Joaquin and the Sacramento Delta updates. But with the San Joaquin River, we've done biological goals, and we have this STEM group that has been looking at, how, and there's a lot of tributary specific work also that has been done. Just can you speak to how the biological goals that have been developed through this process would be incorporated into the science program under this?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a great point, and it's I was an active participant in that biological goals effort, and had really good, meaningful interactions with staff in those workshops. So right now, the science committee is working through setting targets and biological objectives for the VAs. I don't think that work is quite complete yet. I know it's not complete. And we have a bunch of meetings coming up to figure out what those targets and objectives may be going down the line. And certainly the state board's work will inform all of that effort as well.
Okay. And then, sorry, I have just, I guess, one quick thing, and I think just as in the prior panel, there was a great statistic that there would be 150% increase in fish. Like, we would love that. If there are studies or particular citations, let's just make sure that gets into the scientific basis report and that gets to staff, because that's obviously the whole point of what we're trying to do. But my last question is really on temperature. So I know this is, this, as you said, this is, we're in the San Joaquin Valley. It's very hot. It's just going to get hotter. This is the one of the main limiting factors. I don't know if that's the right term, but one of the main challenges that we are not adequately addressing overall in the watershed. And so there's looks like improvements, right, that are part of this. I'm wondering, though, for the off-ramp years, have we looked at whether those off-ramps would result in temperatures that are worse than existing condition temperatures? Because I think, as we said, there's good reason to look for off-ramps. And also, we don't want to be making things worse than existing conditions. So if you can speak to that.
Yeah, I don't know specifically. We'd have to get back to you on that question. I do know that I believe, and this would be a good one for staff, that again, all the scenarios improve temperature, including the HRL over existing. So it would be a good one for staff to follow back on. But we'd be happy to follow up too from our view. Yeah.
Yeah, just adding to that, there's across the board increase in flow in those off-ramp years when compared to today's conditions. So to the extent that there's a relationship between flow and temp, I think we'd see maybe modest improvements or reductions in temperature, but still going in the direction we all hope for.
Thank you, board member. And again, thank you to the panel for the responses. Looking one last time in case there's anything further from the dais and board members. Seeing none. Not the last of our questions, but at least the last for now in this panel. So thank you. Really appreciate, again, the responses. We're at a bit of a crossroads right now. It is 12:10, so we're encroaching into the lunch hour. was wanting to get to the next panels, it may make sense to just go ahead and take our lunch and then start in fresh on the next panels instead of being rushed and, not have as much a desire for then the engagement that this is really all about. So let's go ahead and give ourselves a lunch. We'll go ahead and take an hour. We'll come back at 1:10. We will continue on to the final two panels, and then we will begin to take general comments. For folks, and thank you everyone. I know we have about 75 individuals signed up for individual comment. Thank you for hanging on. Looking at, you'll probably get to around 2 at the earliest, so for your planning purposes. See you all after an hour lunch. See you here at 1:10. Thank you everyone for the great morning. Really appreciate it. All right, everyone. Hope you had a good lunch. We are now back. It is 1:13, and as stated, we will now move on to our two last panels, and then we will begin into individual commenters. Our next panel will be John Rosenfield from the San Francisco Baykeeper and Devin Persay from Friends of the River.
Good afternoon, board members and board staff. I'm John Rosenfield, Science Director for San Francisco Baykeeper, and I'm here today with my colleague, Dr. Devin Pierce, lead scientist for Friends of the River, to offer comments on the draft scientific basis report. Next slide, please. The draft basis report shows that the TVA is inadequate, and it also shows that it's not based in science. This morning, Chair Esquivel quoted from this board resolution where you adopted the phase 1 objectives and made space for voluntary agreements, identifying some key characteristics that would be needed of a successful voluntary agreement. And I've underlined some of those here. But the draft scientific basis report makes clear that the TVA doesn't meet these requirements. Next slide, please. So the draft report clearly shows that the TVA does not implement, much less expedite implementation of phase 1 flows. I mean, we're about to be in 2026 now. The phase 1 flows were adopted in 2018, and if anything, discussions of the TVA have interfered with and slowed implementation of phase 1 flows. The TVA does not provide durable solutions. It's only an 8-year plan. The science report shows that the TVA does not provide reasonable protections for fish and wildlife, and it does not meet or exceed the new and revised water quality objectives. And some of what Dr. Pierce will present will illustrate that. And then I'll talk about some things that the draft report omits that will need to be added in a revised draft report before you can use it to assess the adequacy of the proposed TVA. So with that, I'll introduce Dr. Pierce. He has a PhD in genetics from the University of Georgia. He was a research scientist with the National Marine Fisheries Service from 2003 until recently, and he's an adjunct professor of ecology and evolutionary biology at UC Santa Cruz. We're all very glad to benefit from his expertise in the NGO community, and I know you'll benefit from giving him your full attention. So take it away, Devin.
Thank you, Mr. Rosenfield.
Okay. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Can you go to the next slide, please?
We can. Thank you.
Here we go. Well, good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to let me comment here. As John said, I'm the lead scientist at Friends of the River. And before that, I had more than a 20-year career as a research scientist at the National Marine Fisheries Service Southwest Fisheries Science Center, working to support science-based management of salmon and other fish populations in our area. And from that experience, I can tell you what you can see right here, which is that fall run Chinook salmon are in decline. But maybe more importantly, they are just one of many species that are harmed by these low and insufficient flows in our river systems. And for context, the Tuolumne River once supported an ecosystem that evolved over many millennia and every year received 100% of its unimpaired flow. Now, I realize we are not in that world anymore, but today it sometimes receives less than 10% of unimpaired flow in the watershed. And so, as you can see, over time, in particular in the last decade or so, these populations have really, really suffered. Habitat alterations, like the non-flow aspects proposed in the Tuolumne voluntary agreements, are like tinkering with the arteries being clogged but when there's no blood in the bloodstream. Healthy flows in rivers are not a waste, they are what's necessary for the health of the system. And again, here we're looking at Chinook salmon. That's a major focus of the scientific basis report and of a lot of efforts on the Tuolumne River and elsewhere. But that is just one species that is an indicator of the situation. As was pointed out earlier in some of the staff and SFPUC presentations, spring run Chinook salmon, a distinct species of salmon, that we manage in the system have made an amazing return to the Tuolumne this year, but they were not evaluated at all in the staff report, in the scientific basis report. And it's important to note that their presence is really a result of the San Joaquin River Restoration Project efforts and not of some magical success that's happened from existing conditions in Tuolumne. The report does discuss Omicus, steelhead trout in the system. And what I'll comment on that is that that species has an incredible life history diversity and migratory variation that makes them very strong. And that was really my research specialty while I was at the National Marine Fisheries Service. And so I hope you'll believe me when I say that they are nothing if not resilient and will thrive if we can give them enough high quality habitat with cold flowing water. Next slide, please. So what I'm going to go do here is go through fairly quickly some points to highlight aspects of the scientific basis report that I think were well done and clearly support the fact that the flows and conditions offered by the Tuolumne Voluntary Agreement will not result in supporting healthy, viable fish populations and ecosystem functions. Flow is really the master variable, as stated very clearly in the basis report. Fish habitat quality and quantity on the Tuolumne River is primarily controlled by flow. So these non-flow actions that are being provided will only provide benefit if they're also provided with healthy flows. Next slide, please. One of the concerns is that even with the relatively low flows offered by the Tuolumne Voluntary Agreement, they offer these off-ramps in years of successive drought. And I certainly understand the need for managing for water shortage in those dry years. And also the fact that the pulse flows and for floodplain and migration that are offered in the TVA are an attempt to mimic natural conditions, but they really don't meet the requirements that have been studied and published in recent years, showing what is needed for ecologically functional flows in the Tuolumne River are going to require significantly more flow than is being offered. Next slide, please. This is not new news, right? This panel, this board, and other interested parties have been commenting on this for more than a decade and documenting that a higher volume of compared to unimpaired flow is needed. But as the scientific basis report shows, that is not what's offered. So across different water year types here shown in this table from the report, the maximum is something less than 50%. And overall, we are still looking in the range of around 30% or less flows in most water year types, which, as I said, has been well documented to not be sufficient. Next slide, please. Another way of looking at this is just comparing across water year types and looking at the amount of volume of water that would be released relative to existing conditions. And remember, existing conditions have been well documented to not support healthy salmonid or other fish populations, that they are insufficient currently. So using them as a baseline to me seems like a really disingenuous way of presenting things. Nonetheless, even in that framework, you can see that the TVA underperforms relative to even 30% unimpaired flow objective, let alone the 40% that had been previously approved by the board. So that overall, you're looking at a very substantial reduction in flow relative to these unimpaired flow objectives. And in some water year types, it's quite substantial. For example, above normal water years, where you're looking at 20 times lower flows under the TVA than you would look under a 30% unimpaired flow objective. Next slide, please. Again, just continuing to focus on the ways at which the voluntary agreement we're considering here doesn't really address the flow concerns. One of those issues is rediversion, so that the flows offered by the TVA are measured and evaluated at Lagrange, which really doesn't tell the whole story. Things like the proposed infiltration galleries, where any water released into the Tuolumne River would never leave the Tuolumne River, are I view as quite problematic. And the report itself, the draft scientific basis report, highlights that almost all of the proposed flows are not protected and appear to be almost intentionally designed to be rediverted downstream for example, at the South Delta export pumps, and quote, would not result in delta outflow. So given that the board here is considering needs to be considering the larger picture of the Bay Delta plan, not just the Tuolumne River, this seems like a major shortcoming of the agreements, and that is clearly highlighted in the report and accurately characterized by the scientific basis report. Next slide, please. I want to go through a few of the non-flow actions to show how the scientific basis report accurately presents them and shows that they are not really things that are going to address the limiting factor. And what I mean by that is we have salmon populations and other fish populations that are far below our goals. We have targeted goals for doubling populations based on well-established baselines. But the limiting factor there really is flow, and that's what unites these things. So increasing the amount of habitat available to particular life stages without providing enough beneficial flow will not address those issues. So well, let's go to the next slide, please. Next slide, please. There you go. So predator removal is one of the things that's been highlighted as a concern. And of course, we know that introduced predator fish and other predators are eating migrating juvenile salmon. That's not a discussion. But what I want to point out from my perspective as a biologist is that the fact that those predators are introduced is not really the concern. There have always been predators in this system eating these migrating juveniles. Sacramento pike minnow, many bird species, lots of other predators exist in this system that the salmon have evolved to deal with. So reducing those predators is not really going to address that problem. What has changed is the flows, and the way that those salmon are able to use flows to avoid predators, whether they're native or introduced predators, is really the same. That those high flows give them that protection, deeper water, less clear water, so that migrating salmon can avoid the predators. Reducing predators is not scientifically supported as a way of increasing population viability and survival. And here are some citations where that is well documented in the draft scientific report. Next slide, please. Gravel augmentation is another one that has been highlighted, and I understand the basis for thinking that improving spawning habitat is going to be an important factor. Some of the earlier presentations highlighted that the spawning habitat is primarily in the upper section of the river, and the reasons for thinking that it should be improved. However, the draft scientific report goes through in fairly good detail in evaluating this, and the modeling results clearly show, again, that is not really the limiting factor that's holding things back. While there are some tables that show that there's potential to increase spawning habitat and that could lead to improvements, they're not the primary limiting factor. The primary limiting factors are identified as temperature, which is really dependent on flow itself, and then floodplain habitat, which again is really dependent on providing sufficient flow. So those are the limiting factors, and adding things like gravel habitat for spawning are not going to address the population limitations if we don't address those. Next slide, please. I mentioned floodplain habitat. Obviously, that is a very important aspect of salmon rearing, and juvenile rearing is a critical life history phase. So I don't want to diminish the importance of that. But the draft scientific basis report does a nice job of using this meaningful floodplain event framework to evaluate that. This framework goes beyond simply calculating wetted acres and evaluates when there will be floodplain events that inundate a floodplain with enough depth, enough flow to provide sufficient temperatures and area for juveniles to rear. And there is a great body of literature showing what is needed for that, generally more than 20 days of inundation. More is better, and those floodplain inundations need to be of appropriate temperature and length. So what the scientific basis report documents is that the voluntary agreements offering sort of floodplain improvements in a very narrow window of flows. And you can see here a small region of flows between about 1100 and 1700 CFS, where there is slightly more floodplain habitat under the TVA than under existing conditions. But really what that's doing is saying, well, we're only going to release a very limited amount. But you can see a strong and increasing linear relationship between increasing flow and acreage. So simply releasing more water, as was originally proposed under some of these things, 2,700 CFS or more, you would quickly get larger benefits of floodplain inundation and duration than by doing these sort of non-flow adjustments to improve habitat. Next slide, please. This is really the final technical slide that I have for you before I pass it back to John to go into some more detail. But I want to again point out that flow is the master variable that's controlling these things, and that temperature really matters. So higher flows are well documented to lead to cooler water temperatures. The draft report is very clear about that and illustrates it well. So I want to highlight this figure here from the report. There are many like it, and John will talk a little bit more about them in a minute. But what they show is that you have this range of temperatures that can be achieved based on largely controlled by flow and release timing. And over the course of the spring, the 40% unemployed flow regime is in that blue line in the bottom, keeps temperatures at in a range that are supportive of salmonid survival, really, and migration. But that both the existing conditions and the TVA don't. They deviate up from that into this intermediate range, which is you can think of as stressful for those fish, and that stress is dependent on duration. So that the fact that both existing and TVA conditions spend significant long periods of time where the temperature is in this stressful range, and of course, it's not a bimodal thing. The higher it is in that range, the worse it is for those fish, is a very detrimental thing for salmon survival. Now, in this example, this is a critical water year off ramp. So it is true that the TVA might do better in some years. And it is also true that it does keep it out of the red zone that the existing conditions go into in some periods, which is good because in the red zone, we're looking at fish really dying in that short period of time. So at that point, it doesn't matter, right? But as John will show, this doesn't tell the whole story. And if you look across the entire length of the river and different water year types and situations, you can see that the voluntary agreement conditions will continue to put fish into stressful and detrimental situations. So I think with that, I want to pass it back to John and to go into some detail from there.
Thank you, Dr. Pierce.
Next slide, please. Thank you, Devin. So Devin has gone through some of what the basis report shows, and I'm going to address some things that need to be updated or added to the draft to make a final scientific basis report. The draft report fails to analyze or explain how the TVA will support and maintain viable native San Joaquin River migratory fish populations, which of course is a phase 1 objective of the plan. And I'll show some examples of how it might do that. Next slide, please. So the thing to note is that marginal improvements in environmental conditions are not necessarily evidence that the TVA supports viability or reasonably protects beneficial uses. This is another one of those temperature graphs that Devin introduced. This one on the x-axis is river miles. So on the right, imagine LaGrange Dam, and on the left is the confluence of the Tuolumne with the San Joaquin River, and in between, we're looking at a temperature profile of the river. In this case, for May, of critical water year types, it's averaged across water year types. And this is just an example of these that are presented in the report. But to illustrate, the black line is the existing conditions. And as Devin explained, when you get into that yellow band, mortality is temperature dependent. So as you go higher in that yellow band, more mortality. And when you get to the detrimental red band, that's basically 100% mortality, either immediately or somewhere downstream. So we can see that under existing conditions, the modeling shows that in an average May of a critical water year type, no fall run Chinook salmon are going to make it out of the Tuolumne River. There will be no successful emigration, no successful, reproductive success will be nil. The dashed line below the black line is the TVA's temperature profile. And I heard Mr. Louis say earlier that temperatures improve under the TVA in May. And it is true that this is air quotes an improvement, lower temperatures under the TVA than under the existing conditions. But the net result is exactly the same. The TVA will produce temperatures that make it impossible for fall run Chinook salmon to migrate out of the Tuolumne River in the average May of a critical water year type. The unimpaired flow objectives are the colored dashed lines below that. They perform much better. There will be successful migration in May. And that successful migration is consistent with the board's biological goal for life history diversity, which calls for successful migration out of the Tuolumne River through May and into June, which is clearly possible under the unimpaired flow objectives, not possible under the TVA. Next slide, please.
Mr. Rosenfield, can I ask you a question on that last slide?
Sure.
When it comes to there being no possibility for outmigration in May under the VA because of these lethal temperatures, is there currently outmigration in May happening, given that current conditions obviously are higher than that?
We'd have to look at the data. And again, this graphic is for, to boil down a lot of information is
right. Yeah.
And the average across a month in an average critically dry year. So in some critically dry years, on some days of May, you may get some fish migrating out because the temperatures are below that detrimental level. Mm-hmm. But this is relative comparison. And what it's saying is that on the average day in May, in the average critical water year type, you should not expect any successful migration. And, of course, this is also modeling, but I'd say it's very consistent with, and something to keep in mind when we're looking at the habitat values, which we'll look at in a minute, the acreage values, is the condition of the Tuolumne River is non-viable populations, declining survival that is, for fall run Chinook salmon, 1/16 of the biological goal that the board has set. So the existing conditions that are the depiction of existing conditions and temperature effects pictured here is consistent with what we see on the river, although of course there will be some exceptions to that.
Thank you for all that. Really appreciate it.
Sure. So the previous slide showed that small marginal incremental changes in temperature or other environmental conditions don't necessarily, better is not the target. Achieving reasonable protection and achieving the board's objectives is the target. And small changes in environmental variables that seem positive need to be compared to the actual targets rather than just saying they're better. But in the reverse, worse conditions, even if they're small, we can say pretty clearly are strong evidence that the TVA won't support viability. Why is there this asymmetry? Because we already know that existing conditions don't support viability. They don't support reasonable protection. They don't support the public trust, right? Like all of that is very well documented. So in this example, we're again looking at a temperature profile from upstream on the right, downstream on the left, temperatures on the y-axis. The black line is again the existing conditions, and here we're looking in June for core rearing habitat for steelhead. The red dashed line, horizontal line, shows the temperature threshold identified by the US EPA. Below that standard are supportive temperatures, no temperature-related mortality. Above that, increasing temperature-related mortality until at some point there's complete temperature-related mortality. And what we can see is that existing conditions are pretty bad. There's not much room in June for rearing of steelhead, which of course, for some part of their life cycle, are going to remain in the river the entire year. So they're definitely there in June. but there's not much room for them to rear successfully. Certainly not possible for them to outmigrate. And the TVA makes those conditions worse. So worse is not better. And worse is not going to achieve the biological objectives of the plan. Again, the unimpaired flow objectives perform much better, and would be you'd need to compare those to a viability outcome to see whether they're sufficient, but they are definitely much better. Next slide, please. And just to show that it is possible to compare the outcomes of the TVA or any of the other alternatives to your objectives, the staff have helpfully done that for the doubling objective. What's shown here is an example. This is temperature filtered floodplain habitat area. So the floodplain habitat area that also meets a temperature standard under different water year types, from critical on the left to wet on the right. The y-axis is log scale of acreage that meets those criteria. The first thing to notice is that as you move from drier conditions to wetter conditions, you get a lot more habitat because, again, flow is creating more habitat. The bright green bar is the 50% unimpaired flow objective. The one to its left is the 40% unimpaired flow objective. And you can see that both of those reach the 25%. Oh, I'm sorry, the horizontal dash line is 25% of the acreage estimated to be needed to support the doubling objective. The solid horizontal line is the total amount of acreage needed to support the doubling objective as an estimate. And you can see that the 50% and 40% flow alternatives meet the 25% criteria in most years and reach the 100% criteria in above normal and wet years. The TVA is the bar on the right, the sort of aqua colored bar on the right of each grouping, and it provides much less habitat, which is interesting for a project that emphasizes the need for floodplain habitat. I mean, that's what I've been hearing for years and years. It's not the flow, it's the floodplain habitat, and this makes an investment in floodplain habitat and still comes up with less floodplain habitat. The point of this, though, is that it is possible to take your biological goals, which are in your report from, I think, 2023, that I participated in the development of. Don't necessarily agree with everything in the report, but nevertheless, you have quantitative standards. You can compare at least some of those, the modeled outcomes to those quantitative viability standards and have a discussion at least about whether the VA achieves the viability standard. My professional judgment looking at it, just looking at the data, indicates that it will not achieve viability, but that's something that your staff should be able to show you. If I can look at the final slide, please. Thank you. Finally, we're out of time, but I want to mention that the draft report fails to analyze effects of the TVA on most migratory fishes. And as Dr. Pierce identified earlier, fall run Chinook salmon and Oncorhynchus micus, their environmental needs are not the needs of even other salmonids, certainly not other non-salmonid species. I'm glad that we all seem to agree that spring run Chinook salmon have returned to the Tuolumne River. They were extirpated, again, a sign that beneficial uses are not being protected on the Tuolumne, but now they're back. The suggestion that that has anything to do with early implementation of the TVA reflects a lack of understanding of salmon biology. We can talk about why those salmon are there and what it means, but we all agree that they're there, and NIMS has called for restoration of spring run Chinook salmon as a criteria for delisting spring run salmon. So return of salmon to the Tuolumne is part of delisting spring run Chinook salmon. So the scientific basis report should analyze the TVA's likely effect on their viability. Green sturgeon and white sturgeon, we don't know that they're spawning in the Tuolumne River because monitoring for them hasn't occurred in the Tuolumne River to any great extent, but they are definitely spawning downstream of the Tuolumne River. And so the TVA would affect their viability because it affects flows in the San Joaquin River. These fish only spawn in high flow conditions. And to the extent that the TVA reduces flows in wet years, as Dr. Pierce showed from the report before, that would be of great concern for restoring those fish. And finally, Sacramento splittail are a minnow. Their environmental needs are very different from the salmonids, and their ability to maintain viability on the Tuolumne River should be analyzed in an updated scientific basis report. And with that, thank you for your time. Dr. Pierce and I are open to any questions.
Thank you both. Really appreciate the presentation, the information, and the engagement around this discussion. And actually was just wanting to maybe go back to the issue of the return of spring run, and just wondering what were those conditions. I imagine obviously the restoration program on the San Joaquin is bringing salmonids back into the system. Just wondering generally on your take, where some credit is deserved for the return.
Well, the spring run Chinook salmon, I'm not sure that we know yet their provenance. If the agencies have studied that and done the appropriate genetic and otolith isotope testing, then please let me know. But as Dr. Pierce mentioned, it's more than likely that they're the result of the restoration upstream on the San Joaquin below Friant Dam, and that these fish return, and they find conditions that attract them, and so they were attracted to the Tuolumne River. It happens that the Tuolumne reservoirs upstream had a lot of storage this year. Flows were probably better than usual, and so they managed to survive. They apparently managed to spawn, but presence is not persistence. We have no idea yet whether that spawning will be successful. And if it's successful in this year, is it going to be successful in every year? And I say every year not to demand some gold-plated Tuolumne River, but if you're going to restore a population of Chinook salmon, they got to reproduce it. They spawn and die. So, right, fish that come back and can't reproduce successfully and completely failed, that's not fish in good condition. That's not protection of the fishery or beneficial uses. So if they're going to be there, which again, NIMS has called for, the Bay Institute has called for when I was the biologist there, Baykeeper supports as well, then there's got to be conditions that support those fish in almost every year. There will be some years of occasional catastrophe, but if those catastrophes happen repeatedly, then that's not maintaining a population that was historically there, and that obviously could be there if conditions were provided.
Thank you. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have any questions or comment. Board Member Firestone.
Thanks. I know I'll be quick. And this is really just maybe a request for you and for staff. As you, if you could just help us, look at how we might look to use the biological goals that we adopted, and make sure that we are factoring in all those kind of thresholds for viability that we can. And so any proposals you have on that, I think would really help us as we're trying to understand the scientific, understand what this proposal is and what it would mean. I think just making sure that that gets to staff and that we're able to factor that in, because I think we want to make sure we're not just points well taken that just improvement from existing condition may not be enough to actually be adequate for fish. So especially for things like temperature. So just making sure that we're getting any specific comments, and also, as you said, ways to factor in the biological goals in terms of measurements for viability. That would be great. And then, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying thank you for the comment. We'll make sure to do that in our written comments.
Yes.
And then maybe just following up, I also, interested with follow-up to this and with staff is just looking at the point around other species and brought in sturgeon and things like that. So would be interested in staff looking at that as we're revising things. Thanks.
Thank you, board member. Thank you both again. Much appreciation for the presentation. Next, call up our next panel. Will be followed now by Peter Dreckmeyer, Chris Schutz, and Barry Nelson. Give a moment for folks to come up. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Chris Schutz with the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance, or CSPA. I'm joined today by my colleagues Peter Dreckmeyer, and I'm going to get this right. They just changed the name of the organization. This is the Yosemite Rivers Alliance, right?
Perfect.
There we go. And Barry Nelson with the Golden State Salmon Association, and we'll be speaking in that order this afternoon. I began working on the Tuolumne River. If you'd pull up my PowerPoint, I'd appreciate it. There we go. As I was saying, I began working on the Tuolumne River in 2008 when I got Tom Sawyer into a site visit that was being conducted by Carl Musick. Dr. Musick is also one of the authors cited frequently in the draft supplement that is the subject of today's workshop. And he appeared on behalf of CSPA in several workshops following his retirement, discussing the Tuolumne River and other San Joaquin River tributaries. I was present at the inception of the FERC licensing of the Don Pedro project on the Tuolumne River in 2011, along with my colleagues in the then Tuolumne River Trust. We became the lead NGOs in that process, and the associated licensing of the LaGrange project, which we went to court to compel. We were also present throughout the Phase 1 proceedings of the update of the Bay Delta Plan. This is by way of saying that there's a huge volume of information and, frankly, advocacy regarding the hydrology and fisheries of the lower Tuolumne River. I've digested most of it. I've written about it extensively before FERC and before this board. Today, I can only present a small snapshot. My colleagues have presented and will present other aspects and will also reprise key themes. CSPA and others will also provide written comments. Can I have the next slide, please? In general, the draft supplement does a good job of providing the factual background and stating the criteria for good decision-making on the Tuolumne River Voluntary Agreement, or TVA. In some cases, the draft supplement adopts or reports criteria that are borrowed from the TVA. Those criteria are not appropriate, and you should discount them. Next slide, please. Here's a map of the lower Tuolumne River with some of the river miles shown on it. I provide this map for your reference. I know others have provided it. I'm constantly looking for such a reference when I'm working on the lower Tuolumne River issues. And this is one that we borrowed, but the river miles are very important, and it's good to have that as a reference. Next slide, please. It's important to remember what the draft supplement is a supplement to: the 2016 Lower San Joaquin Scientific Basis Report. It's important to remember what that report found: that flow is the master variable and that there's no substitute for flow. Next slide, please. I've used this table or something similar to it in several filings with FERC. What's important to me is the huge qualitative jump in the success of out-migrating juvenile salmon under high flows. It's unfortunate that this table shows the peak flows rather than the flows over a longer period. I've plotted the January to June flows for these years and will submit them with written comments. Over the long haul, in the years that are not 2011 and 2017, the spring flows into April were base flows, about 300 CFS or less. Fry survival was almost zero in those years. And I would add that when you have out-migrating spring run Chinook salmon, they'll likely be out-migrating earlier. And if you're not providing additional flows for that out-migration, you'll have yet another issue that's not being dealt with by the TVA. Except in each year except 2010, 2011, and 2017, there was a small pulse flow in May, with generally small variability in generally small smolt survival. This table is important. Next slide, please. Here's another table that I've also frequently cited. The results of a study the districts commissioned for the FERC licensing. They called it a predation study. At a flow of 2,100 CFS, 37 of 75 tagged salmon smolts released at Hickman Bridge at river mile 31.5 survived the journey to Grayson at river mile 5.2. At a flow of 280 CFS a week later, 1 out of 75 survived. At a flow of 400 CFS the following week, none survived. Next slide, please. Part of the TVA is changing the goalposts. Part of the amendments the TVA would require is somehow morphing the salmon doubling goal to comport with whatever it is, and I haven't really fully understood it, that the voluntary agreement parties are proposing to do with the salmon doubling goal. That in itself, administratively, does not seem to me like a small deal, and as a matter of practice, it's not a small deal. Next slide, please. The salmon doubling goal for the Tuolumne River is an escapement of 17,800 salmon naturally produced. Escapement to the Tuolumne River in recent years, in good years, has barely exceeded 20% of that. In most, if not many, if not most years, it's less than 1,000 fish. Next slide, please. Of the fish that do return to the Tuolumne River, the majority are strays from hatcheries on other rivers. However, I do take issue with a comment by one of the previous panelists that that's the cause for salmon not for salmon that are native to the Tuolumne River not being successful. I don't see any basis for that at all. In fact, the 1,200 spring run Chinook salmon that entered the Tuolumne River this year were likely, and I believe they were tagged, so most of them were identified as strays from the hatchery that exists on the San Joaquin River. A lot of times, strays from other places are how rivers repopulate. What the same commenter said earlier was the other reason is flow. I agree with that part. Next slide, please. I'm not entirely clear what the proposal is for floodplain inundation. This was these 2,750 CFS for 20 days was what I understood to be proposed, and I understood a reduction to 1,700 CFS so that it could be modeled over a period of 30 days was how they ended up representing it in the scientific draft supplement. But in any case, it is the proposal to inundate some habitat for 20 days or 30 days, whatever it is a year, is not creating a meaningful or a significant benefit. The idea of a meaningful floodplain event that's coined in the draft supplement, I believe, is borrowed from the TVA parties. And it puts a fancy name on a strategy that makes a minimal inundation appear to have more importance than it really does. And we heard discussion of that from Dr. Rosenfield and Dr. Pierce previously. The floodplain benefit that Carl Music talks about in his limiting factors analysis is not from a boutique inundation event, it's from prolonged inundation. There is much more habitat created by high flows over existing terrain than the engineered habitat with minimum effective inundation would create. Next slide, please. The draft supplement appropriately highlights a fundamental reality of the Tuolumne River. There aren't enough salmon to use the existing habitat. This is something that Board Member Firestone questioned, and very correctly, earlier today. You make existing habitat usable through flow. Next slide, please. And the next slide, please. Here's a visual example of flow creating a lot of floodplain habitat. It's off to the right in this photo. This has the benefit of creating usable habitat interspersed along much of the migration corridor for juvenile salmon. The point here really is the scope of the effect. It's a question of duration. It's a question of extent of inundation. Next slide. There are 13 miles of river between LaGrange Dam and Roberts Ferry Bridge. Of those, about 5 linear miles are occupied by what's called special run pools. These are holes that were scoured out by dredges dredging for the leftover gold in the lower river. These holes are vectors for bass. They have almost no habitat value for salmon, except perhaps for those near the top of the reach that may have holding benefit for spring run Chinook salmon if they persist in the Tuolumne River. The gravel that the TVA parties propose to add to the upper reaches of the river is going to end up in high flow events at the bottoms of these holes. Until these holes are filled in, they create an endless do loop for gravel additions. Next slide, please. There are also gravel mining pits located to the side of the Tuolumne River channel. They are also full of bass. They become connected to the river at high flow. Bass swim out, salmon swim in. These pits need a solution. The TVA does not propose one. Thank you. And the next slide, please. Finally, we come to the TVA's proposed gravel cleaning plan. Instead of having enough flow to clean fines out from between gravel and rocks, the districts propose to mount what boils down to an enormous pressure washer on the back of a backhoe, drive it into the river at low flow, and blast the bottom of the river. This plan was hatched in the search for cost efficiency. It is the subject of one of the appendices in the draft supplement. This plan is goofy, and the board should not allow the districts to do it. Next slide, please. In sum, the draft supplement, based in substantial part on criteria on information and data generated from the Tuolumne River, provides ample evidence and basis for flow requirements on the Tuolumne River organized on a percent of unimpaired flow basis. The criteria borrowed from the TVA do not support allowing the TVA to supplant a spring flow regime based on a percent of unimpaired flow. The proposed non-flow measures in the TVA are, even on their own terms, inadequate to move the needle on improving the salmon fishery in the lower Tuolumne River. Last slide, please. Thank you very much. I'll be glad to field questions after Mr. Dreckmeyer and Mr. Nelson conclude their presentations.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz.
If I could have my slides, please. Great to see you, Chair Esquivel and board members. First time I've seen you in person in quite a while. It's good to be here. I want to compliment staff on all the effort they put into the scientific basis report. It was a big project, and I think they did a pretty good job. Again, I'm Peter Dreckmeyer. I'm Policy Director for Yosemite Rivers Alliance, formerly Tuolumne River Trust. Could I have the next slide, please? So you've heard a lot about water temperature, and I just want to emphasize how important it is. Influences every freshwater life stage of anadromous salmonids. Without suitable water temperatures, habitats become unusable. And this is a real big challenge for the TVA in that temperature is mostly flow dependent. Next slide. So you've heard a lot about the spring run. We've all been very excited about them. The irrigation districts have really done an exceptionally good job at keeping them alive. I commend them for that. They've been monitoring several pools with schools in them. They counted 1,200. They estimated 1,500. And it's assumed that most of them are strays from the San Joaquin Restoration Project. And spring run are not included in the scientific basis report. Next slide, please. So one really great thing they did is they discovered that there were a number of springers trapped in this plunge pool below LaGrange Dam. And as the flow subsided, they got trapped there. You see the rock in the foreground that prevents them from accessing the spawning area of the channel. And so working with the resource agencies, they netted them. They created a special slide to send them down into a pool downstream. And they saved more than 400 spring run salmon. 22 had intact adipose fins, suggesting they are wild. And this created a lot of chatter along the Tuolumne. There's a gentleman who lives up near LaGrange who pays a lot of attention. He said, this answers a question I had because 3 years ago, I saw salmon spawning near New LaGrange Bridge in September. And I just assumed they were really early fall run, but I think these were probably springers. He looked back at his notes, and sure enough, it was in September. So we probably have some wild springers in the Tuolumne. Next slide, please. So why did they not do what we wanted them to do, what we expected them to do, and head up the San Joaquin? Why did they come into the Tuolumne? Well, here you see the pulse flow that was aimed at helping with migration of the juvenile fall run. And it was actually timed pretty good to be an attraction pulse flow for the springers coming up. And you see that at the peak, it was a little over 1,300 cubic feet per second CFS. Next. And on the San Joaquin, there was not a pulse release. And at the same time, about 500 CFS was coming down. So what I imagine is that this big group of springers came up. The ones that were native to the Tuolumne that might have been born there said, hey, this is familiar to the left, and look how much more water is coming down. It's a lot cooler. Let's head up that way. So they did make it up. Next slide, please. And they were in a number of pools in that area, 2 to 3 miles downstream of LaGrange. Water coming out of LaGrange is cool, and the further downstream you get, the warmer it gets, the higher the flows, the longer you have cooler water heading downstream. And the irrigation districts, again, stepped up, and they increased flows. The required flow right now, the base flow for the summer, according to the 1995 FERC agreement, is 50 CFS. But 15 years ago, people were discovering dead omicus in the summer. There was at least one dead steelhead. And the water agencies voluntarily upped the amount they were releasing to about 90, maybe 100 CFS, keep that water a little cooler. And this summer, I believe they went up to about 140. So, we talk a lot about required flow, 50. Resulting flow, well, usually that's related to spill, but it could be a voluntary contribution. And in this case, they kept them alive. Next slide. And there's talk about they did an early implementation project, gravel augmentation downstream of LaGrange Dam, a little bit upstream of the bridge. And, it was good timing. The springers used this spawning habitat. I was giving a presentation to a Stanislaus County committee over the summer, and an MID director said, does this mean our efforts are paying off? And I said, well, I don't think the springers knew that gravel was way up there. It was really the pulse flow that attracted them. But they probably did utilize this spawning gravel, and we probably did get more fry. And the question is, will they survive, or are they going to be eaten by bass and build up the bass population, which is not what we want. my sense is it's probably going to be the latter because there's not ample floodplain rearing habitat that's activated. Next slide. So spawning gravel is not a limiting factor right now. It's a good project, but it should be done sequentially. We need to target what is needed right now, the limiting factors, and then work our way and then eventually add gravel when it's needed. Rearing habitat certainly is a limiting factor. There's just limited habitat for the number of fish that can spawn there and have survival of their offspring. Next slide, please. I believe you saw this slide earlier, and this just shows on the far right there that the percentage of the doubling goal acreage with adequate temperature is 58% for 40% unimpaired flow, only 41% for the Tuolumne River Voluntary Agreement. And the quote up at the top emphasizes the need to coordinate between flow and non-flow measures, which is exactly what the Bay Delta Plan attempts to do. As you know, the State Water Board believes it cannot require non-flow measures, but can incentivize them. And that's why we have that range of 30 to 50%, starting at 40%. So the idea is, obviously the water agencies are going to want to do measures like they're proposing to try to get that flow requirement to as close as 30% as possible. And so it's a little disingenuous when we compare 40% with no non-flow measures with the TVA, because if you do 40% and it's not working, then it's going to go up to 50%. And that's not going to happen. They're not going to allow that to happen. So it's the right approach. I think we should stick with that. And these non-flow measures really should have been done decades ago to comply with Fish and Game Code 5937, keeping fish in good shape below dams. And but now it's, there's never any pressure, and now it's a bargaining chip. But the two should be going hand in hand. Next. Predation, it is a problem, but I'd say it's more a symptom of the problem, which the flows are just too low. And we've altered the ecosystem to favor warm water, slow moving water fish like bass. And the cold water fish, the native fish, the habitat just doesn't support them in the same way, and they get outcompeted. Predator control is not likely to be effective on a broad scale without considering the habitat conditions, flow, temperature, et cetera, and make non-native predators successful. Next slide. You've seen this slide before. Here it's highlighting the two big water years where you had a total survival index of 24.9 and 94.8. And in all the other years, it was under 8. And you probably know this, but there are these rotary screw traps that can count the juvenile fish as they're passing through. The first one's at Waterford, 30 miles upstream of the confluence with the San Joaquin. The second one's Grayson, 5 miles upstream. So you measure how many fish came through the top one, how many make it all the way through. And you see there in 2017, 94.8%, pretty good. Next slide, please. So again, you've seen this, that the TVA really over existing conditions would add 2,000 to 12,000 acre feet per year. The average yield of the Tuolumne is 1.85 million acre feet. This is really very limited. And maybe it's only to be able to say, yes, we are going to be adding some water, but not, we haven't really seen very many numbers until the scientific basis report came out. Next slide, please. And then the off-ramps, I think, are very, very problematic. So what you're seeing here is the additions in the different year types, 1,000 acre feet per year, and in parentheses is what they would drop to in the second dry year in a row. In November of 2021, we were in the third dry year, when the SFPUC declared a water shortage emergency. They had 4.5 years worth of water in storage. And during that 3-year drought, they never dropped below 4 years worth of water in storage. Tuolumne is very storage rich. And, we can survive droughts that other areas can't. So the idea of just one dry year followed by these off-ramps, if there's a second dry year, makes no sense to me. Sometimes you might have 2 dry years in a row and you're still spilling water. So certainly something to consider. And this would be 1 out of 3 years based on the history that we'd have these drought off-ramps. Next slide. Okay, here's another similar temperature graph. This is the 1989 third year of the drought. And green, again, is supportive water temperature. Yellow, stressful. Pinkish is detrimental. The blue line there is the 40% unimpaired flow. The black line is existing conditions, and the dashed purple line is the TVA. And as you see, from mid-April through mid-May, just like the quote, the temperatures were higher than existing conditions. Next slide. I'm winding down here. And I think, the staff did a good job of distinguishing between required flows and resulting flows. So on the top there, you see the requirements, and the 40% requires flows about 4 times those of the TVA. But a lot of that 448,000 in the 40% is covered by spill. So if you drop down and you see the resulting flow, the addition is only really about 119,000 acre feet over existing conditions, whereas on the left there, the TVA is only contributing that 12 that we saw before, the 2 to 12. This is the 12. Next slide, please. And our concern is that those resulting flows are not protected. For example, just a few years ago, the irrigation districts applied for 2.7 million acre feet of water rights. And again, the average yield of the Tuolumne is 1.85 million acre feet. So it's a lot of water, November through June 14th. Next slide. And so what we might hope would be, resulting flows as a result of spill. With a lot less spill, that water could end up in off-stream reservoirs, other places. This is, one pretty big project, 2 reservoirs that would be able to impound over 1 million acre feet that's being explored. Next slide. Okay, I've got down to my last 2. This is a slide that was produced by Greg Reese, who's now with Friends of the River. And basically, this is the flows in the lower Tuolumne. The blue is flow remaining in the river, and the gray is diverted water. And what you see is when the reservoirs aren't expected to fill on the Tuolumne, we just get the base flows, except for that little boost in the summer. And so the Tuolumne is essentially starved for 5 years there, 2012 to 2016. The unimpaired flow averaged only 12%. 12% of not a whole lot of water. And then in 2017, we had a massive amount of spill, and it was 79%. And what the Bay Delta Plan tries to do is even that out. And if you, in the next slide, please. So this shows what the Bay Delta Plan would have led to had it been in effect. So you'd have 40% for those 5 years. And then 2017, it would have been 44%. So we would have met the 40%, we would have had a little bit of spill, and we would have ended up in the same position, full storage at the end of that time period. Now, I've sent you a lot of information on water supply and planning, and this is not the forum for it. I hope to get a chance to talk more about that next time, but we've modeled the SFPUC's water supply. Demand has been under 200 million gallons of water per day for the last 11 years. So using 200 million gallons per day, if the drought of record, 87 to 92, were to repeat, and the Bay Delta Plan flow were in place, and the SFPUC did not require any rationing and didn't develop any new alternative water supplies, they could manage the drought of record, which Valley Water and East Bay Mud and everyone else is planning for. The SFPUC has their design drought. By imposing rationing, they make it through an unprecedented seventh year of drought. We've never seen anything like it. And just last week, there was a presentation at the SFPUC, and a staff member said, well, we probably need to plan for the biblical drought. Well, they are planning for it already. The design drought might be expected once in 8,000 years on the low end. Noah's flood, biblical flood, was 4.5 thousand years ago. So the design drought is more biblical than the Great Flood. So we'll address those issues perhaps at a future workshop. Next slide. Thank you so much for your patience with me and for listening and having this workshop. I'll look forward to any questions you might have later.
Thank you, Mr. Dreckmeyer. Mr. Nelson.
Thanks so much. Can you bring my presentation up? Thanks. Barry Nelson, Golden State Salmon Association. While that presentation is coming up, I represent a fishing industry that you are charged with protecting, and an industry that's struggling. I'll just note on a personal note, not only have we had 3 closed commercial seasons now in a row, I've fished for salmon recreationally for more than 30 years. I've been able to fish 1 day in the last 3 years. That's not a salmon fishery. I'd like to thank you for having this workshop today and thank the staff for their hard work on the draft document. We found it really helpful. Next slide, please. My colleagues, the 4 previous speakers, have, I think, convincingly shown that the TVA would fail, that it doesn't meet legal requirements and can't be adopted. I'm going to focus on something different. I'm going to focus on a different point, that the draft doesn't accurately model the TVA's likely benefits, especially over the longer term. It overstates potential benefits and obscures potential impacts. I have the wrong word up there. And that the board should, before finalizing this document, prepare modeling that accurately quantifies the benefits of the TVA. Next slide, please. Again, I've talked with the board a number of times about this issue of protecting existing flows above regulatory minimums, so I'm going to do this very briefly. The VA structure protects existing flows related to existing regulatory requirements. You can't divert flows that are required under CISA or the ESA. This is not just the TVA, this is the whole VA structure. And the unimpaired flow approach, as I've talked about, protects, and I'll show this in a moment, protects a significant amount of existing flows above regulatory minimums that are under the unimpaired, protected by the unimpaired flow requirement. The VAs, including the TVA, are designed to get rid of that. They're designed to eliminate protections for the Bay Delta for flows, existing flows, above regulatory minimums. It's in the VA proposal. It's acknowledged in the draft plan update that we saw that the board withdrew recently. It's also acknowledged in a recent administrative hearing officer letter to DWR. The unimpaired flow approach avoids this flaw, this failure to protect huge amounts of existing flows. Next slide, please. You've seen this before. Just to review very briefly, that blue line is natural unimpaired flows, black line is existing flows. The orange line is an unimpaired flow requirement of no particular percentage. We haven't specified this. And everything underneath that orange line is protected by the unimpaired flow approach. That orange and green crosshatched water, that's new water that the unimpaired flow approach requires, it's protected. The yellow water, yellow and green water at the bottom, that's the baseline regulatory requirements, not so much on the Tuolumne, but applicable on the system more broadly, of ESA and CISA required flows. That green water, the solid green, is existing environmental flows that are protected by the unimpaired flow approach. There's a little bit of water, that red water, that is unprotected at times when the flows would be above the unimpaired flow approach. This is probably a modestly wet year, not a wet year, not a dry year, not even an average year. And so the modeling in the staff document shows the benefits. You know what you're getting. If you implement an unimpaired flow approach, you're protecting everything under that orange line. You know what you're getting with an unimpaired flow approach. That is not true with the VA approach. And next slide, please.
Sorry, Mr. Nelson, can I just ask?
Oh, please.
Is this data or is this just meant to?
This is not data.
show
This is
kind of
completely
generally?
illustrative.
Okay.
Right.
Just appreciate that.
I looked at some example hydrographs to show it, and I found it just too messy to be helpful. You can look at existing hydrographs and see this factor, and look at other graphics, but I tried to boil this down as much as possible so that I could explain it.
That's fair. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you for clarifying that. You don't know what you're getting with the VA approach. Again, this is the same natural unimpaired flows, existing flows. That cross-hashed orange and green is new VA flows layered on top of those existing flows. And again, the yellow and green is ESA flows, not so much relevant on the Tuolumne, but elsewhere in the system. But importantly, the modeling in your document assumes that all of that red water, that unprotected existing flow, is protected. It assumes in analyzing the benefits of the VA approach, it implicitly assumes that that water is protected. But it's not. Next slide, please. The VA approach, the modeling approach is very clear in the document. This is just two references. I won't read them. The modeling is very clear that the modeling done in this document is done comparing the voluntary agreement to existing flows. A huge chunk of which in wetter years and even in average years is unprotected. Next slide, please. So in practice, what this means is that the large-scale diversion of existing flows above regulatory requirements would be consistent with the VAs, and that includes the Tuolumne River VA. And if the board were to adopt the VAs, that large-scale diversion of existing flows would be consistent with the Bay Delta Plan. So the only guaranteed baseline flows for the VAs are existing regulatory requirements. It's the existing FERC requirements on this river and other existing requirements on others. That's the guaranteed baseline for those VA flows. Next slide, please. And as Peter Dreckmeyer mentioned, the fact that the VAs would not protect those existing flows, that fact matters. There are many proposals for new storage and conveyance projects on the system as a whole. Peter mentioned the new water rights application on the Tuolumne River in particular. We know that we're going to see a whole generation of proposals for new diversions as Sigma implementation moves forward, and I'm sure there's a lot more I'm not thinking of there. Collectively, those proposals threaten millions of acre-feet of existing water. Most of those threats, it's important to note, come from VA participants. It isn't somebody else coming forward with these proposals. The VA participants who are presenting the VA proposal are the very same agencies that are proposing these new projects. The board's analysis must analyze this connection between the VA proposal here and how the board would ultimately deal with future water projects that would divert existing flows. Next slide, please. So that failure to accurately analyze this failure to protect existing flows overstates the benefits of the VA, as bad as they looked under the as summarized by my colleagues. As bad as the VA looks, it could actually deliver results that are significantly worse than that. Next slide, please. I want to be careful here. I want to thank Greg Reese with Friends of the River for this run. This is a run from your report with one run added, and I want to describe it carefully. It's the pink line at the bottom. It shows the Tuolumne VA plus the water rights application that Peter Dreckmeyer mentioned. What it shows is that if that water right were to be fully exercised, we'd see catastrophic conditions in the river, drought-like conditions in the river every year. I'm not suggesting that that's what the future would hold if the Tuolumne River VA were approved. We don't know what infrastructure might ultimately be built on the Tuolumne. We don't know what conditions the board and its hearing officer might impose on new water rights development. But remember when I said earlier that you know what you're getting with an unimpaired flow approach, and with the VA approach, you don't know what you're getting? That's what this means. This shows that there's an enormous amount of uncertainty, that the VA approach, unless the water users are proposing that their demand will not increase and that their infrastructure will not increase, that the diversions will not increase, and that's not their position, you must adopt a Bay Delta plan that considers future water needs. That's a legal requirement. And you must analyze the potential impacts of future water needs. And this is just a beginning, a start of how to do that. What this shows is that the VA approach, as modeled by the staff report, doesn't deliver reliable, predictable benefits in light of the enormous proposals for additional water development in the system. The unimpaired flow approach provides dramatically more reliable environmental benefits, and the modeling in this document must, I believe, be modified to reflect this dramatic difference in these two proposals. Next slide, please. So, as I said, my colleagues have summarized that the draft report clearly demonstrates that the TVA doesn't meet legal requirements and can't be adopted. But my point is that even given that, the modeling in that draft report overstates the benefits, understates potential impacts under the TVA approach. And we respectfully request that the board ask the staff to update the modeling to more accurately analyze the potential benefits and impacts of the VA approach. Thank you.
Thank you all. Really appreciate your time here, your continued contributions to this discussion. Critique and ultimately criticisms of proposals are important. They help sharpen all of us here. And so this is a place of open debate and discussion, and your contributions are helping us as a board really understand where there may be blind spots. And I guess to your last point, when it comes to the scientific basis reports, sort of, I don't know, cooking the books a bit or making the VA seem a bit better, is there anything we can kind of focus on specifically that the staff and we should have done differently or otherwise to more accurately model and or otherwise support the data that's in there about the VAs?
Thanks for the question. And I want to start by saying that I appreciate your somewhat tongue-in-cheek comparison. I want to make it clear, the staff, we don't believe the staff cooked the books here. The staff did an analysis that they thought was appropriate. We just think that there's an apples and oranges problem here between these two proposals. The unimpaired flow approach protects a block of water. The VA approach does not protect kind of an analogous block of water, and the analysis needs to reflect that. I think there are a couple of ways that I've been thinking about, and I'm sure that competent modelers, which I do not count myself among, competent modelers could come up with many other approaches. One is to show some error bars. The analysis that we put together, basically, that Greg Reese put together, and I thought, well, thank Greg for that, basically assumed a 2.7 million acre foot increase in demand. That's what that model run essentially assumes, and it assumes the infrastructure in place to divert all of that water. That's, as I said, that's not what we're not suggesting that's what the future is going to look like, but it does suggest that there is a big error bar in the VA approach that is not true under the unimpaired flow approach. I think there's a way to capture that uncertainty. And another way to do that would be potentially trying to simply quantify the amount of unprotected flows under these two approaches. There is, as my conceptual graphic shows, there is some unprotected water in the unimpaired flow approach in wet periods where the water percentage goes above the unimpaired flow requirement. And I think one thing the staff could do is simply show the amount of potentially vulnerable water that's out there. And then finally, just highlighting the number of proposals that are out there that would potentially increase diversions from the system. And I think it's relevant that those proposals, not in every case, but in most cases, for the large ones that I'm aware of, come from VA participants. These are not projects that the VA participants are unaware of. The board knows them well, and the VA folks know them as well also.
Thank you. I appreciate that answer. Looking to fellow board colleagues, questions and comment. By all means, Vice Chair.
Just a follow-up question on that slide on the unprotected water. I think it's slide 10. Could you comment on how you view this under the resulting flows versus required?
Yes. Resulting flows are the modeled flows that would be in the river, assuming the existing regulatory requirements plus the TVA contributions plus spill. That spill above the TVA, above the existing FERC requirements, those are the unimpaired, the unprotected flows that I'm referring to. So that my graphic is designed to get at that issue in a slightly different way. It's just that there's dramatically more unprotected existing water under the TVA approach. So those you could easily, there are two ways to look at this basically. The resulting approach slices the cake in a slightly different way. Existing regulatory requirements plus TVA plus spill. My conceptual approach, in order to put it on a real-world hydrograph, looks at that differently. It shows how the VA additional water is laid on top of existing flows. It's just a different way to stack it. The numbers are exactly the same in both approaches. They're just presented graphically in a different way there.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, and thank you for the presentation. All three presentations, really, really helpful, really good input. And I was taking notes, and I'll be following up as well, if that's okay, later. But to the comment about the slide 10 here, I suppose even in the unimpaired flow scenarios, there's resultant water, right? In essence, because there's water above the minimum threshold that would still be available. So in order to have an apples to apples comparison, you'd really have to do this same kind of exercise with all the different scenarios, right? The Tuolumne VA, but also the 30, 40, 50% unimpaired flow to see how they would line up.
Absolutely.
And we didn't
I
do that
think
here.
it'd be helpful if the staff did that. As I said, what it would show, I believe, especially in the sort of average and wetter years, not the truly wet years, is that there's a dramatic difference in terms of the amount of water that would be vulnerable to diversion in those two different approaches. And importantly, the amount of water that would be subject to diversion is capped by the unimpaired flow approach in a way that's different from the VA approach does.
And it does seem like one way to approach it, one way to approach it would be to sort of choose some values for new diversions and then test those and decide where they're going to be. I mean, you could potentially model an infinite number of possibilities, right? And it's probably not realistic to imagine that you're going to have 2.7 million acre feet of new diversions on the Tuolumne River in most years, but setting up some kind of sensitivity analysis so you see how the different proposed flow regimes would perform. That might give you an indication. And I do believe you're right. You'd have to look at the same. After a certain point, the unimpaired flow approach is going to still leave some unprotected spill or more properly flood control releases. And you'd want to know what those are. And those are important. I mean, I hear Mr. Rosenfield was talking, or Dr. Rosenfield, excuse me, was talking about and has talked about the importance of the really high flows for sturgeon and other species. And when you're starting to shave off some of those top level things, it makes a difference. You'd probably also want to consider diversions farther downstream and on the San Joaquin River or elsewhere, because we're talking about a program that's designed to improve not only tributary flows, but also flows into and through the Delta.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, you probably don't catch this, but in a presentation earlier, one of the folks from the irrigation districts mentioned that they can handle 1,100 CFS, 11,000 CFS in the lower Tuolumne. There was a week in 2017 where that went up to 15,000 CFS, and everyone was really nervous. There was a little bit of flooding, but certainly that was a time when it would have been great if we'd had extra capacity in Don Pedro to hold on to that water. And it just so happens that in that 1 week period, all the water we conserved as SFPUC customers in the Bay Area over the course of that whole drought, that all had to be spilled as part of that 15,000 CFS, and it threatened flooding. So when I tell people, water conservation doesn't really help the Tuolumne River, it's because the water we conserve gets held behind dams, and then it has to be spilled all at once. We've seen that pattern over and over again. And, it would have been really nice if we had some effective settlement discussions where we could meet and be straightforward. And we started doing that, and like lawyers were showing up. It's like, it's really hard to negotiate with lawyers. But we acknowledge that, if we get a percentage of unimpaired flow, there is going to be unprotected water, and maybe that's a trade-off, but we have the guarantee, and then we work together to capture the water in really big years, store it underground, package concern about flooding with water supply, with water for habitat, Sigma stuff. I mean, to me, the solutions are not that hard, and they'll happen really quickly. Like if you implemented the Bay Delta plan, all of a sudden it's like boom, 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 things fall into place. But while there's still hope that they might get the Tuolumne River Voluntary Agreement, they're not going to come forward with solutions. But I commend them for starting an early implementation project.
Can I make one final point, actually building on Peter's presentation? Peter presented one project that's being considered in the Tuolumne River watershed, those two potentially connected new reservoirs to capture unimpaired flows. There may be other similar proposals for the Tuolumne. I don't know the system well enough. But one other way of trying to get at the uncertainty in the potential benefits from the unimpaired flow approach versus the TVA approach would be to model some real world proposals. I don't know if those are those projects are well enough developed yet for the state board staff to model, but it'd be well worth looking at real world proposed projects and how and what the impacts of those projects might be, or what the yield of those projects might be under an unimpaired flow approach and the TVA approach. I think you'd see in some cases some dramatic differences.
Thank you, board member. I'll say, when you say that the unimpaired flow approach and it contrasting here with the VA proposal, to my mind, it really is all about how much water we're keeping in the system, and there's different ways of looking at it. You can look at water year types and blocks of water. You can look at a percentage of unimpaired flow. The reason why we have this challenge with either proposal around resultant flows or existing flows without requirements is because both proposals are not that different insofar as it's about the amounts certainly that are within them, but the mechanism or how we go about it, I think we can sometimes, I'd like to push back into the background a bit, only because it kind of sets up this false dichotomy that there is a completely different approach. The approach is different insofar as looking at what's hydrologically available, setting a percentage, but in the end, I think what we're all wanting to understand and discuss, and we are, and this has been helpful, is what is actually going to be in the system? What is the ecosystem going to experience?
What are the fish going to swim
all the
in?
complexities
Right.
of how we might draw or get to numbers or the amounts. Those are all differences, yes, in the approach, but ultimately not in what we're all really talking about here. If that
And
makes
I'm not
sense.
suggesting that a negotiated solution can't produce different results, that there's something that's sort of inherently and fatally flawed about
And
a
I think,
voluntary
for me,
agreement
that's why,
approach.
the crosswalk back to just, what does that translate to as a percentage?
Right.
Where are you there? It helps kind of us all wrap our arms around the same thing as opposed to feeling like there are two fundamentally different discussions we're having between the proposals.
One of the things the staff did today, and I want to congratulate my colleagues for highlighting this because I didn't do that, is to pull out the analysis in the report that shows the real differences between the VA approach and the unimpaired flow approach, the different 30, 40, 50% unimpaired flow approach numbers here. And and as the board has pointed out, the TVA is frankly not approvable today under the Bay Delta plan because it falls outside of the adaptive range that the board approved. There isn't inherently a fatal difference between those two approaches, but there is in this particular case.
Appreciate that. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, thanks. This is helpful. And I think I just, wanted to just call out for recognize that there was a suggestion here around the drought off ramps being connected to storage triggers. And I really appreciate that. I think we talked about how in 2018 there was discussion of interest in discussing more around drought off ramps. Obviously, there's some discussion of not exactly drought off ramps, but of water supply adjustments on the Sac Delta side. But I think just as we think about what makes sense for drought off ramps, and especially in this tributary where temperature is such a determining factor, it just seems like we should be looking for ways to have temperature and storage be aligned with whatever flow off ramps are there. So I appreciate you bringing that up, and I think it would be great to hear more about how those two could be more explicitly connected. And then in terms of another question, and this may be for staff actually, is we talked about protected and unprotected water, but earlier in the discussion we talked about whether it's protected at LaGrange or at the confluence or at Vernalis or an outflow. And I'm wondering, is that something that will be fleshed out in a proposed program of implementation? Is that something that we have clarity on, and there's specifics now as to what's protected and not protected at what point in the process? I think to me it brings up complicated kind of implementation. How do we choose to implement things? And that's not yet, we don't have a proposed program of implementation here. So can you just help me understand at what point do we understand or define that and sort of flesh that piece out?
Well, what I can say is that the proposal, the HRL proposal that we have, is to have a compliance point at LaGrange, period. That's the geographic location. Now, whether that's what the board adopts is a different question, but that's the current proposal. And if I'm getting that wrong, invite the HRL parties to correct it, but I feel pretty confident that's what they've put in their proposal.
Right.
The issue of protected versus not protective, I think that's a sort of a different question. I think the comments about this issue that Mr. Druckmeyer brought up are reasonable comments. And I think Chair Esquivel's observation that there's unprotected flow, both with an unimpaired flow approach when you're looking at resultant flows, which is what we've modeled and what the fish and the ecosystem experiences. So I do think that's the right thing to look at. The degree of unprotected flows, yes, will be larger when you compare it to the HRL proposal versus the unimpaired flow approach. That I think is pretty straightforward. What I would say with respect to that, though, is that any application that comes forward to the board for consideration, and Mr. Druckmeyer alluded to this as well, would be subject to conditions that the board places on those applications. And, per water code, I won't get this exactly right, but the board has to determine how much that there's unappropriated water available to serve the application when making a decision on water availability for an application. And in making that decision, the board has to evaluate the amount of water that is needed to protect in-stream beneficial uses. And so that's all sort of calculus that could happen at a future time, but these decisions would rest with the board at that time. And the board could decide to put on a future application a bypass flow requirement, for example, hypothetically here, an unimpaired flow bypass, if that was the decision. But those are decisions that would come in the future. And again, I think the issue, and I think rightly the chair pointed out, that when you're looking at modeled resultant flows, there's unprotected flows no matter what sort of regulatory requirement you're looking at, because there's always high flows that exist that sort of drowned out the regulatory requirements at times. So I don't know if that's helpful.
Well, I think that speaks to the conversation that folks were having, but I guess what I'm interested in is the flows that are being sent down. The proposal is to just protect them until LaGrange, and then how do we decide what we protect after that? In other words, of the HRL flows. So I think it's confusing because we're talking about two different things and we're calling them all unprotected or protected. But so take away the discussion that we just had, but talking about how we're protecting the point of compliance and protection of flows into the rest of Tuolumne River, into the main stem, into the delta, and then into outflow. The proposal is to just have compliance with HRL at LaGrange and so not protect it all the way through to outflow? Or do we decide how that is? Is that factored into this scientific basis? What's the...
I think that aspect of how we would protect those flows would be as part of any implementation methodology. I also think, as was described today, when we're talking about delta outflow protection, that's an ongoing conversation about how many of the pulse, would one or two pulse flows be protected. And my understanding is that's a conversation that's currently occurring with the Department of Water Resources.
Did we analyze in the scientific basis
We
report?
analyzed 1 and 2 is what I saw today in the staff presentation.
But did we analyze outflow?
I can chime in here. We analyzed either protection of 1 pulse flow or 2 pulse flows as delta outflow. We are in discussions about how that manifests at Vernalis, because we also have a flow requirement at Vernalis. That's part of our ongoing discussion process. In terms of the protection of the flows, that is something I think you have to look at in the water right context also, in terms of water right priorities. So that would be part of that further process during the implementation process. And so some of these issues are a bit complicated, but in terms of what DWR and Reclamation are considering bypassing as delta outflow as part of the HRL program, we did evaluate that in the scientific basis report, and it's the range of possibilities, either 1 pulse or 2 pulses. Resolving the other protection issues amongst other water right holders in the watershed, those would have to be part of a further process. These parties do represent the majority of the water use in the watershed. And then, interactions with the infiltration galleries and the applications, again, would be part of, those consideration processes also.
And I'll just say the benefit of where we are, and I know we all have a sense of urgency. This work has taken a long time. And getting to the implementation methodology, though, really gets us to, I think, the moment that we're needing to, as a state, bring ourselves, whereas we're administering water rights at all water year types. It's consistent. We're protecting these blocks of water. And importantly, we start to really unpack what we can be doing with this system when we're actually managing it in a comprehensive way. And the challenge, I think, right now is that, we are talking about the lower San Joaquin. We have another, proceeding that's going on for the Sacramento and Delta components. And that's why this moment for these things to converge and importantly get to a moment where we're adopting a methodology of implementation and actually managing the system will begin to at least help us start to learn a lot of things that, we're still not even necessarily getting with all the detail and, discussion that we have here, really being able to unpack with any real certainty. So, anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, my then takeaway is there's a lot to still figure out in terms of implementation here. So we're still pretty far away. I think just honestly, like again, there's a lot of work still to do to be able to make this work, even if we get the scientific basis where it needs to be. I think if there's, these questions around how does it interface with the rest of the program of implementation that we have are big, thorny issues that are going to take a lot. So I think just the more that there can be work to see, can we fit within the existing plan, work through the drought off-ramps that was direction from the board to do. I just think it's going to be a lot more likely that we get through that anytime soon. It's just what I'm taking from this and my honest sense of where things are.
Yeah, thank you, board member.
Chair Esquivel, could I offer
please.
one final thought?
Yeah,
Thank you. Mr. Errol pointed out a moment ago, and he's absolutely right, that if you don't figure out exactly how to manage all of those unprotected flows now and face that decision down the road with individual water projects. The board still has the legal responsibility to protect those beneficial uses. He's absolutely right. Glad he pointed that out. But the Bay Delta Plan's 30 years old, and there is a vast array of beneficial uses. We've been talking about mostly steelhead and salmon, and as Dr. Rosenfield pointed out, there are a number of other fish species that must be considered, not to mention tribal beneficial uses, algae blooms, and the full range of beneficial uses. The board has found it really difficult to do that in the context of the Bay Delta Plan. It would be dramatically more difficult to do that in individual water rights processes. You'd run the risk of winding up with different standards applying to different projects. It's an enormous burden to put on applicants and a hearing officer in individual cases. And frankly, I just don't think it's realistic, given the difficulty of protecting beneficial uses in the Bay Delta Plan, that somehow the board would be able to get that job done in individual water rights processes if it can't do it here.
Well, thank you for that point. We are in a discussion on the scientific basis at this moment, but this has been helpful because, to demonstrate for everyone just the additional work we certainly have in front of us. And so just thank you again for the panel, the discussion here. I just wanted to check one last time amongst my colleagues in case there's any other comment or question from folks. Not seeing any. Thank you. All right, let's just give ourselves a brief break, and then we will get into individual commenters. I will just note we have about 75 folks signed up. I think there's about 50-ish on the platform currently. Folks will get 3 minutes. I am going to prioritize people in the room because I will assume those participating virtually have a little more flexibility and don't want to have folks that are here in person staying incredibly late if they don't have to, or want for that matter. So let's give ourselves just a quick 10-minute break, and we'll come back here at 3:05. All right, everyone. We're at 3:08 now, a little longer break, but I hope everyone was able to feel a bit refreshed. All right. I would like to first call up Julianne Phillips. She's a representative from the office of Senator Alvarado Gil's office. And then similarly, if there are any electeds that have joined us on the virtual platform or in person and haven't had a chance to speak, I'll take you here at the top. Please do just raise your hand on the Zoom platform and I'll be able to identify you. And then, so let's go ahead and go to Julianne.
Thank you, Chairman Esquivel. Members of the board, my name is Julianne Phillips. I'm a district representative for Senator Alvarado Gil. I'll be providing comments on behalf of the senator today. First, we'd like to begin by expressing our support for the Tuolumne River Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal. We think this is the cornerstone of the governor's Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program. And one thing we want to highlight is that this is a program that is ready to go and it's fully self-funded and it's implementable. And we are urging the State Water Board to consider the Tuolumne Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program alongside the Sacramento and Delta Healthy River Landscapes program as part of a holistic integrated program that should be implemented together for better results for our fisheries, our resources, and also our important water security and sustainability. Thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you for yours. Thank you for sticking with us here, Ms. Phillips, and delivering the senator's statement. Next, in the room here, I'd like to call up Tom Smeagol, be followed by Dave White, then Amber Rosso, and Don Gilbert. And that's all I have listed for people in the room looking to speak. If you're looking to speak, and please do pop up so we can call you. Mr. Smeagol.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Tom Smeagol. I'm the CEO and General Manager of the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency, BOSCA. BOSCA represents the 26 agencies that buy water wholesale from San Francisco. And as others have told you earlier this morning, some of my board members, that represents 1.8 million people in the Bay Area and 40,000 businesses that go along with them. The Tuolumne accounts for 85% of the San Francisco regional water system water that we all purchase. And it's very important to us to keep that reliable. We are using that water in an extremely efficient manner. On average, our residential customers in the service area covered by BOSCA use 57 gallons per person per day. With 10 of our 26 agencies, total average residential use below the state's 47 gallons per capita per day estimate for needed indoor water use. So we use water really efficiently, and that's as a result of conservation investments that have been done over the last 20, 30 years, particularly over the last 10 years or so. But it's because of this efficiency that I think it's going to become more and more difficult for this area to weather significant drought restrictions. And that's because of demand hardening, because we have reduced the non-essential water use in the communities. And we're really looking at a situation where if we are called upon by the 2018 unimpaired flow regulation to do a 30 or a 40 or a 50% reduction, that is going to be extremely difficult for the member agencies to accommodate. In addition to that, the BOSCA communities have significant obligations under state laws to add tens of thousands of new housing units. And housing is really a critical element for the Bay Area and the South Bay in particular. And this additional housing is going to put more pressure on our water demands in our area. So I'm therefore really pleased that you've taken the step of issuing the draft scientific basis report. I thank the staff and the board for doing that. And I'm pleased that the report shows that there is comparable environmental benefit while protecting the demands that our residents and businesses have on the supply from the river. This balancing of interests will go a long way toward protecting water reliability for us, and we do really appreciate your time today. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well, Mr. Smigel. Appreciate you holding on here through the day. I know it's been long. Thank you for your comments here. Next, I'd like to call up Dave White, then Amber Rosso, and then Don Gilbert.
Thank you, Chairman Esquivel, and thank you, members of the board. And it's an honor and pleasure to be here today. My name is David White. I'm the president and CEO of Opportunity Stanislaus, which is the economic development organization that serves Stanislaus County and the surrounding region. We represent multiple hundreds of companies and employers in the area, the 106,000 people in the northern San Joaquin Valley region who work in this industry, in the ag industry, and the manufacturing. We represent an $11 billion economy in that region. I personally love the rivers. I recreate there, canoe on the Tuolumne River, and we value the rivers. We feel the HLR is a very measured and comprehensive approach. It's an approach where everybody's interests are being considered, and it's an approach that I feel has great benefit to the river, to the fish, and to all the people who work in the San Joaquin Valley. I'd like to thank the staff for their dutiful approach to this, and also all the parties involved. We are very grateful for the opportunity to collaborate with you and hopefully come to a reasonable conclusion that serves all interests. And thank you so much for the time.
Thank you as well, Mr. White. Before I go to Ms. Rosso, I apologize. I needed to glance back at the Zoom platform. Adrian Covert, I'd like to call you up. I believe you may be an elected official.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel. Can you hear me all right?
We can. Thank you. Thanks for joining us.
Okay. I am definitely not an elected official, but thank you for calling on me. I wish I was in the room with you. I was in there just a few minutes ago, but unfortunately had some childcare obligations. But thank you for the opportunity to comment. I'm representing the Bay Area Council, representing more than 370 of the Bay Area's largest employers, and speaking in support of the Healthy Rivers and Landscape Program for the Tuolumne River. Because in poll after poll of California residents, the top three concerns are reliably housing affordability, and homelessness, which is the most explicit manifestation of housing affordability problems and a crisis which kills about 7,000 Californians every year. And for years, the Bay Area Council has been advocating for the best and most surefire way of bringing down housing costs and to reduce homelessness is by building more homes. And that's backed up by the overwhelming academic and industry consensus. And thankfully, in recent years, the legislature and the governor have enacted significant reforms to boost housing production. Now, Bay Area, which brings me to the Bay Area, Bay Area jurisdictions using Tuolumne River water are currently required to allow for the construction of 212,653 new housing units between now and 2031 as part of state mandated regional housing needs assessments. Now, were the Bay Area's Tuolumne River users their own hydrological region, it would be the most water efficient region in the state. And an analysis from our very own Bay Area Council Economic Institute found that no metropolitan region in the entire United States generated more GDP per gallon of water used than Bay Area Tuolumne River users. By any reasonable standard, the Bay Area is an exemplary user and steward of the Tuolumne River. And in fact, if we were to be, from a water efficiency perspective only, if California was optimizing for just water efficiency only, we'd be putting as much of our population growth in this service area as possible. And that said, we remain gravely concerned that without the balance achieved by the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program, that this region will be forced to embrace restrictions on housing development that will exacerbate an existing affordability crisis from two directions, both from a constrained housing supply, but also from rising water prices as agencies are forced to invest in developing expensive alternative supplies, which is something that has already happened in the city of Foster City, which due to the adoption of the Bay Delta Plan, had to impose a water-related restriction on development because when they updated their housing element under the new allotments from the Bay Delta Plan, they didn't have sufficient water to meet their projected housing development pipeline. So the scientific basis report and conclusion for the Tuolumne River Healthy Rivers and Landscapes program demonstrates how that program can yield important ecological goals without threatening the affordability and reliability of water for urban users in the Bay Area. And for that reason, I respectfully request the program move forward. Thank you for considering my views.
Thank you, Mr. Covert. Next, I'd like to call up Amber Rousseau, be followed by Don Gilbert.
Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Amber Rosso. I'm a state relations advocate with the Association of California Water Agencies. ACWA represents over 465 water agencies across California that deliver approximately 90% of water across California for agricultural, domestic, and industrial uses. First, we wanted to take the time to thank the board for hosting this workshop and providing the opportunity for us to provide public comment, as well as recognizing the efforts of the administration, the governor, and staff for leading us to this point, which has been an incredible lift. ACWA recommends that the board evaluate the Tuolumne HRL alongside the Sacramento Delta update to the Bay Delta Plan. The HRL program is designed to function as a coordinated, holistic framework, not as a fragmented, standalone. I think I jumped bullet points. Amend the Bay Delta Plan to advance the Tuolumne River Healthy River and Landscapes program and provides a balanced science-based approach that advances the co-equal goals of providing a more reliable water supply for California and protecting, restoring, and enhancing the Delta watershed ecosystem. We'd recommend that the board evaluate the HRL alongside the Sacramento update to the Bay Delta Plan as it is designed for a coordinated approach. Some of the benefits you've heard today, so I won't dive deep into them in the interest of time, but these habitat improvements, as well as the flow commitments to meet the life cycle needs of native fish species, will provide meaningful and measurable environmental outcomes. At past workshops, we've heard about the success of this approach on other rivers as well. Last year, the Mokelumne set a new record for the second year in a row for fall run Chinook, with more than 30,000 fish returning. That success can largely be attributed to the Lower Mokelumne River Joint Settlement Agreement, which employs flow management, habitat restoration, collaborative science, adaptive management, much like the HRL program does. ACWA recommends that the board consider the value of an approach that is locally led and fully funded. The Tuolumne HRL's implementation is self-funded by $80 million in local investments, allowing the program to move forward without relying on state and federal funding, and ensuring it can provide immediate and lasting benefits for the watershed and communities it supports. Finally, we'd ask the board to seriously consider, and we know that you do, the impacts of a 40% unimpaired flow requirement. This approach would lead to significant water shortages, severely impacting water uses depending on the Tuolumne River supplies. In this Interlock and Modesto irrigation districts, this flow requirement in 2015 would have resulted in $1.6 billion lost in economic output, more than 6,500 lost jobs, and substantially diminished supplies for domestic agriculture and hydropower uses. For the 2.7 million Bay Area users of the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission's regional water system, this unimpaired flow requirement would result in water shortages of 40% under current demand in drought years. This would impact housing and water rate affordability in these Bay Area communities, as was shared by the previous speaker. So please consider and protect all beneficial uses of water. One theme that stood out to me during this workshop is that we all want the same thing. We all want to see thriving species and habitat, healthy and resilient communities, and a strong economy. We're all trying to balance the system for competing requirements and trying to maximize the limited resources that we have. ACWA believes that the Tuolumne HRL is the best pathway to do that. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Rousseau. Next, I'd like to call up Don Gilbert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and board members. I appreciate the opportunity to comment. I'm here on behalf of the California Municipal Utilities Association. CMUA has 85 members, 85 publicly owned utilities that deliver electricity, water, and wastewater services to their ratepayers. And that we appreciate the opportunity to comment today, as I mentioned. CMUA supports using the best available science to determine the best plan for healthy rivers and landscape on the Tuolumne River. We think the best plan is, in fact, the SBR. The best science is, in fact, the SBR. And it's consistent with what we think is the best plan, the Tuolumne River HRL. That plan, as you've heard from many others before me today, includes balancing of beneficial uses and also its efficient use of water. We can't say the same about the unimpaired flow proposal. So for that reason, we urge you, the CMUA urges you to adopt the Tuolumne River HRL and to move forward quickly, as many have asked as well. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. Appreciate your comments here and contributions. Looking to see if there's anyone further in the room that was expecting or looking to speak and hasn't had a chance to do so. And then seeing none, we'll begin to get to our virtual commenters. Just so folks know, I am going to go in order of comment received. And so also, please do try to stick to your 3-minute mark here so that we can have enough time to get through everyone. I think if we try to get through the folks that we have here, we'll take about 3 hours at this point. So it'll bring us into 6:30-ish time. So just thank you for everyone being efficient in their comments. First commenter will be Dave Warner, and then would be followed by Patrick Capelle, and then Tom Hofstra.
Hello, are you ready for me?
We are. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I'm Dave Warner, a resident of Palo Alto that's been following your progress on applying the Delta Reform Act. My interests could be characterized by remarkably a phrase used by the current president of SWRCB, Josh Arce. Take what you need. Today, we're taking more than we need on the Tuolumne. I've been focused on the SWRCB, but it's true also of the irrigation districts. We can find ways to take just what we need and leave the rest. I have 3 points. First, the TVA does not feel very co-equal. For the discussion your last 2 panelists led, combined with the board's thoughtful comments and questions, it seems like not only are there significant concerns with the TVA, but that there should also be further refinements to the SBR. The fact that your staff found flow and temperature to be the most important variables to the salmon doubling goals makes it difficult to support the TVA as an adequate approach to pursuing co-equal goals. It also seems like adaptive management should be a part of the TVA, should it be adopted. 2, the SFPUC doesn't need the water that the TVA saves them, and that also may be true for TID and MID. It's politics. Let's start with the SFPUC. Their water demand is on a long-term downward trend, and they are keeping so much water in storage that they can survive a drought with a return period of no less than once in 8,000 years. And that's at a demand level 30% higher than what it's been in the last 10 years, despite population growth and a robust economy. Population increases? Controversial. The California Department of Finance projects very little population growth in the next 25 years for the regions who those elected officials spoke of. Another example of politics, one water manager I spoke to said, "We don't need the water, but my bosses, elected officials, think we do, so I have to over-forecast demand." So the SFPUC doesn't need the water, but as its customers are paying $2,500 an acre foot, they're still willing to pay a lot for more water. And now the irrigation districts. The irrigation districts have many ways to reduce their need for water through improving their efficiency. We're talking at least tens of thousands of acre feet. But when the price of water is $40 per acre foot, the economics of improving efficiency don't pencil out. The SFPUC would gladly pay hundreds of dollars for some of those acre feet the irrigation districts could save, a win-win for everyone. But no, so far such a deal is not in the works. Until MID and TID take advantage of the price differential, they should be taking advantage of the water gained through efficiency before pursuing other means, including the TVA. Politics. So for all 3, the SFPUC, MID, and TID, the TVA is their cheapest and easiest answer. But per this report, it's the riskiest option yet for improving the Tuolumne Delta ecosystems. And third and last point, also mentioned by Peter Dreckmeyer, for the last 15 years, not much of significance has improved on the Tuolumne. But once the Bay Delta plan is resolved, I bet we'll see deals getting made. The irrigation districts will find win-win solutions with the SFPUC, and more water-saving opportunities will come to pass, likely including Stanislaus County groundwater banking or other opportunities that have been mentioned. Please defend co-equal goals. Please reject the TVA as too risky, not sufficiently co-equal. The SFPUC, MID, and TID should all infer from your decision that they should resolve their differences and find that if they take just what they actually needed, there's enough for both of them and the ecosystem with the Bay Delta plan in effect. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. Appreciate your comments and for hanging on here through a long day. Next, I'd like to, Patrick Kopel is not on the platform, so I will next go to Tom Hofstra, be followed by Tricia, and then Martin Gothberg.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Tom Hofstra, an ecologist with the Central Sierra Environmental Resource Center in Twin Hart, California. I've lived and worked in the Tuolumne River watershed for more than 20 years. I fish, boat, hike, and enjoy nature on the Tuolumne River and its tributaries. As an ecologist, I study the intricate, often fragile, and in many cases degraded mechanisms of nature, including those of the Tuolumne River. Chinook salmon were once abundant in the Tuolumne River as far upstream as Preston Falls, almost to Yosemite National Park. This once thriving ecosystem connected the mountains to the ocean with a conveyor belt of nutrients that fed the Sierra Nevada forests for millennia. Gradually but effectively, this priceless ecosystem has been degraded through water diversions and land use until it barely functions anymore. Declining in waves since diversion of water on the Tuolumne River began, Chinook salmon populations have recently flatlined. The river is not thriving, it's dying. The key to the continued ecological functioning of the Tuolumne is leaving more water to flow in the river. Much more water than flows in the river currently under the 1995 standards, and more water even than what's proposed in the 2018 Bay Delta Plan update of 30 to 50% unimpaired flow, which that plan acknowledged was the bare minimum to support Chinook salmon. Despite the water district's claims that there would be more water under the proposed voluntary agreements, flows on the Tuolumne River would actually be significantly lower than those proposed by the Water Board's approved Bay Delta Update Unimpaired Flow standard, particularly during the critical February to June period, and especially during off-ramp years, when flows would be reduced to absurdly low levels. Proposed VA flows are inadequate for native fish in the overall river ecosystem. Scientific evidence suggests that significantly increased river flow, higher than existing conditions and those proposed by the VAs, is crucial for health of native fish and the broader Bay Delta ecosystem. You've seen a lot of statistics today, but the most important one is that when there is less water in the river, salmon survival goes down. And when there is more water, salmon survival goes up. It's that simple. As the draft scientific basis report highlights, water temperature is the most limiting factor for Chinook salmon on the Tuolumne. Flows under the VAs would not provide adequately cool water temperatures. Only higher flows, such as those proposed by the 2018 Bay Delta Update or more, would provide enough cool water to help sustain salmon and the river's aquatic ecosystem in general. The voluntary agreements propose a variety of non-flow habitat improvement measures. However, increased flows are more effective than non-flow measures, and non-flow measures are less effective without increased flows. It doesn't matter if the floodplain is restored when the floodplain is rarely inundated, insufficiently inundated, or inundated for only brief periods. Lower and therefore warmer flows also increase predation by improving habitat for predators. Attempting to exclude predators is insufficient to protect salmon if flows are not significantly increased. A combination of higher flows on the order of those required under the 2018 Bay Delta Plan update and non-flow habitat restoration are both necessary to achieve Chinook salmon doubling goal. Habitat restoration should include all the measures proposed in the VAs and 30 to 50% of unimpaired flows. The scientific basis report clearly shows that the VAs are inadequate to protect water quality on the Tuolumne River and inferior to the 2018 Bay Delta Plan update and its 30 to 50% unimpaired flow standard. Please, don't trust the health of the river ecosystem to the interests that have already nearly killed it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hofstra. And just a reminder to folks to try to keep it at 3 minutes. You may hear a beep go off here at 3 minutes just to try to help keep things timely. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Tricia, be followed then by Martin Gothberg and then Denise Louie.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Tricia Velasquez. I'm the Central Valley organizer for Save California Salmon. Our organization has been providing comments for years on phase 1 of the Bay Delta plan, which was already a compromise as it called for lower flows than the scientific basis report called for. Despite this, we supported the plan and most of this board voted to approve it. And now the board is considering to step away from a plan update that involved years of scientific study, public comment, and the balancing of beneficial uses in the San Joaquin watershed to replace it with voluntary agreements that are insufficient for salmon or healthy watersheds and needs to be rejected. This TVA focuses on measures that do not provide adequate water, despite scientific studies clearly showing that adequate flows are the primary essential need for salmon survival by providing cool, moving water, protection from predators, rearing habitat, and more. Simply increasing sediment in some areas for spawning will not protect salmon from predation or death from water that is too hot. The fact is that habitat restoration cannot work without inundation. Fish need water. Salmon populations have only continued to decline for decades now, resulting in commercial and recreational fishing being shut down, as well as having a huge impact on tribal and indigenous communities that rely on fish for food, culture, and connection. While this document briefly mentions tribal beneficial uses and the importance of indigenous land and water management practices, it provides very little practical means of tribal representatives and input, and further, it does not provide strong enforceable measures for the protection of these tribal beneficial uses. We again call on the Water Board to reject this and other voluntary agreements and instead finalize enforceable policies informed by science, not by major water diverters supporting their own interests. The goal of local cooperative solutions or agreements should be to meet scientific goals and watershed needs, not the other way around. And finally, we urge the board to remember that any plan to manage water needs to include meaningful methods of engagement and inclusion of tribal and indigenous people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments, Ms. Velasquez. Thanks for being with us through here. I know it's been a long day. Next, I'd like to call up Martin Gothberg, be followed by Denise Louie, and then Berna Jigor.
Hi, thank you all for your time. My name is Martin Gothberg, and I live in Santa Clara. I've followed state efforts to update the Bay Delta Plan since 2016, and more recently last year at the December 12th hearing, which included the proposed TVA accounting methods. So thank you for this informative workshop. In short, I remain skeptical of the TVA, and the scientific basis report confirms the skepticism. Hitting the ground running is a great soundbite, but the reality is that TVAs have been used to delay implementation of approved phase 1 flows. So while the SBR indicates TVAs would add flow compared to current operation, it's not the whole story. And I'm concerned that the off-ramps in drier years would result in little or no additional relative flow and be inadequate over all years in operating conditions. I'm skeptical that the TVA will result in the modeled effects. It probably should be rejected at this iteration. And the effects for doubling salmon population, I'm skeptical given the uncertainty in the modeling. We need the higher probability provided by greater flow. I have 2 footnotes that I'll include in my written submission, and to shorten this, just a couple final points. The TVA focuses on non-limiting physical factors, as has been pointed out, that without adequate flow would have too low a probability of improving spawning and salmon survivability. It's all about flow. We know that a salmon-based ecosystem depends on flow, floodplain inundation to meet the goals of the Bay Delta Plan. Limiting factors, water temperature, juvenile fish rearing habitat, outmigration flows, are the limiting factors that depend on water. So to keep it short, again, I'll send my comments in writing. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that, Mr. Gothberg. Appreciate those good comments. Thank you for tracking the work, and thanks for your contributions here to the discussion today. Next, I'll call up Denise Louie, be followed by Verna Jugor, and then John Buckley.
Good afternoon. Denise Louie here, member, Center for Biological Diversity. In 2018, I was present in Sacramento to urge the Water Board to approve the Bay Delta Plan, which they did. I said time was of the essence because fish needed increased cool freshwater flows for their very survival. I think you'll remember that a few months ago, I pointed out that the board had the power to implement emergency measures and the responsibility to carry out the mission of the Water Board. Today, I make it clear to everyone that last year, the Sacramento County Superior Court ruled in your favor on the 2021 lawsuit blocking implementation of the plan. The court, scientists, and environmentalists all agreed that increased water flows are necessary for saving imperiled fish and ecosystems. As you know, salmon are a keystone species vital to the health of ecosystems. So I agree with the San Francisco Bay Keepers, the California Sport Fishing Alliance, the Yosemite Rivers Alliance, and the Golden State Salmon Association comments this afternoon. Perhaps you noticed in their the Baykeepers graph that escapement along the Tuolumne was near zero for an entire decade through 2024. I urge you to be wary of claims made in the TVA or HRL. In fact, I suggest that the best option is to allow flows of up to even 60%, considering harms caused by years of delay and the dire fish situation and increasing climate change impacts and potential future development along our rivers. So while you're considering this agreement or while the court ruling is being appealed, I urge you to take immediate action via either the plan or emergency measures to ensure that water temperatures support our fish and entire ecosystems. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your good comments here, Ms. Louie, and contributions to the discussion. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Verna Jagor, be followed by John Buckley, then Mary Butterwick. Mr. Buckley, you should be invited to unmute. Screen should pop up.
Okay, this is Verna.
Oh, sorry, Verna was next. Sorry about that. That's why.
Yeah, and I'm representing my own rainfall to groundwater project. I'm submitting written comments, and so I'm going to try and be quick here. And I'm a total novice to this situation. I just started reviewing a couple days ago. And the thing that really stands out to me first is the misuse of the term base flow throughout this. And I get that the context here is like the water boards is mostly about surface water rights and the diverters are mostly about surface water rights. But base flows are critical to achieving the water temperature needs that are one of the limiting factors. And so, for one thing, I consider it basically misinformation that this whole arena here has been putting out the idea that surface water releases are base flows because it diverts attention away from groundwater pumping for one thing. And, you know, it's totally leaving the groundwater pumpers off the hook here. So, and they could really do a lot to achieving the cold base flows that you really need because it just ain't going to happen with surface water releases. And I will add here, and this will definitely be in my comments, I have been proposing for many years an alternative solution, basically to increase natural recharge, base flows, and detention storage. And I'm looking to post my document on that open access by early next year. So, you know, I'll mention it in it's already mentioned in my comments, and I hope the staff will consider that as they're finalizing their report. And I think I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jagor. Appreciate your comments and for here joining this discussion and work. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up John Buckley, be followed by Mary Butterwick, and James Clark and Mark Gonzalez.
Good afternoon. I know the board has so many pressures on you from so many different interests. I'll try and be brief to save you some time. Since 2018, when the board determined that the 30 to 50% unimpaired flow strategy was the right strategy to move forward, there's been 7 more years of delays. And now the board's considering shifting to potentially accept a voluntary agreement based on a limited increase in flows combined with a lot of well-supported, promoted non-flow measures. But the basis report shows that the TVA plan won't meet the board objectives. And it's very clear that, for example, for water temperatures are a direct result of flows has been underscored. The Tuolumne River downstream of the Don Pedro Dam to the confluence, the lower San Joaquin River is on the 303D list as impaired for water temperature. The report spells out that elevated water temperature are factored in the continued decline in adult salmon escapement, reduced viability of eggs in stream gravels, reduced survival of juveniles in nursery habitats, and reductions in salmon smolt outmigration survival. Cold water is essential, and it doesn't matter if the TVA alternative dumps gigantic amounts of gravel into the river or bulldozes new floodplain habitat if TVA river flows fail to provide sufficient cold water that's essential for salmon survival and river health. The report also spells out, as been mentioned, that higher river flows reduce predation and counter rates by increasing juvenile habitat, providing escape cover through higher turbidity, and decreasing travel times to regions with the highest predation rates. So cold water and enough water is essential. And water interests today failed to acknowledge that the TVA drought off-ramps in sequential dry years could reduce their promised flows as often as 1 out of every 3 years, a point identified in the basis report. A board member asked earlier why the doubling objective is not being met, and hatchery fish were blamed as the culprit, when in reality it's far more clear that inadequate water flows and too warm water temperatures are key limiting factors, issues that may not be resolved by the voluntary agreements. In numerous ways, the basin report reveals the TVA falls short of matching the unimpaired flow strategy. So in closing, before the board takes steps to amend the Bay Delta plan and further delay long overdue restoration action, the board should move to implement the already approved 40% unimpaired flow for at least 5 years under emergency basis or whatever to give the science-validated strategy a chance to be applied and tested for all outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Buckley. Appreciate your comments here and continued contributions. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Mary Butterwick, be followed by James Clark, then Mark Gonzalez, and then Ephraim Lopez.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Butterwick, a longtime resident of San Francisco. I appreciate this opportunity to comment on the draft TVA Scientific Basis Report, or SBR. I believe the SBR provides a strong scientific basis for supporting the Bay Delta Plan, fundamentally because it provides higher flows than the TVA. As stated in the SBR, quote, fish habitat quantity and quality on the Tuolumne River is primarily controlled by flows. As pointed out by the earlier panelists, the TVA would contribute very little in the way of new protected water in the Tuolumne. Compared to the average yield of the Tuolumne River, the TVA's contribution to protected flows can best be described as minuscule. The target limiting factors for salmon on the Tuolumne River are water temperature, juvenile fish rearing habitat on inundated floodplains, and outmigration flows, all of which require water. The TVA emphasizes non-priority measures such as adding spawning gravel. As observed in the SBR, these findings suggest that spawning habitat and in-stream rearing habitat are not as limiting to recruitment as temperature, flow, and floodplain habitat during the rearing period in the Tuolumne River. To further emphasize the importance of water temperature, the SBR states that providing suitable water temperatures is critical to the health of the lower Tuolumne River aquatic ecosystem. Water temperature influences every freshwater life stage of anadromous salmonids. The SBR provides ample evidence that the TVA would not meet the Water Board's revised water quality objectives, would not provide reasonable protections for fish and wildlife, and would not help the state achieve the official salmon doubling goal, which represents the estimated salmon escapement needed to meet the narrative salmon protection objective. The board should reject this TVA and focus its attention on implementing phase 1 of the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, adopted 7 years ago. The board has the legal authority, the scientific expertise, and the responsibility to protect beneficial uses and public trust resources. The board's decision needs to be based on facts and science, not political expediency. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Butterwick. Good to hear from you and really appreciate your contributions here today. Next, I'd like to call up James Clark, be followed by Mark Gonzalez and then Ephraim Lopez. Mr. Clark, you should have been provided here an opportunity to unmute. A pop-up window should have come up. If we don't hear from you,
okay.
There you are.
Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment. I'm a native San Franciscan, and I respect the Tuolumne River's ability to deliver water for all users in the region, particularly for those here in San Francisco. However, I'm commenting in opposition to the TVA. My big concern relates to the lack of certainty regarding the one feature that would most likely benefit the Tuolumne River, and that is the establishment of the mandated guaranteed flows stipulated in the Bay Delta Plan. As you all know, the Tuolumne River ecosystem has been in decline for many decades. This has resulted in the decline in salmon and salmon-related species to the point where there are very few salmon remaining. Essentially, the fishery is nearing collapse and non-existence. The amount of water that's being proposed for addition to the river is totally inadequate. I liken it to peeing in the ocean and expecting a dramatic improvement. Clearly, this is now rather a political issue rather than a scientific issue. As many of the previous speakers have noted, they've spoken on behalf of their own very narrow water interests. However, I think in this case, the role of the board is to look at the bigger picture in terms of the environmental degradation that is occurring, and to look at it from the perspective that we need to improve water flow on the Tuolumne. And that clearly is the only thing that is going to really solve the problem. I'd also like to point out one issue that I noted in one of the speakers who, from Hillsborough, who talked about the fact that they had decreased their water use. In reality, the residential per capita water use in Hillsborough from 1921 and 22 was 190 gallons per capita. So I think there are many users in the area that's served by the SFPUC who could go a long way to reducing their water needs and establishing really more better conservation methodologies. So in closing, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I am asking you to reject the voluntary agreements. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Appreciate your time and hanging on here and providing comment here to the board and being part of this discussion. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Mark Gonzalez, be followed by Ephraim Lopez, then Les Kishler. And Mr. Gonzalez, you should have been provided an opportunity to unmute. If we don't hear from you in a moment longer, we'll just come back to you in later order. And if you hear this, then please do just raise your hand and we can come back.
Did that work?
It worked.
Okay. Hi, I'm Mark Gonzalez. And a couple things. I agree with increased flows. And we're talking about beneficial uses of the river. I paddle on the river. I've paddled the LaGrange part of Tuolumne River for the past 15 years. And many years, if we didn't see any salmon, we'd go over to the Stanislaus to go see salmon because there's more water in that river. And I also participated in a boat study where we were dragging our canoes across shallow gravel benches, and that was considered navigable water. It was only 2 inches deep. I have a wood canoe that obviously I could never bring on the Tuolumne River during such low flows. Another thing, the TID mentioned what good stewards of the river they've been for many years, but why is the salmon population totally decimated? It's at 900 this year. The Stanislaus is over nearly 3,000, which is still very low. And the other thing, the TID is supposed to maintain the Turlock State Park. Their website says we're waiting for a host. I drove through there last year through a broken gate, saw garbage all over the place and no access. Not only does it provide a campground, it is also a very good takeout. The last time I left LaGrange, I had to take out at Roberts Ferry. Because of the short days, we got there in the dark. There's only room for 1 or 2 cars for a shuttle. Plus, you got to carry your boats up a hill. I haven't missed a trip on the Tuolumne River for years. And not only should the river increase, but also should the boating amenities be sorted out. If they have millions of dollars to create a gravel bar bench, they should have enough money to reopen the state park. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Appreciate your comments here and for contributing to the discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Ephraim Lopez, be followed by Les Kishler, then David Ragland and Tom Hicks.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ephraim Lopez, and I'm speaking on behalf of Save California Salmon, which is disappointed in the scientific basis report and the voluntary agreements proposal. The State Water Board adopted phase 1.
I thought I was turning the volume up on my speaker.
Sorry about that interruption, Mr. Lopez. Continue on.
State Water Board adopted phase 1 of the Bay Delta Plan in 2018, but it has yet to be implemented. We participated in that phase 1 plan, which, while it was a compromise, it still provided numeric, science-based standards and included a public process. Although I'll note that tribal voices were not meaningfully represented, which would be nice to see if more tribal engagement is included in all of these processes. Since then, we've made some progress with AB 52 and the State Water Board's racial equity resolution, and we've developed better science regarding the needs of salmon, particularly those brought to your attention today by Peter Drackmeyer, Chris Schutz, and others in their panel. However, due to years of political interference, we've lost most of the Delta salmon, and harmful algae blooms have worsened. By adopting the proposed voluntary agreements, the board would be stepping back from enforcing the science-based standards outlined in phase 1. This move would undermine the board's mandate to protect all of the beneficial uses, public trust, and the people and diversity of California. The proposed VAs risk weakening the original plan by replacing enforceable flow objectives with uncertain promises. This new analysis centers on voluntary agreements that prioritizes agricultural flexibility over scientific necessities, many of which were listed today. The VAs should follow and not replace enforceable standards. They must meet biological and numerical goals and include all impacted communities and scientists in their development if they were ever to be considered. And in those communities, we include tribal communities as well. When science and process are manipulated to favor the powerful, ecosystems will begin to collapse, and that's exactly what we're witnessing. Restoration is important. There was a lot of gravel mentioned today, but it cannot substitute for sufficient water. A good example is the Klamath River up north, which shows that water flows and habitat together bring recovery that works. This VA plan relies on restoration that cannot work without sufficient flows, leaving fish and downstream communities high and dry. We urge the board to reject these voluntary agreements, uphold your scientific and legal obligations, and implement phase 1 of the Bay Delta Plan with enforceable, science-based standards that protect our rivers, fish, and communities. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you for yours as well and those comments and for sticking through a long day. I appreciate it, Mr. Lopez. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Les Kishler, be followed by David Ragland, Tom Hicks, and Christopher Anderson.
Hello.
Good afternoon. We can hear you, Mr. Kishler.
Yeah, thanks. Yes, my name is Les Kishler, a retired high school science teacher. For 40 years, I've backpacked in the high Sierras, often in the headwaters of the rivers that used to flow to the San Francisco Bay and Delta. Rivers such as the Tuolumne, the Merced, the Stanislaus, and the San Joaquin. I'm speaking as a resident and taxpayer of a California water district. The agreements called voluntary that the State Water Board is considering are misnamed since they actually limit voluntary input by a large segment of the public and reduce review by environmental scientists. The State Water Board has a responsibility to not only provide water to California, but also has the responsibility to protect California water resources. Currently, the balance of these responsibilities has tipped toward large-scale corporate export agriculture in the Central Valley and also to relentless development in Southern California. It's also the responsibility of the State Water Board to protect the health and well-being of the long-suffering Bay, Delta, and river ecosystems. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Next, I'd like to call up David Ragland, followed by Tom Hicks, Christopher Anderson, and John Herrick.
This is going on until 6:30, and I just finished.
Hello, this is David Ragland. Can you hear me?
We can, Mr. Ragland. Thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you. I've come here to speak against the adoption of the voluntary agreements. I've learned a lot here today. Voluntary agreements might only increase the flows by as much as 12,000 feet. Out of 1.8 million, that's well less than 1%. This is not what was voted on in a clear, open, public, and transparent method back in 2018. As someone living in the Tuolumne River Basin, where the rain falling on my house right now is headed down the river, and having spent 40 years here from the highest part of the basin to the confluence with the San Joaquin. I love the river, but I'm deeply troubled and disappointed by this trend. I keep hearing the word balance from the other side. In the words of Inigo Montoya, I don't think that word means what you think it does. When close to 80% of the Tuolumne is taken by the straws in it, and only the remainder is left in stream, that's nowhere near balance. And adding 1% won't do the job either. I appreciate the habitat improvements, the gravel improvements, but again, all the science says outmigration of the young salmon is the key factor, controlling the bottleneck in this situation. And we won't get there without 40% unimpaired flows. I come from a family, I'm an engineer and surveyor. I've helped people build things most of my adult life. I don't know if you can hear me anymore.
We can. I
things to
think your
have-
video froze, but your audio is still going, Mr. Ragland.
Okay. I've helped people build things most of my adult life. My brother was a commercial salmon fisherman out of Bodega Bay, a job which is gone. This is something we can do. Almost all of the weight and the difficulty of increasing 40% of unimpaired can be handled in most years by increasing the variation in storage. If 80% of the storage is used for ag and the Public Utility Commission, then maybe we could bump 4% more for environmental reasons. That's about all I have to say. I appreciate the work of this board and staff, and I appreciate everyone who's here to chime in on this important subject. Thank you.
Thank you as well. I appreciate your comments and contributions to the discussion here, Mr. Ragland. Thank you for your time and look forward to what I know will be further discussion. Next, I'd like to call up Tom Hicks, to be followed by Christopher Anderson, and then John Eric.
Chair Escobar, Tom Hicks, water attorney, and familiar with the ongoing Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan and the ongoing discussion today about voluntary agreement, capital V, capital A. I'm just here to speak out on behalf of a different category of conservation actions, not just on the Tuolumne River, but in the Central Valley, that involve conservation transactions and in-stream flow dedications, with a request that the State Water Board, again, I don't know if I'm coming through. Can you hear me?
You are. We can. Thank you.
Just, I've previously commented, and I bring attention back to comments on the record to the State Water Board dated January 19, 2024, distinguishing between small voluntary dedications of water that might be done pursuant to Water Code Section 1707 or forbearance agreement, and the need that as these refinements to like what is the amount of water that might be spilled from reservoirs is distinguished and is not conflated with or somehow subsume other smaller increments of water that the state, whether it be through Prop 1 or now Prop 4, may be spending. It could be, millions of dollars, but it should not be confused with these VA increments. And I would just hope that if I could summarize my comments, is that the request is for the State Water Board and its water modeling team to continue to maintain a 1707 cell in the broader Excel spreadsheet so that there are lots of opportunities for small distributed actions to aggregate into bigger action and bigger impact. Again, it's easy for these voluntary agreement waters to cloud the issue. We need more water in stream for salmon through any mechanism we can come up with. And I would just ask the State Water Board to continue to work with its water unavailability methodology and its team. I'd like to bring a special attention to Aaron Forsman and Jesse Jankowski as dedicated public servants who are really doing the hard work on the math to make sure that landowners aren't curtailed improperly. But we're really looking at an all hands on deck solution. And there are lots of tools that I would hope the State Water Board can refine and calibrate so that all landowner actions can contribute towards an increased unimpaired delta outflow. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those great comments, Mr. Hicks, and for the shout out to our great staff. We are incredibly fortunate. I do appreciate the recommendation that we isolate and understand, current dedications already to in-stream flow. As we had a discussion earlier around the importance of the implementation methodology. That is where, currently in-stream flows that are dedicated to the system are a hope and a prayer. They aren't actively managed and protected through the system, and agree that we have just a great opportunity to get ourselves into a moment where we're better understanding those dedications. They're adding up to the benefits of the system, and we can keep moving. So just thanks. Had to rest a moment on your good comments.
Thank you for this opportunity to talk to all of you. Have a good day.
Thank you as well. Next, I'd like to call up Christopher Anderson, then John Eric. Herrick, then be followed by Rebecca Don Wu.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, board members. Chris Anderson on behalf of the California Chamber of Commerce. Just want to thank board staff for all their work to develop the scientific basis report and for hosting this workshop. Cal Chamber would like to encourage the board to consider the Tuolumne HRL alongside the Sacramento Delta update. It's ready to implement now with over $80 million in local funding committed, delivering immediate results without state or federal dollars. Failing to move forward with this proposal could result in an estimated 1.6 billion loss in economic output, including 167 million in farm revenue losses, 330 million in labor income losses, and over 6,000 jobs impacted, increased groundwater sustainability challenges, and reduced hydropower generation leading to higher energy rates. The HRL program is designed to function as a coordinated, holistic framework, not as a fragmented standalone effort. And the state board, we hope, will evaluate the Tuolumne HRL alongside the Bay Delta update as an integral component of the governor's HRL program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Appreciate your comments, your time here, and contributions. Because we have heard this request a few times, I do just want to circle back on it around the timing of our decision making here for the Lower San Joaquin and the Bay Delta, the Delta Sacramento components. They are moving in parallel here, but in separate processes because we have adopted standards on the Lower San Joaquin. We are adopting those still yet on the Sacramento Delta side. And so folks should know that the board is seeing this as, a comprehensive approach, certainly around all the efforts, if not in separate tracks. So for what it's worth. Next, I'd like to call up John Eric, be followed by Rebecca Don Wu, then Gordon Hollingsworth.
Hi, I'm John Herrick, a Modesto resident and MID ratepayer. I am not the John Herrick of the South Delta Water Agency. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the draft scientific basis report supplement for the Tuolumne Healthy Rivers and Landscape proposal. And thank you to State Water Board staff and other agencies who prepared the report. I was involved in the local campaign for the Tuolumne River Wild and Scenic designation. Now, 40 years later, I ask you to support the lower Tuolumne River by acknowledging that fish habitat quantity and quality on the river is primarily controlled by flows, and ask you to stand by the adopted Phase 1 Bay Delta plan with its February to June unimpaired flows between 30 and 50%. The Tuolumne Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal will not adequately support the flow rates and water temperatures necessary to give distressed salmonid populations the best fighting chance for survival as described in the report. The adopted Phase 1 Bay Delta plan flows are necessary to sustain the San Joaquin River and the Delta. I am concerned about the impact that the proposed Tuolumne Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal will have on the river's riparian vegetation. The majority of native riparian vegetation is adapted to more intense perturbations such as flooding and associated scour. These events also discourage the establishment of exotic plant species. Please stand by the adopted Phase 1 of the Bay Delta plan with its February to June unimpaired flows between 30 and 50%. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eric. Good to see you, and thank you for your contributions and distinguishing yourself from the other John Eric. Next, I'd like to call up Rebecca Don Wu, then Gordon Hollingsworth, Tom Myers, and Carol Thornton. And Ms. Wu should have been provided an opportunity to come off mute and or share your camera. Give a moment more. And then we can circle back to you. And so please do raise your hand. You may be away from your computer at this moment. Oh, you are unmuted. Okay, well, Ms. Wu, if you look down at the mute button, there's a small little caret next to it. If you click on that, You might be able to select another microphone. The microphone you have right now is not coming through, even though you are unmuted.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Now I'm Rebecca Whitten. It was Rebecca Domino. Sorry, I had a technical issue. Um, let's see. Thank you so much for letting me talk. And my I oppose the voluntary agreements, and some of the major concerns are, of course, making sure that we have enough water, and I get that. That's very important as a person right now in the Bay Area and no home, no house. And so that's a very serious concern for development and whatnot, but this is not the way to go. What you have right now are proposing to agree to is not in alignment with the law. So what it really is doing is circumventing the law or in violation of the laws, as well as what's already in place. And we need to continue with the path that we're going and not have these voluntary agreements, because these voluntary agreements do not provide enough water for the salmon, which has been discussed all day, as well as the lowering of it would end up lowering the water flows, which of course would cause the water to become warmer, which could cause all types of algae and all types of harm to the ecosystem, and especially to the salmon that I love. And I particularly love it because salmon has a lot of, maybe saying it wrong, anastaxanthin, which is like 600 times more potent than vitamin C, and B5 vitamins. But more than that, it just reminds me so much of when I saw and met a gentleman walking out of his ship, out of his fishing boat. And that was in Fort Bragg. And I remember that was several years ago, many years ago, and about 10 years ago, or a little bit less. And it was horrifying. He gets off and he has tears in his eyes. And it was just so sad. It was so sad. It still makes me want to cry, because this guy had one fish, one salmon that he caught. That was the end of his business. He had no insurance. He told me he had no insurance on his boat. So it's just like they can't even afford insurance on those boats. They can't have a living. It also reminds me of the time where I'm talking to a gentleman and we're working on the tributary, and we're trying to build, and we're taking a raft down, and we're trying to build, and so that the fish can sit in the colder tributary waters in the Klamath River. I know that's a different river, and so we're trying to save them. At that time, that was a while back, over a decade. And I just remember it's like the guy who's the leader, who's taking us on this trip, or he's the leader of the taking the gravel and having these pocket areas so the fish can jump into the cold water, which is ridiculous, so they don't die out in the Klamath River. And he's just got tears in his eyes because he remembers as a child he fished in that river, and that he was bringing home at 12 years old, bringing home food for the family because they were so poor. I mean, and what was it, 1959, there were what, 50,000 fish or whatever, in, I believe it was the Tuolumne River. And so times have totally changed. And it is the regulations and the laws to make sure that the ecosystem is good, to make sure that all stakeholders are happy, including the Native Americans. So if you allow this and the waters go down, and the temperatures heat up and the ecosystems are affected and more fish are hurt when the fish population is starting to go up, then you're looking at Native American groups that are not getting what they have those legal rights to. And you're looking at, of course, litigation and other issues. So all these things really need to be taken into consideration. And I really appreciate letting me talk, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Wu. Appreciate your testimonials here and contributions to the discussion. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Gordon Hollingsworth, be followed by Tom Myers, Carol Thornton, and then Dick Powers.
Good afternoon. I'm Gordon Hollingsworth. I live in Modesto, and my interest in this proceeding is primarily as a fisherman. I've fished the Tuolumne off and on for around 40 years. During that time, I've noticed the number of spawning salmon continue to decline despite millions of dollars being spent to improve spawning gravel beds. And what has been done in the past clearly doesn't work. So I'm here to provide my comments against the TVA. I have noticed that spawning salmon returns are significantly higher approximately 3 years following really wet years when dam flow releases are greater. This is consistent with the scientific findings that the limiting factors for salmon recovery are cool water temperatures, juvenile fish rearing habitat, and outmigration flows. My problems, many, with the TVA is it won't increase substantially release flows in any meaningful way, and it relies almost exclusively on in-stream rearing habitat improvements like spawning beds. There will not be enough water released to lower the water temperature enough or to inundate enough floodplain habitat for smolt survival. And this is especially true in dry years when the water temperatures would soar. I'm also concerned that the TVA relies on unproven plans to try and reduce the population of striped bass and other bass predators. The Tuolumne has a healthy population of both, and these fish thrive in the warm water conditions that we now have because of the low flows. It all boils down to the fact you can't raise a cold water fish population without enough cold water. And it's time to start releasing more and give the fish a chance. And in closing, I'd like to thank the board and the staff for all the good work you're doing and your patience through this very long hearing. Thank you.
Thank you as well. The thanks is returned, Mr. Hollingsworth. Thanks for sticking with, I know it has been a long day, and for your good comments here and participation. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Tom Myers, be followed by Carol Thornton, Dick Powers, and Kate Laughlin. Yes, we can hear you. Good afternoon.
My name's Tom Myers, and I'm 78 years old, and I moved to California when I was 6 months old from Minnesota. And when I was little, my dad and I often fished the opening day of trout season near Hetch Hetchy in the Tuolumne River. Since that time, I backpacked, hiked, camped, and birded along the Tuolumne River from the Sierras to the valley, and the Tuolumne needs our help. The Bay Delta Water Plan can better meet the board's dual objectives. One, sharing reliable water supplies with cities and agriculture, and two, to provide reasonable protection for fish and wildlife. These two objectives should be given equal weight. In 2018, phase 1 of the Bay Delta Water Plan was adopted, but still hasn't been implemented. It is now time for implementation. The Bay Delta Water Plan is based on facts and science, not which way the political wind is blowing. It sets water quality control measures in the Delta watershed. Salmon populations have crashed over the last 20 years. Increased water flows will benefit the Chinook salmon and smelt. Higher flows and colder water increase the floodplain habitat where juvenile salmon can find shelter, more food, grow quicker, and have faster outmigration, avoiding bass predation. Increased water flow should be prioritized over spawning habitat, which is favored by the TVAs. Voluntary agreements can result in reduced flows, and increased water temperature, which favor the non-native fish like bass, and warmer water can create algae bloom, which is a threat that's harmful to humans, pets, and wildlife. The Bay Delta Plan acknowledges the importance of floodplains, riparian, marsh, and wetland habitats. These habitats are equally important to birds as they are fish. I am an avid birder and I'm on the board of this Stanislaus Audubon Society. And we've seen the loss of nearly 3 billion birds, breeding adult birds in North America since 1970, mostly due to habitat loss and degradation. The Tuolumne River and Delta are critical habitat for riparian songbirds, shorebirds, and hundreds of thousands of migratory waterfowl, including sandhill cranes, white and brown geese, and ducks who find rest, food, and shelter along the Pacific Flyway. I love to hear the guttural calls of sandhills and the honking of flying geese overhead in late fall and in winter. I urge you to support the Bay Delta Water Plan. It will enhance the Tuolumne River and Delta ecosystem and protect fish, birds, and other wildlife. Thank you for your consideration in this matter.
Thank you for your time and contributions here, Mr. Myers, and advocacy. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Carol Thornton, be followed by Dick Powers, Kate Laughlin, and Christina Bertea. And Ms. Thornton
I'm trying.
There we are. Yeah, no rush. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Oh, there we are. Good afternoon, Chair Escobar and the State Water Board members. My name is Carol Thornton. I live in Berkeley, and my connection to the Tuolumne River began years ago when I spent many pleasant summers with the Berkeley Tuolumne Family Camp. And I now, I worked for many years as an environmental planner with the San Francisco Estuary Project, where I was involved in water quality work throughout the Bay Area. It caused me to be very aware of how tenuous water quality health can be without robust scientific and regulatory protections. I now spend a good bit of time doing volunteer work on creek protection projects in and around Berkeley. And I care passionately about protecting our precious water resources and the wildlife they support. It would appear that the Tuolumne River Voluntary Agreement, if adopted, would greatly diminish important protections that are adopted in the Bay Delta Plan, especially maintaining adequate water flows for juvenile fish rearing habitat and outmigration flows for all the salmonids that use this river. I would ask that you reject this TRVA and implement the Bay Delta Plan. I would also, I'm struck this today listening to folks, there seemed to be a dichotomy in the terminology that's been used today. In the morning, that was referred to the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes Agreement, which says nothing really what's in this plan, whereas the Tuolumne River Voluntary Agreement Plan says what it's trying to be, a voluntary agreement plan. Anyway, just a comment about terminology. Words matter. And I also want to note that I'm just impressed with how many people are sticking with it towards the end to make our comments. So, and I thank the staff for sticking with it too. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Ms. Thornton. I agree. I'm very pleased for how many folks are participating here, and especially I know it's been long. So just thank you for your comments. Thanks for being part of this process, and look forward to what I know is further discussion here before the board. Next, I'd like to call up Dick Powers, be followed by Kate Laughlin, and then Christina Bertea.
Okay, well, good afternoon, Water Board members, and thank you for this opportunity to discuss this important topic. I'm the Conservation Director for the San Jose Flycasters, which is a fly casting club in the Bay Area, And I'm also a member of the NCC-FFI, or the Northern California Council of Fly Fishers International. And my involvement in the conservation area stems from a deep concern for the health of our local ecosystems, particularly in the Northern California watersheds and their riparian habitats and native fish populations. Regrettably, I witnessed a steady decline in the vitality of these watersheds, as most of us in this workshop have. And this deterioration has become a frequent topic in my experience among guides and seasoned fishermen who routinely note the significant reduction in native trout, salmon, steelhead, and other native fish populations over the past several decades. Each year, these numbers continue to dwindle. I urge the statewide leaders on the board to recognize this critical importance of relying on scientific evidence when considering the options for managing the Tuolumne River and other watersheds. And I want to thank the Water Board for providing an opportunity in this workshop for us to hear the important critiques of some of the untested modeling and hypotheses that were contained in the proponents or by the proponents of the TVA. Phase one of the Bay Delta Water Control Plan was approved in 2018, and followed years of rigorous scientific modeling, research, and peer review. The flows proposed in the plan in the TVA, the flows proposed in the Bay Delta Plan were already reduced to levels barely able to restore and sustain native fish populations in good condition. The TVA proposal, currently under consideration, would further decrease average unimpaired flow, and despite claims from its proponents, it will not substantially improve juvenile fish habitat or support migration to the Delta and ultimately the Pacific. The primary barriers to successful migration, water temperature, juvenile fish habitat, and outmigration flows, all hinge on adequate water flows and availability. I strongly urge the decision makers today to base their actions on scientific data provided in the original and fully peer-reviewed Bay Delta Plan research. It's imperative to do what's right for California watersheds, fisheries, and natural beauty so that future generations may enjoy these wonders as we have all had this opportunity. Thank you for this opportunity.
And thank you as well for your comments and contributions here today, Mr. Powers, and ongoing. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Kate Laughlin, be followed by Christina Bertea, and then John McManus and Drew Bost.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Good nearly evening.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for sticking around. My name is Kate Laughlin. I live, work, and play in the Sierra foothills. Whitewater kayaking and hiking are my passions. Picture, if you will, a cool, clear morning, a group of folks, diverse backgrounds, ages, genders, all anxiously awaiting an adventure on the Tuolumne River. On that same day, a group of grade schoolers, students, at the Dos Rios Park, they're going to do an education class and they're going to learn about ecology. Some of these kids may be the first time they've ever seen a river. On this same beautiful day, a group of neighbors lace up their shoes and they're going to hike the Tuolumne River. None of these scenarios would be possible if we do not maintain a healthy, vibrant Tuolumne River. The 2018 Bay Delta Plan gives us the best hope to achieve this goal. The Tuolumne River needs correct volume, waters, and water temperature to be healthy for the native salmon, for both ingress and egress. Nobody kayaks a dead river. Nobody studies a dead river. The Bay Delta Plan does address habitat for the native salmon while addressing co-equal goals of water storage. You, the state board, developed this great plan in 2018, and it's the right plan to maintain this state treasure. Do the right thing. This is a legacy thing you can tell your grandkids about. Let's move forward with the Bay Delta Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Laughlin. Appreciate your advocacy and voice here today and your time. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Christina Bertea, be followed by John McManus, then Drew Bost, and Alice LaPlatte.
Thank you, Chairman Esquivel. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Good to see you.
Yes, I am here as an eco artist from Oakland who is in love with the fish. And I'm wondering why phase one's approved 40% of unimpaired flow has not been implemented while this seemingly endless discussion of TVAs is going on. Meanwhile, fish are being held hostage to low flows. How do you justify this dereliction of duty to provide adequate water for fisheries? In August 2022, the largest algal bloom in recorded history triggered the largest sturgeon mortality event ever recorded in the San Francisco Bay estuary. It was described as a wildfire in the water. The Department of Fish and Wildlife confirmed that over 850 sturgeon washed ashore dead. Others surely sank directly to the bottom. Sturgeon are long-lived, very slow reproducing fish that cannot tolerate high levels of mortality, and it could take decades for surviving sturgeon to replace the fish that were lost in that algal bloom. In June 2024, white sturgeon were declared a candidate species for listing as threatened under California Endangered Species Act, largely in response to those massive kills. Petitioners blame sturgeon's peril on a lack of freshwater flow. Here we go again. Lack of freshwater flow from the Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers through the delta into the bay. The San Francisco Bay watershed is the only place in California where white sturgeon spawn, and they only migrate upriver when flow is high. In dry years, white sturgeon just don't spawn. Even when there's enough flow to trigger a spawning migration, it might not be enough for juveniles to make it back to the bay. Fisheries expert Tom Cannon asserts that warm water and algae blooms are caused by excessive state and federal water diversions for San Joaquin agriculture. So to help sturgeon, we must increase cool water flows down the delta. Why do I care? I researched white sturgeon when I was creating a 20-foot sturgeon skin art piece. In the process, I fell hopelessly in love with these fish. I wanted to remind us that they used to be 20 feet long and weighed 2,000 pounds, and that they've survived for over 200 million years. That's since before the dinosaurs and through unimaginable Earth changes. They're the largest freshwater fish in North America, living to be over 100. And they're still providing ecosystem services that maintain estuary health for other species. They eat invasive clams and they bioturbate the muck at the bottom in their search for food, likely aerating the sediment. This helps prevent the estuary from becoming anoxic and turning into a dead zone, which has happened to so many estuaries worldwide. It's so unfair that in 22 and 23, sturgeon suffocated from algae caused lack of oxygen when they work tirelessly at protecting oxygen supplies for other estuary creatures. We should treasure these beings and feel honored to have them in our midst, doing all we can to ensure that they survive for eons more. My question to you is, do you really want to allow white sturgeon to go extinct on your watch? Or rather, do you want to drive them to extinction? It sounds like these TVAs, there's no guarantee that the water that goes down past LaGrange is going to actually get into the estuary, the delta, and the bay. It might be diverted into whatever new storage or whatever tunnels or whatever. So it's very scary, these TVAs, for the continued existence of these amazing ancient fish. Let's remember what happened in Owens Valley. That was destroyed by greed for water. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bertea. Really appreciate your voice and contributions here, and just thank you. Next, I'd like to call up John McManus, be followed by Drew Bost, then Alice LaPlante, and David Schrom.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you, Mr. McManus.
I actually have a camera, but won't let me turn it on, but that's okay. John McManus is my name. I am a board member of the Golden State Salmon Association. I am a salmon fisherman. I am a native Californian who grew up with salmon all around me on the coast, born and raised in San Francisco. And I don't see the salmon in California that I did as a younger person. I think you've heard plenty today. It seems pretty clear that there's no legal scientific basis to move forward with the Tuolumne voluntary agreement. I think the Water Board staff has done a decent job at demonstrating how the TVA falls short of what's needed to be legally compliant. But I also want to comment that average people throughout at least the coastal region that I speak to, they're dispirited. There's something that feels like an erosion of democracy that's going on all around us. And it has implications for this proceeding here, what's going on here. I mean, people remember in 2018 when phase one was adopted, and we were told we'd see unimpaired flows between 30 and 50%. It was 7 years ago. We're not seeing them. Salmon have declined throughout the state. You heard from civic leaders in the Bay Area who say we need the water for housing and human development, for industry. You've heard others like Peter Dreckmeyer tell you that water demand in the San Francisco Bay Area is going down, and the water shortage that San Francisco is planning on is likely to happen once every 8,000 years. Less common than Noah's flood was something I think I heard earlier today. So I agree with one of the earlier speakers who noted that the decision before you really is a political one. It's a political one. And I just want to call to your attention that I think you all would like to be seen as standing on the right side of history. And at 10,000 feet, as you consider the historical context here, I think it's fair to say that housing can be built, industry can be built, farms can be tilled in many places in California, but God isn't creating any more salmon rivers. We've got the remnants of what were originally created when Europeans came to California. It is within your power to do something about the Tuolumne to make it hospitable to salmon once again. The TVA falls woefully short. I would say it's kind of a joke. And the speakers today advocating for it, well, I would just suggest they don't know that much about salmon. But the long and the short of it is you've got a political decision. I think you want to come down on the right side. We're not making salmon rivers anymore. This one definitely deserves protection, as do those in the Sacramento Valley. I'll stop there and thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you as well as always, and it's good to hear your voice, Mr. McManus. Thanks for your continued contributions in all of this. It does make a difference. Next, I'd like to call up Drew Bost, followed by David Schramm, and then Ron Beltramo.
Thank you, Chair Escobar and members of the board. My name is Drew Bost. I'm a water resource coordinator for the Mid-Peninsula Water District. Our general manager, Kat Wolfing, could not make it today and asked me to speak on her behalf. Mid-Peninsula Water District is a special district located in San Mateo County that serves drinking water to 30,000 people in the cities of Belmont and San Carlos. We, like many drinking water providers in the Bay Area, rely on water from the Tuolumne River through the regional water system. The water purchased from the system through SWRCB is the community's sole source of water, as no other sources are reasonably available to us. I wish to express our strong support for the Tuolumne River Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal. As others have mentioned, this proposal is a result of years of collaboration that represents a balanced, science-based approach to restoring the Tuolumne River while protecting the water supply for over 2.7 million Bay Area residents and businesses, including those that we serve. The 40% unimpaired flow requirement, as set forth by the 2018 Water Quality Control Plan, would cause serious water shortages in our district. Our residents and businesses are 100% reliant on water from the regional water system and have been since our formation over 95 years ago. Through our conservation efforts, our agency has reduced its water use by 30% over the last 20 years, and yet would face critical cutbacks of as much as 54% during dry years as a result of the 2018 plan. The scientific basis report supports the Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal as a reasonable alternative that balances the beneficial uses on the Tuolumne River. With this report, the State Board now has the environmental basis it needs to move the Tuolumne Rivers, Healthy Rivers and Landscapes proposal forward so that this proposal can begin to be implemented as soon as possible and ensure that all beneficial uses of this water supply are protected, both the needs of the natural river systems and the communities like ours that have been built up and have relied on the supply for generations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you as well for yours and for your contributions here and sticking with us through a long day, Mr. Boss. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up David Schroem, then followed by Ron Beltramo, and then Hillary Hugg.
Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Good to see you and hear you.
Thank you. My name is David Schramm. I've lived in California approximately 2/3 of my 80 years. And if you want to know how I'm connected to the Tuolumne River, during that time, I've drunk 20,000 gallons of the river. I've taken 20,000 showers in it. I've swum in it nearly 10,000 times in its waters. And I've hiked to the river's headwaters or enjoyed its wild and scenic upper reaches on more than 100 occasions. I am by weight 60% Tuolumne River. Please step back with me to look at the broader context of the matters we're considering here. With each passing day, a growing human population wields ever more powerful technologies to alter the rest of the natural world on which all of us and all who may follow depend. The scale, speed, and novelty of our impacts are beyond precedent and growing. Some, such as climate debasement, may persist for hundreds of years. Others, such as depletion of aquifers, may endure for thousands. Extinction is forever. By our water policies, we affect all of these things and more. With our policies for the Tuolumne, we've allowed growing degradation of the river floodplain system. To continue acting as we are is to accelerate further into catastrophe. We can do better. Every policy we make is rooted in predictions about its consequences. Only to the extent that we successfully predict results of our actions can we make meaningful choices to influence the future we'll inhabit for the rest of our lives, and those who follow us will inhabit for all of theirs. Humans have found only one method to improve our predictions over what we can achieve by chance. We call it science. In 2018, you adopted Phase 1 of the Bay Delta Plan based on a thorough and sound scientific analysis. The TVA fails to meet scientifically based requirements for minimum flows, rearing habitat, water temperatures, and more that were identified by that sound analysis. With some of the TVA's provisions, drought off-ramps, for example, we may worsen existing conditions. The idea of voluntary agreements is appealing, so long as they're based in sound science. I predict that if you implement Phase 1 of the Bay Delta Plan for the Tuolumne and cease further consideration of the TVA, the parties will come together to voluntary agreement, supported by sound science. And you will earn the gratitude of the many Californians and people beyond our state's borders who will benefit in the near and distant future by the resulting improvements in river, delta, and bay ecosystem integrity, and by your commitment to science-based policy. Thank you for hanging in here for a very long day, and thank you for considering my views.
Easy consideration, and thank you as well. I know it has been long, but really appreciate you holding on and advocating, providing us your perspective here, Mr. Schramm. It actually is really critical to us in our discussion. So just thank you, and thanks for all you continue to contribute in the watershed. Next, I'd like to call up Ron Beltramo. And at that moment, let's go ahead and give ourselves maybe just a 10-minute break. We'll have about 14 or so commenters to still go through, but just so that folks can stretch a little. Mr. Beltramo.
Thank you. I'm Ron Beltramo. I'm a California native, Bay Area resident from Menlo Park. Also, I'm the Vice President of Northern California Fly Fishers International. We're a group of 28 fly fishing clubs in Northern California with over 11,000 members. Our members are very concerned about the San Francisco Bay Delta and the need to implement and maintain the previously adopted 2018 State Water Board Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, which calls for a minimum flow of the 30% minimum on the Tuolumne River, 40% between February and June. It's also worth noting that the SFPUC has consistently overestimated water use during extended drought periods,
which has been demonstrated in presentations submitted by Peter Dreckmeyer earlier. Please reject the TVA and embrace the framework of the previously adopted Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. Thanks.
Thank you. Really appreciate your comments, Mr. Beltramo, and hanging on with us. Again, don't mean to delay what I know we have further commenters for, but let's go ahead and just give ourselves a brief 10-minute break, even a little less than 10 minutes. We'll just come back here at 4:55, and we'll pick back up with Hillary Hugg, then Andrew Nepomuceno, and thank you. So we'll see you here in a few moments. All right, everyone. I know we still have 20 seconds or so on the clock, but I think we can go ahead and start getting started here so we can help get through folks. Next up is Hillary Hugg, be followed by Andrew Nepomuceno, and then Ali Seaton.
Can you hear me?
We can. Good
Okay.
evening, Ms. Hugg.
Yeah. Nice. My name is Hillary Hugg. As a preschooler, I joined the Ranger Rick Club to express my concern for our environment. When I came to California in 1987, I founded Students for Environmental Action at Stanford to organize my peers in caring for nature. I've dedicated my career, 35 years and counting, to working for common good. As a student of eminent conservation biologists like Peter Vitusic, Paul Ehrlich, and Hal Mooney, I understand that the future of humanity depends upon how well we care for the nature that sustains us. I'm speaking today because the evidence clearly shows that we've severely damaged the Tuolumne-San Joaquin Delta Bay ecosystem in the 50 years since my childhood, and I'm asking you to use your power to reverse some of that damage. I think of the situation in this way. Living things adapt to survive and thrive by two strategies. One is manipulation of the environment to our ends. The other is accommodation of the environment, changing our behavior to fit with it. For nearly all of our 400,000 years, people have acted like the vast majority of other species. We've relied almost entirely on accommodation. In the past 2 or 3% of our history, we've shifted to more, bigger, faster, increasingly complex, and novel manipulation. The scientists whose report is the subject of this workshop have told us that in order to have a functioning Tuolumne-San Joaquin Delta Bay ecosystem, we need to manipulate less and accommodate more. We need to change our behavior and leave more water in the river. Californians are reducing our water usage and can reduce it further. Neighbors and I are installing native plant landscapes. Ag users are upgrading irrigation systems. Business people and municipal government workers are recycling water and reclaiming wastewater. You can act to implement phase 1 of the Bay Delta Plan and begin restoring the integrity of the Tuolumne-San Joaquin Delta Bay ecosystem while still providing sufficient safe water to people of California. The scientific basis for that claim is strong. Please heed the science and implement the Bay Delta Plan. We've much still to protect and enjoy. Let's protect and enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hugg. Really appreciate your words here, your contributions to this discussion, and as a fellow Ranger Rick Club member, appreciate the shout out to what is a fantastic publication for helping build advocates out there. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Andrew Nepomuceno, be followed by Ali Seaton, and then Jeff Brown.
Hello. Thank you for offering me an opportunity to make public commentary today. Can y'all hear me?
We can, and we can see you now as well. Good to see you.
I'm Andrew Nepomuceno, and I'm a PhD candidate in epidemiology at Stanford School of Medicine. You can see the buildings behind me in the background. I researched how to assist people in making decisions that protect and enhance individual and public health. Needless to say, I care very much that we make science-based policy in all aspects of our life, from vaccination to environmental protection. You might expect me to devote the remainder of my commentary to the scientific basis for the superiority of the Bay Delta Plan, but I'm confident that other speakers have already or will cover this thoroughly. Instead, I have a message for you that I learned in elementary school. When I was in 4th grade, teachers handed out pins that read, "Attitude is everything." Classmates and I viewed this message on the classroom walls, day in and day out. And I see today's debate as being fundamentally about attitude. I consider the proposal to deviate from the Bay Delta Plan and to allow insufficient flow in the Tuolumne River to be yet another plan of action based upon an attitude that nature exists for humans to exploit. With this attitude, the human species is debasing countless of ecosystems around the world. Because we depend on these ecosystems for our survival and thriving, we are sawing off the proverbial branch upon which we sit. I encourage everyone to recognize that we have a fundamental choice about which attitude to act upon. One where we protect nature and therefore our health, or one in which we exploit it and therefore harm our well-being. And I encourage everybody here to implement phase 1 of the Bay Delta Plan immediately. Thank you for your attention.
And thank you for those words and contributions here to the discussion, Mr. Nepomuceno. I really appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up Ali Seaton, followed by Jeff Brown, then Michael T. Horvath.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you. Good evening.
Great. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Ali Chetin. I live in Palo Alto, and I'm a PhD neuroscientist with over 6,500 peer-reviewed scientific citations. I deeply care about nature, future of humanity, and the future of our planet. Chair and members, I love science. Science shows that flow is life for the Tuolumne River and the Bay Delta. When the river carries enough winter and spring water, it stays cool, floods its banks, and gives young fish a way to reach the sea. When we take that water away, the river warms, habitat disappears, fish die, and the ecosystems suffer. The Tuolumne proposal adds only 2 to 12,000 acre-feet of water, a drop in a river that normally carries 1,850,000. It even allows drought off-ramps that cut flows about 1 year in 3, exactly when salmon need cold water most. Gravel projects and side channels can't fix this. Only real water can. The plan also fails to protect what little flow it adds below Lagrange Dam, meaning that water could be pumped out before it ever reaches the delta. In short, this plan weakens the Bay Delta standard and will push species closer to extinction. We can protect nature and keep jobs. California's water future doesn't depend on draining the Tuolumne. We can recycle and purify wastewater, expand recycled water for cooling and industry, store wet year supplies underground, and cut waste by removing ornamental turf and fixing leaks. Modern fabs and data centers can run on recycled or purified water, not river water. Let's keep at least 40% of natural flow in the river from February to June, remove drought exemptions, and make every diversion meet the gauge before pumping. Choosing actual water in the river over paper offsets keeps fish populations, wetlands, and the Bay Delta alive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Seaton. I know it's been a long day, and so really appreciate your good comments here and contributions. Next, I'd like to call up Jeff Brown, be followed by Michael T. Horvath, and then John Rosapepe.
Hi, and thank you. My name's Jeff Brown, 68 years old. I'm a retired NASA engineer and live in Palo Alto. I came to the Bay Area in the summer of '81 and was struck by, among other things, the beauty and richness of the Bay, the Delta, the rivers that feed them, and the diverse flora and fauna that are literally part of them. Through 4.5 years of grad school and 37 years at NASA, my area of work was in fluid dynamics, flow. In virtually all applications, a steady, unimpeded flow is critical to the well-being of the system it operates in or on. An interrupted or insufficient airflow over an airplane wing will cause the plane to lose altitude precipitously, such as happens frequently in strong turbulence. Interrupted or insufficient coolant or oil flow to your car's engine will cause the engine to overheat and ultimately fail. Inadequate blood flow to a person's heart or brain results in heart attack or stroke. And insufficient freshwater flows through the Bay Delta watershed and the Tuolumne River in particular result in dangerously high water temperatures throughout the watershed for salmon as well as many other native animal and plant species. And with this diminishment of those species, the very viability of the Bay Delta watershed as an ecological, economic, recreational, and spiritual resource will disappear. It is the flow that transports and dissipates the dangerous heat in the water, regulating its temperature. It is the flow that allows the salmon to swim upstream to spawn and their offspring to be carried downstream, and the nutrients their dead bodies hold to be distributed to other plants and animals. And it is the flow that shapes and recharges the full riparian habitat. No amount of added gravel or invasive species abatement can substitute for freshwater flow. Flow diversion benefits industry, agriculture, real estate, high tech, etc. Voluntary agreements with industry are historically unreliable, not because the people working in the industry are bad, but because industry itself is designed to look out for industry. And that means short-term gains, not long-term viability. Humans who like to tout their own intelligence and creativity can adapt to temporarily lower water allotments much more readily and rapidly than can a complex ecological system like the Tuolumne and the Bay Delta watershed. I urge you, please, be done with the TVA and move forward in implementing the Bay Delta plan that you approved 7 years ago, phase 1. We and generations to follow will thank you. I appreciate your time.
I appreciate yours as well, Mr. Horvath. Thank you for those good comments and continued contributions here. Next, I'd like to call up John Rose Pepe and be followed by Jeffrey Hook and then Cynthia Newalder.
Yeah, I guess I'm not going to be on video. Thank you, Chair. Sorry. All right, there I am. Thank you, Chair, and everyone else for staying with us today. It's what a long, strange journey it's been. And thank you for pronouncing my last name right. I appreciate that. I was lucky to grow up with my parents and grandparents fishing. I later commercially fished. I was a fisheries biologist for over 15 years. And I've had the pleasure of being at the headwaters of the river, living in San Francisco, drinking the water. A lot of people have already spoke on points I would like to make, but again, I would just like to say it's the flow of the water that makes the difference. And the 2018 Bay Delta Plan allows that, whereas the voluntary doesn't. So I urge you to implement the 2018 plan and reject the voluntary. There is a difference between the two. One is for the survival of the fish, the other doesn't get you there. Thank you for your time today. Bye.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rosa Pepe. I know, again, for all of us, it's been a long day, but just thanks for hanging on here and being part of this discussion. It means a lot, so thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Jeffrey Hook, be followed by Cynthia Newalder, then Regina Chicazola.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Honorable Chair Escoval, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I come before you with science, with sorrow, and with hope, and with memory from writings of people who witnessed both the abundance and the decline. Let me take you back. In early April 1776, Captain Juan Bautista de Anza, on an expedition in the San Joaquin Delta region, observed salmon being harvested by the native people. He wrote, "We have noted that the fish most abundant at present are the salmon. They are very red in color, are tender, and none of those we have seen is less than 40 inches long. At the village which we passed, there were so many that it seems impossible its residents could eat them all." In July 1870, it was recorded that restful sleep was disturbed because myriads of them, the salmon, can be heard nightly splashing over the sandbars in the river opposite town as they make their way up. Picture yourself standing in the shallows of that river. The water is clear and cold. Beneath your feet, the gravels shift as tens of thousands of salmon surge upstream. You hear the splash, feel the movement in the channel, smell the wet rock and earth. You realize you're witnessing a great procession of life, and that this was once normal. Stand at the mouth of the San Joaquin today. A Yokut's elder said, "No salmon in river." White man make dam at old Indian rancheria, stop fish, now Indian got no fish. Go river, water there, but no fish. White man got no fish. White man got no money. Indian got no fish. Indian got no money. Everybody broke. That's bad business. In the draft scientific base report supplement for the TVA in your packet, figure 1-1 shows that since 1952, the number of adult Chinook on the Tuolumne has dropped from over 25,000 to less than 1,000. So you stand in the river today, where once was the roar of salmon, the plunge of fins, the shimmer of thousands of silverbacks. Now there is silence. The great migration is gone. I want you all to feel that loss in your bones. How did we let this happen? Clearly, we were misinformed. What is now the best way forward? Try this thought on. For humans to thrive, nature has to thrive. That makes sense, doesn't it? Now try the reverse. For nature to thrive, humans have to thrive. Everyone in this meeting knows that's nonsense. That's putting the cart before the horse. Reality does not work that way. If we want to thrive, if we want our children to inherit abundance, we must invest in nature. In this case, we must put the needs of the salmon, and now I've learned, the sturgeon, ahead of our short-term interests, because as they die, the river dies, the bay dies, and our future dies. Recently, we mustered the collective will to vote for nature. We removed 4 dams on the Klamath River. Salmon have returned to ancestral spawning grounds. The fish are carrying nutrients from the ocean upstream in a great gravy train that works for free and enriches forests and floodplain soils. The land that we want for our agricultural products and recreational enjoyment is being literally recreated by the fish. Everyone in the rooms knows that this was a correct policy choice, despite short-term loss of jobs and revenue. To all of you here who represent agencies currently supporting the TVA, I ask you to take a copy of that figure 1-1 from the draft scientific basis report, the one showing the decline from 25,000 in the Chinook in the 50s to less than 1,000 now. The one with a bold line showing a target restoration goal of 17,000. Reproduce that figure and send it to your constituents. Tell them, I have changed my mind. I'm voting for phase 1 of the Bay Delta Plan, the one backed by the science, the one that restores required stream flows, the one that will allow our children and grandchildren to once again stand in the cold water and feel the gravel shift beneath their feet as thousands of salmon surge upstream. You have a choice.
Thank you, Mr. Hook.
Oh, done? Okay.
Oh, if you don't mind trying to wrap soon here. Sorry,
Okay.
just it's been a bit beyond the 3 minutes, that's all.
Oh, I thought I had 5. Okay. Anyway, I think you get the point. Go with the Bay Delta Plan.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate your comments here. I know it's been a long day, Mr. Hook, and so just thank you and much appreciation. Next, I'd like to call up Cynthia Newalder, be followed by Regina Chicazola, then Arnold Thompson.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Newalder, and I've been a resident of Menlo Park and have been in California for the last 25 years. I love the outdoors, our mountains, our rivers, wildlife, outdoor recreation, and everything that California offers. Thank you so much for holding this important meeting. Over the years, I've begun to learn about our water issues. It saddens me that the first phase of the Bay Delta Plan approved 7 years ago hasn't been implemented. How come that happens? It appears that the implementation has been impeded by politics, I'm afraid. Please implement the phase 1 of the Bay Delta Plan. I'm opposed to the TVA plan and encourage the board to take yet a deeper look into the research and data which supports increasing the water flow and has resulted in the passing of the Bay Delta Plan. I appreciate all of the speakers presenting facts and research showing that the TVA plan will probably fail. It's not going to meet legal requirements and further will degrade our rivers and we'll see a further decline in our fish. It should not be adopted. We should not and we can't compromise on we can't compromise on increasing the water flows. There's no substitute to increasing the water flows. It helps increase the fish migration, reduces predator threats, lowers water temps, and the results are beneficial to everyone. There's not that many more comments that I can say, but I just wanted to stay here to voice my support. One last thing, somebody mentioned the return of the salmon to the Chinook River in Oregon, at the Klamath River. Let's implement the first phase of the Delta Plan. All that hard work went into getting it approved. Let's implement it, and let's be the next news source for returning salmon to our rivers in California. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newalder. Appreciate your comments here and contributions to this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Regina Chicazola, be followed by Arnold Thompson, then Gary Bobker. And Ms. Chicazola, you've commented many times, so I know you know how to use our platform and provided an opportunity to unmute. You may be away from your desk, though, and so when you do return, or if you can hear this and or are having challenges, just let us know. Please do just raise your hand on the platform, and we'll just make a note and we'll circle back to you, Ms. Chicazola, again, in case you're currently just away from your computer. Next, I'd like to call up Arnold Thompson, then be followed by Gary Bobker, and then Catherine Hugg.
Yeah, good afternoon or good evening, I guess. My name is Arnold Thompson. I've been involved with habitat restoration on a personal and professional level since the mid-1990s as both an individual contributor and a volunteer group leader. Consequently, I'm very much in favor of fish and wildlife habitat restoration projects throughout California. While restoration is necessary to restore river and fish health, it alone is not sufficient. I liken the situation to treating the victim of a serious accident who has multiple broken bones and severe blood loss. To restore the victim to health, you have to treat the broken bones, of course, but first you have to stop the bleeding and stabilize the patient. Similarly, while adding spawning gravels and revegetating with native plants can help restore the bones of the system to good health, without the lifeblood of sufficient water flows, the restored spawning and rearing grounds will provide limited benefits. Available science suggests that water temperature plays a critical role in salmonid health. Salmonids require relatively high levels of oxygen compared to competing non-native fish, and increased water temperatures result in decreased dissolved oxygen. Right now, we're impounding critical water supplies to irrigate crops for export and feed for cattle. Other speakers have talked about politics, and I tend to agree. It's a choice between restoring California's natural history and fishing industry and Native American rights, or bleeding the system dry, like the orange guy in Washington wants us to do. To achieve the salmon doubling goal, I urge the board to adopt the provisions of the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Appreciate your comments here and hanging on. Next, I'd like to call up Gary Bobker, we followed by Catherine Hugg, Jason Foster, Margaret Harrington, and then David Muffley. And if you have not heard your name amongst that tranche and are expecting to speak or desiring to, please do just raise your hand on the platform. But that is, I think our final commenter will be Mr. Muffley at this point. Mr. Bobker.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good to see you all. Although you're kind of faint in the distance. I'm Gary Bobker. I'm the program director at Friends of the River. I wish every river had as many articulate defenders as the Tuolumne River does. It's been really wonderful to listen to these folks. I was struck in contrast this morning by the presentations by a number of local governments and water districts, which really were pretty much happy face sales jobs for the TVA. And there was almost no response to what's actually in the draft scientific basis report, which is what we're talking about today. and should be focused on. And that's why the panels that came after lunch were really focused on what the report tells us. And so I want to just iterate a couple of very basic things. The first is that the TVA, its strongest point, I suppose, is the idea that there's a potentially significant amount of physical habitat spawning ground, spawning habitat, et cetera, that is really comparable to what might be accomplished, to the expansion of physical habitat that might be accomplished under the other alternatives. The only problem with that is that while habitat's great, it's not the limiting factor, it's not the problem, it's not the solution. The report is really clear on that. You'll get things which are not going to address your problem and not going to reverse the dire situation on the Tuolumne River. What the report, I think, shows pretty well is what we've known since the beginning of this whole process going into phase one, and that is that significant increase in flows is necessary for temperature, for activating floodplains, for outmigration flows, a host of other benefits, and that the TVA really doesn't provide significant improvements in flow. I would argue that in many ways it probably doesn't provide any benefit at all, and that's pretty key because this you have a process where you're supposed to balance between competing uses. And in order to do that, you need to understand the condition of those uses, kind of where the bookends are. And the bookends are that the bookend for fish and wildlife beneficial uses is a river that whose ecosystem is in terrible shape, whose biological resources are declining and in danger of being extinguished. And what the report shows is that the TVA will not move the scales on that balance. And so in considering the use of this draft report, when you get to balancing and you deal with legitimate interests and the interests of people who are worried about impacts, whether they're overstated or not, you have to start with that basic fact that the solution that you adopted in 2018 will move the needle. Whether it moves the needle all the way and I'm satisfied with it, that's a different issue. But it moves the needle significantly. The TVA doesn't. Maybe the final thing that I'll focus on here is that there's been some talk about where we really need to improve flows on the Tuolumne is in those very, very dry years. Well, there is a critical need to do that because if we don't improve flows, we lose any habitat and species could go extinct. But it's not the easy trade-off is just we take it out of the rest of the years. There's no doubt that in the wettest years, there's big improvement. There's big opportunities to improve storage for all kinds of purposes, whether it's local consumptive use or conservation in areas for export, as Mr. Dreckmeyer talked about. But the fact is that in the average and the moderately wet years is most of your potential for rebounding the population and improving the river function. If you don't, number one, set constraints on further degrading it, let alone do what you need to do, which is to improve flows in all of these, except maybe the wettest years, then you undermine the effort, the restoration effort. And that's key. And it relates back to the conversation I had earlier about the biological goals and the viability narrative. You have to define what is viability, what are the goals that define viability. If the TVA can't come near them, then that's a judgment you need to take into account. And if the 30 to 50 range, has potential, then you need to pay attention to that because you'll need to move things within that range and potentially consider further amendments in order to achieve your goals and prevent the loss of the fish and wildlife beneficial uses. So this report's very useful. It's not the end, I understand, but please look at it, do some more work about relating it to viability and biological goals, and act accordingly. So thank you for the time.
Thank you as well, and it's good to see you, Mr. Bobker. I really do appreciate your good comments here and agree with you that we're very fortunate for a lot of engaged folks here with good commentary to the board as we have this workshop and hold this discussion. So just thank you.
Fucking day, huh?
Next, I'd like to call Catherine Hugg, be followed by Jason Foster.
Hello.
Hello, good evening, Ms. Hugg.
Yes. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for joining us here.
Yes. In April, I stood on the shore of Mono Lake, watching and listening as the avian creatures gathered in the area as a necessary part of their life cycles. While I understand that much remains to be done in Mono Lake to meet your goals, I think it's a shining example of how degradation of a water resource can be reversed. By implementing phase 1 of the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, you can protect and increase ecosystem integrity in the Tuolumne River, the watershed and downstream habitats affected by it. Progress has been made at Mono Lake, and we need to also implement science-based policy to move forward the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan. Please reject the TVA plan and make it possible for humans and wildlife to coexist. Support a future where both humans and wildlife continue to sing on, in, and by our waterways. Thank you for your time.
Thank you as well for yours, Ms. Hugg, for sticking with us here through a long day and for your adding your voice to this important discussion. It means a lot. Thank you so much. All right, next I'd like to go to Jason Foster, be followed by Margaret Hetherington, David Muffley, and then we'll circle back to Regina Chicazola.
Hi. I respect your strength, poise, endurance, and intellect beyond what can be expressed solely in this forum. The array of needs and desires you're being requested to serve is astounding. You accept your role bravely. Thank you sincerely, Chair Esquivel, board members, Executive Director Oppenheimer, and staff. I'm Jason Foster, speaking from my home in Groveland, on the Tuolumne above Don Pedro, past mile 53.5, in the map on page 275 of the Scientific Basis Report PDF. A couple of examples of those needs and desires from this two-day meeting. Yesterday, at the end of the day, we heard from citizens from a San Joaquin ag colony who cannot access water to nurture the lives of their children and don't trust the tank and bottle delivery services in place. From the same podium today, we heard a representative of the city of Santa Clara support the VA/HURL on the basis of wealth creation for the already wealthy global tech firms located in that city. The State Water Resources Control Board is a protector of the public good, and I'm speaking as help towards that mission. TID, MID, and SFPUC biases are known and on display. Today, VA parties and advocates of the VA offer have included spurious analytical images within information presented to confuse people and give the appearance of scientific rigor behind criticism of work performed by the State Water Resource Control Board staff. Posed pontifications regarding statistical significance testing to confuse and create doubt. Stated we should trust them based on their long history of environmental stewardship without noting fish have disappeared, meadows and forests are dehydrated, and wells have run dry under their stewardship. Claims that we have evidence of Tuolumne River's existing sustainability based on one school of fish identified in 1 year. Put simply, VA parties are gaslighting the board and the public. The evidence indicates that the VA hurl offer doesn't meet the needs of the people, fish, wildlife, vegetation, land, or waterways of California. Californians cannot be lemmings led to our end by VA party biases. We know it is not healthy for our communities to ignore analysis in the scientific basis report. We cannot listen to siren songs exalting marginal impact claims supported by confusion and obfuscation. The time is now to stop falling victim to biases held by water agencies. Please move forward with the 2018 plan and reject the VA hurl offer.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Appreciate your words and contributions here. Much appreciation. Next, I'd like to call up Margaret Hetherington, be followed by David Muffley, and then Regina Chicazola. And again, if there's anyone on the platform or even here in the room that hasn't spoken and desires to do so, please do raise your hand. And Tricia, I do see your hand up, and so we will circle back to you.
Hi, this is Margaret Hetherington and Water Board. I so appreciate you all for staying so late. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I greatly appreciate your patience and your kindness in listening to everyone here. Everyone who's spoken before me is so much more articulate than I am. I will just say briefly, my association with the Tuolumne River goes back to 1980 when I was a whitewater river guide. I am now a civilian volunteer with Team River Runner, which is a veteran-centric organization whose mission is to get veterans of all stripes and genders and colors and levels of ability and disability, active and inactive, on whitewater, regardless of their abilities. And I'm also someone who is deeply, deeply committed to and in love with our wild areas. And I just want to express my opposition to the TVA and ask the board to do the right thing for our future, for our children, for our own well-being, and for the generations to come. We can't go back once we take these resources away. And witnessing numerous species extinction in my lifetime, witnessing wilderness areas vaporize on my watch is not a legacy that I want to leave behind. It's not a legacy that I hope you want to leave. So please, and thank you.
Thanks. It's ours as well here, Ms. Hetherington, for you to stick with us, provide your comment, and be part of this important discussion. It means a lot, so thank you. Next, I'd like to call up David Muffley, and then Regina Chicazola. And a window should pop up, Mr. Muffley, here that invites you to unmute.
Thank you very much. My name is David Muffley, and I've lived in California for 40 years, initially in Palo Alto, Menlo Park, then in Santa Barbara, and now back in Palo Alto. I came here from Nebraska to study mechanical engineering. By the time I'd earned my degree, I'd come to think that the world needed fewer machines and more trees. I started planting trees and in a few years became a consulting arborist. Now my work is centered on adaptation to an environment that's increasingly hostile to people and many of the trees we value. I'm here today because water is life to many things, and I want it to be available to the diverse organisms that comprise our California ecosystems. I've seen how diminished water availability wreaks havoc with trees in both urban and rural settings. Though I've little expertise with wild riparian ecosystems, the scientific studies I've read about these confirm what I've observed every place else I've ever looked. Adequate water is essential to sustain ecosystem function. The science supporting the Bay Delta Plan is conclusive. You acknowledged that when you approved phase 1 of the plan 7 years ago. While I understand why some people want to block implementation of the plan, the science shows that the alternative they propose will result in continuing degradation of the river, the delta, and the bay, rather than an effective protection and repair of these. I beg you to say enough and stop indulging those who pretend that anything short of the measures outlined in the Bay Delta Plan will suffice. A river is dying as we deliberate. Let's stop that as quickly as we're able. Thank you for listening.
And thank you as well, Mr. Muffley. Much appreciation here after I know a long day. So thank you for hanging on. Now, I think I have I don't believe Regina Chigazola will be speaking, but please do raise your hand, Ms. Chigazola, if you would like to jump in there. And then otherwise, we can go back to Tricia and go back again to Michael Horvath. I do ask that you not just take another chance at comment. We will let you speak and see what you have to say. So Tricia.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to give you an update that Regina will not be able to comment since she's experiencing some service issues. So,
oh, thank you. Thank you for that, Trish. I appreciate that. I figured as much. I know Ms. Chigazola is in a rural area, and with this storm, I know just yesterday she had some power issues, so I appreciate that. And nonetheless, Ms. Chigazola, thank you for being here on the platform. Look forward to your written comments, and good to hear from other folks from Save Our Salmon. So thank you, Tricia.
Thank you.
All right, I believe that brings us to the end of commenters and rolling into here the end of this workshop. And again, this is a workshop, so the board is not at a decision point. The board is here, been listening, I know myself and the rest of us quite intently, and appreciate just everyone's participation. I know, as I've said several times over, what has been a long day. But just thank you for everyone that's held on, delivered your comments, and thanks for the discussion and discourse. I feel we had a good opportunity, and we will have additional opportunity, and there will be additional discussion. But to start to break up some of the issues that we're seeing here, this workshop has been focused on the scientific basis report, and so what still stands are further moments here of public discourse and decision before the board as to how we're going to be proceeding. But took off this small bite. Really appreciate the work again that has gone into both the proposals, but all the feedback and commentary that we've received today. It's as I hope everyone sees, we take this work incredibly seriously. And to the calls of desire for science-based decision-making here at the board and transparency, that is our guiding light. And there can be disagreement on the science, and that's okay. That is part of this process. And just really appreciate the tone and tenor that everyone has brought to it, and know that we, again, take these matters incredibly seriously. They weigh on us. They weigh on me. I didn't have as much gray. I didn't have any, I think, actually, before I started as chair. But just thank you. And it may not show on camera, but my beard is actually quite spotted. All that to say, just truly thank you. When it comes to any direction as to how we kind of proceed with the scientific basis report or anything that we've heard today, I would just note, and I don't know if it's necessarily something that we would begin to incorporate or is helpful other than to illustrate that there are other dedications. But I did appreciate Mr. Hicks' suggestion of having a column of current in-stream flow dedications. I'm not sure if there are many or how many that might be on the Tuolumne or what existing may be there, but I felt that was helpful and additive, and to the extent that it's useful as we sort of adjust on the scientific basis report, I think can be helpful. But just looking to fellow board colleagues, and importantly, Ms. Forsman, Mr. Louie, Mr. Nelson, Mr. Cope, of course, Ms. Riddle, just thank you for all the work that you've done here. Maybe wonder, as I want to hear from board members if there's any feedback that they'd like to see around the scientific basis report and what we might make sure is further added off of what we heard. But do you all have anything you'd like to make sure and add or reflect on from what you've heard today? Either, any corrections, importantly, but anything that you desire to add. And if there isn't anything, that's okay too. I don't want to put you here on the spot. I know we've heard quite a bit, but I did want to provide that opportunity to you all because we're so dependent and fortunate for your leadership and expertise there. And as you perhaps think about that, just looking to fellow board colleagues as well, if there's anything they'd like to provide. Vice Chair.
Okay, well, just want to thank everyone for the very lengthy and productive day here. And starting off with staff, this is really a very useful document. I've spent a lot of time going through it. I don't pretend to understand all of it, but your briefing with staff, the presentation today, and then the really good discussion that we had. I think that despite differing views, it was very constructive, and I took a lot of notes and learned a lot. So thank you all for setting this up so that we could have this discussion. And also want to extend our thanks to the Department of Water Resources and Mr. Lobacheski for hanging in with us here, and California Department of Fish and Game for their collaboration with you all on the report. That really, I think, helps, I think, all of us to have, greater confidence in the document that we have. And so I just really appreciate all of that. I appreciate also the discussion right off at the top with stressors and limiting factors, and just recall the struggle that I had back in 2018, where we had, and Chair, I just really appreciate for years now your focus on this is not binary between unimpaired flow and other approaches that include flow and non-flow. And when we create that sort of structure, it just makes it very challenging because it creates winners and losers, I think a lot of emotion. And this report, I think, helps us to, really compare, but also see things in a more nuanced way. And that was, really the greatest part of the struggle that I had in opposing the 2018 plan, because I kept wanting to have that discussion, but didn't have anything quantitative to hold up other than just sort of this gut reaction that I felt like there was another approach out there. And so for that reason, I really do appreciate the role that you played, Chair Esquivel, in the resolution language and directing staff to look at other approaches. And so now finally we have something that's quantitative that we can look at and debate and discuss, and then, weigh the various portions of the analysis. And that's, the role that we play as board members, and there may be differing views on how much we weigh temperature or habitat or whatever it is, but you've given us the underpinning in order to make those discussions or make those decisions, and I really appreciate it. Also appreciate, a more nuanced discussion here on temperature, filtered habitat, and weighted usable area, and this, other approach that the district is looking at in terms of, I can't remember what it's called, the other approach on habitat. Shoot, I'm at a loss for words now, but greater value, Ms. Horsman.
Do you mean the meaningful floodplain?
Meaningful.
Is that what you're looking for?
Yes, yes, meaningful, exactly. And so I find all of that to be helpful with the model, and then also sort of ranking, not necessarily that's what we're stuck with, but sort of the ranking of the reduction in temperature in the May to January timeframe, in particular that May timeframe, spring flow and floodplain habitat. What I wish that it had, and part of my analysis also is kind of that qualitative piece of all the other goodies that we get out of this that also can lend itself to further scientific review and refinement, and that's the science program that Healthy Rivers and Landscapes provides the governance, and not just the governance, but the table. So those that are actually opposing this, we expect, and hopefully they'll be seated at the table when there are discussions about adaptive management, the interplay with biological goals, and adjustments that can be made. And I'm just really excited about that. So that even though I don't find much of a discussion on this, that's important for me, and I would like to see maybe more mentioning of that qualitative piece on the science. Also, funding as well. I really do look forward to reading through the comments and having an updated briefing after you all have a chance to read through those comments, but just have a couple of additional thoughts. And one is that whether it's through this process or another, I think that it's time to start to socialize a little bit more about our process on protection of the regulated flows. I appreciate all the comments that we got, but the set of comments or the commenters that raised concern about those flows not being protected, I could see why that weighs heavily on them, and it does for all of us as well. And it's time to change things. I know you all have been very active in 1707 and other permits. It's very frustrating, but things are kind of converging here, on water rights modernization, our dedication and commitment to protect those flows. And so really hoping that you can start to, whether it's a fact sheet or some document that can go out that sets the stage here for, we're too busy. We have too much going on right now. But that's going to be, presumably as soon as we take action here, that's going to be an important next step, the implementation and the regulatory piece. And then I thought that it was a good discussion on protection of the unregulated flows. That's an important piece for consideration, but just want to share with my colleagues, I am not comfortable in this proceeding, well, not on the scientific basis report, but on eventual, assuming that we get to a place where we're considering actual adoption, whether it's this or the Sac Valley HRL. I am not comfortable in these proceedings making those decisions. I appreciate Mr. Oppenheimer, you laying out that this is absolutely part of our consideration in a water rights application, and then Mr. Nelson's response that, that can be very challenging, time-intensive process, and then you could potentially end up with different conditions for different projects, and maybe that is warranted. But I think it does warrant a broader discussion at another time. I just don't think that everyone's all potential projects that are out there are focusing on this proceeding with respect to that. And so I would be uncomfortable with us attempting to tie up that unregulated flow, although I do think it's a very important issue. But having said all that, I am, generally speaking, very supportive of next steps in advancing this. I hope that there's enough creativity out there to see if there's a way to move forward with this plan within what we've already adopted. But I voiced my concerns in the past about, really feeling that what we adopted was very restrictive. So I hope you find something in there that provides, and Mr. Loeffler, kind of counting on you to see if there's something in the plan that provides for that flexibility. But if not, I'm interested in finding out other options as far as, reopening in a limited way, program of implementation for the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciate all that. Board Member Morgan. Oh, and just one quick note. I don't want to mess up our rhythm here. Mr. Horvath, I do see your hand back up. When I had lowered, I thought perhaps you weren't looking to speak. I'll give you a quick moment after board members finish giving some feedback and before perhaps hearing from staff. Board Member Morgan.
And thank you. And thank you, Vice Chair, in agreement with your comments. And so, I want to thank everyone for today. It very helpful, been listening a lot and just really taking in, all the comments. Thanks staff. A lot of work went into this and really appreciate, all of it. And you guys, heavy lift and just good report for us to really have a conversation around and get the feedback. Really looking forward to the comments that come in and, speaking with you after those. Probably, well, interesting or probably not interesting to you all. Some of the modeling conversations and discussions really stuck and stood out with me. And just taking a look at, you always use historical data to model, and it really is over, a large time period. And so sometimes the nuances, I don't want to say they're missed, but sometimes you don't see some of the nuances of what happens from day to day or within a week to week within the model. It's just the nature of it. And so you could change the time scale and you could get down to all of that, but then it's really large. It's a lot of output. It ends up being really nuanced and it ends up being a lot. And then you start asking, well, what is the value and where do you focus? And so you present it as you all have. And then the question as it did come up today is when you're looking forward, how do you look forward within a model? How do you take that data and how do you extrapolate that data and you look forward? And especially within something as nuanced as this is the operations. And, when we start taking a look at climate change and having just really historical water, whether it's historical water years or just even a short period of time that comes into play here recently, it becomes even more nuanced in the operations. And so that's where I really start looking for adaptability within how we move forward. Because when, wherever we land, I'm going to say it's going to be static, but it's something that's going to be in place for quite a while. And so how do we build in that adaptability as we are moving forward so that we can adapt to a changing climate, that we have in there the flexibility to adjust as needed so that we can see the improvements that I believe that we all want to see. And so that's what really was sticking with me is I believe at the end of the day, while we were hearing a lot of concerns around the flow, there really was not disagreement that the habitat is needed. It was that the flow is needed in addition to the habitat. So how do we basically just make sure that where we land, there is that room to be able to adapt and that the operations can be there? Because if we are having the time where, there is, the reservoirs can store a lot when we do have the wet season and we're having extreme wets, well, that then they are able to store that and then shift their releases. And so giving them that, and that's what I'm hearing from them is that they want to be able to do some of that shifting. And so allowing that to occur and working with to where we're not being so restrictive to where we are not allowing the flexibility and we are forcing them to spill during floods. And so just really making sure that we're taking a step back and looking at that bigger picture of how would something, and it really is looking, because we can focus on one extreme or the other, or we can take a look at the bigger picture of the extreme wet and the extreme dries. Because there's been a lot of conversation on the extreme dry, which yes, that is critical. But if you take into account also the extreme wet, which can follow the extreme dry, if we've stored the water and we've had the room to store it and we have not spilled all of it, we can then have the water to release and have cold water to be there. So just really giving that adaptability and the flexibility within there to where we're not tying our hands in the future as we're moving forward. So just want to make sure, which you all are doing. I just want to, say that's part of the conversation that was really just sticking out to me of making sure not focusing on one extreme or the other, but really that bigger picture of both and making sure that we have that flexibility as we move forward.
Thank you very much, Board Member. Looking to other members for comment here. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, I'll just echo all the thanks to everyone who participated today, stuck it out for the long run. I was also listening, and I really appreciate all the input that we received and the discussion with the panels this morning as well. And of course, staff and all your work in putting this scientific basis report together. I think what we've heard, there has been quite a bit of consensus in terms of that this is a really useful document and a really thorough job was done in pulling this together. So thank you for that effort. I think we're at a crossroads, and it's a bit frustrating because we're 7 years in, and what I've heard is a lot of input on a whole bunch of different topics, which I won't reiterate right now. But there's a lot of questions that still need warrant answers, because this is such an important decision to make. And the way I see it going forward, we'll have the choice. The board will have the choice, and this is what was outlined in the 2018 resolution, was consider the voluntary agreement proposal offered by the parties, or proceed and implement the water quality control plan as envisioned. I think those are certainly two options, but I think there's other options as well. This book is not written. There's other pathways and other considerations that I think could help provide confidence that the program that's being envisioned can provide the expected benefits. I think that we are, I'm having a time wrestling with the fact that there are a lot of undefined program of implementation, policy level operational elements that haven't been well established. I think Vice Chair Diadama brought up a couple, which were great. The science program, the monitoring that goes with this, but to me, it goes beyond that. It goes to the regulatory backstop. For example, we've been having extensive conversations on this topic on the Sacramento Delta side. We haven't had the opportunity yet to have any of those conversations here on the Tuolumne. I am unclear how this program would work. Is it exactly the same as the Sacramento Delta? Would it be different? I don't have clarity walking into this. What I do know is it's an 8-year program. What I don't know is, does it have the same periodic reviews and check-ins and feedback loops? We've talked about biological goals, different metrics and how to measure success, or maybe areas where changes might be needed down the road. And so I think for me, as the scientific basis report process continues, but also as the larger policy process continues, it'll be very helpful to get a better sense for how those other components might feed into this process, to help us all maybe have a little bit more confidence in terms of how this element, the Tuolumne program specifically, will work. And then on just going back to the scientific analysis piece, if there were an element that I would like to understand a little bit better from that report, as I said earlier today, it's the interconnection with the whole watershed. So how do the water management decisions on the Tuolumne River propagate down to the lower San Joaquin River, and as far as that analysis needs to go? I've heard different commitments. I know there's elements of the proposal that are still under discussion, so I appreciate that acknowledgement, and hopefully we'll get some clarity on all that soon. But to me, when we're thinking about, this is a supplement to the scientific basis report for the lower San Joaquin Water Quality Control Plan. We're considering amending the lower San Joaquin River Water Quality Control Plan. So I think some element of that, the influence that this proposal and, down the road, what if there are other voluntary agreement proposals in the same watershed? How would those then influence the broader reach of the river? I think for me, it's going to be really important to have that framework understanding so that we can be informed in making our decisions as we move along. And I think I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, board member. Just of course, a flag, but what we have obviously is a discussion, and I held back a bit on the program implementation. That is where the rubber hits the road. I guess the challenge is how much can we develop of that? And it is something that I spoke to staff with about earlier this year around, even now, how do we start to develop some of that so that we really hit the ground running, as we say on the SAC Delta side, adopt the standards there so that we're not waiting several years later for a program implementation. The challenge is, of course, again, it is a separate process, but I think, and right now we're focused on these, we have limited staff time, but there was a moment where it's like, how do we start to accelerate that? But I appreciate those broader comments, and yeah, I look for the same. We need to understand the system as a whole as we're kind of moving forward, even as we take off this bite on relooking at the lower San Joaquin. So thanks for those comments. Board Member Firestone.
I said a lot of things during the, I don't know that I'm going to, that it makes sense to repeat things that I said before. I think this is, I would agree that we are long past due on implementation discussions around how we can actually implement things, whether it's phase one and the plan that was adopted, or if there's, voluntary agreements like this, how would we implement this within that broader context? So I appreciate that point. And to me, it underscores just, again, that's a very, I came on to the board after this phase one was adopted. It's been a very long process just to get where we are now. And this is just a draft scientific basis for a VA proposal that I think is similar to what was proposed in 2018. So I feel like we are still very far from being able to get through the full process. And from the standpoint of, figuring out how we move forward, I think the intent, my understanding is that the intent was to look for ways for water supply to be shaped and changed to reduce impacts on water supplies because the unimpaired flows by itself is a major impact on water suppliers. And I think we heard from a lot of folks today about how that trickles down throughout, whether sort of all the communities from a water user standpoint. And so the goal of trying to figure out how do we reduce that impact and be able to achieve protections for the fish that have, we've really seen huge crashes. And although there's some bright spots with the spring run, I just think I think we need to look for creative ways of moving things forward within frameworks that are implementable. And if we're going to go through the whole process of updating this plan, to me, it's, how do we make sure that we're building in flexibility as needed to achieve the kinds of results and reduce supplies, but not have to kind of do a full basin plan update with every single plan that comes up. I guess I'll just say some of my takeaways are, I agree. I think I'm very confused on, and it seems like there's a lot of discussion still needed on what flow shows up where and is protected to what point. That seems like still not super clear and defined yet. I think that there is a need to discuss more, just more generally, if the board directed staff to look at drought off ramps. I think this is a proposal of how that could be done, and we have some. Again, we've been sort of have a proposal around this in the Sac Delta, not exactly a drought off ramp, but a water supply adjustment. And I just think if we can look at how we're being a little bit more consistent and thoughtful in how we're linking those off ramps to temperature or storage more clearly, that would certainly make me feel like there's a stronger balancing going on between trying to provide what I think we need to in terms of ensuring adequate supply relief and also ensuring that in those times we're also protecting fish and temperature and those needs. And then I think just in terms of this particular document, I think staff did a great job of trying to factor in these, where is there temperature or inundation in terms of habitat. I'm still struggling with how do these compare in terms of, and so look forward to comments and any adjustments related to like where there's a threshold for viability in terms of temperature, so that we're not just saying, okay, it's a little better than existing, but not enough to actually make a difference for fish. So I think those are things I'm still looking forward to understanding a little better in the final. And I just really encourage folks to keep looking at, are there ways of making something work within the plan that we have?
Thank you, board member. Mr. Horvath, I'll go to you as a courtesy since you had your hand up, but you did provide comment already, so please do not repeat those comments. Mr. Horvath. I don't believe we can hear you, actually. You might need to change your microphone because you are unmuted. So there's a little icon next to your mute button, and it can help you change your microphone, but you may need to change it. Still can't hear you, unfortunately, Mr. Horvath. I recommend making sure that what comment you were about to provide is submitted with your written comments. I think that'll probably be best at this point. So thank you, Mr. Horvath. Looking to our staff here and seeing if there's anything to reflect, to comment further on. Did want to make sure and provide you all some space here too. And of course, like I said, don't want to also put you on the spot. So if you guys are good.
Yeah, no, I think we're happy to follow up with you in your briefings about some of the things that were brought up today. I think we can clarify some of those issues with you as we walk through the proposals. I think there's a little bit of the proposal before us versus what the plan is that's adopted and how much those interact with one another. In response to the questions about the backstop, I would assume the backstop for this proposal is the 2018 update, similar to the Sac Delta. I would assume in terms of the proposal, their compliance points are Lagrange and then the commitments to Delta outflow. That means what's on the table for potentially potential amendments in the plan would be the flow requirements on the main stem San Joaquin River, the flow requirements at Vernalis, and then that contribution to Delta Outflow. That's we haven't developed the plan language yet, and I think that's maybe what I'm hearing you all seeking is that plan language. The first step in the process was this evaluation of the scientific basis report, making sure we have a solid proposal to move forward into environmental evaluation and potential drafting of amendments to the Bay Delta plan. And I think, just to give you some idea, I think that's what the proposal before us is at this point in time, that they're proposing an alternate way of moving forward for the next 8 years as opposed to what was adopted in 2018. And then I would imagine those 2018 amendments would be the backstop as similar to the Sac Delta side. I think in terms of the implementation methodology, I hear you on that. I think in terms of, again, for this proposal, how it might interact with other proposals, we're going to have to see what other proposals come into play. It is a complexity of this process that we've been talking about, trying to think about. I think it will make better sense if we get the other proposals and see how it all matches up together. But yes, and then on the implementation steps, happy to keep talking to you about those things. We've put a lot of resources on doing the other work that we have, so not moving as quickly on those activities as we might otherwise do, but we do want to return to those steps as soon as possible. And we can, again, brief you on how we envision these things working together with implementation. We do have thoughts on how that would work that we'd like to, put out there in the public sphere and get comments on. So all good questions, and hopefully that provides a little bit of information. Again, as we further brief you, we're happy to elaborate on any of these issues with you. And again, I want to appreciate your time and the public's time for all the comments we got today. I thought it was very valuable input, and we will definitely heed all of that input as we edit the scientific basis report and develop the next draft before we submit it for peer review.
Thank you incredibly, Ms. Riddle, for your continued leadership, technical expertise in this, and the entire team. It means a lot here for us. So thank you for that support. Okay, I think we have now exhausted ourselves and find ourselves at the end of a long day and workshop. Again, reiterate thanks to everyone. We will be coming back into the public space and having further discussion. The next turn of the dial, as you heard, is finalization of this scientific basis report, and then moving into a decision-making space as to how the board is feeling about things. So thank you all, much appreciation. And this two-day meeting is now adjourned. Our next board meeting is in 2 weeks on November 18th. It'll be our second to last board meeting of this year. That's hard to believe. So thank you all. We'll see you on the 18th. Be safe, be well. We're now adjourned.